How we doing? Hopefully you had a great 3-day weekend. Mine was marvelous, beautiful. It flew right on by. Although got a lot of good sleep, a lot of great sleep this weekend. Sleeping like a rock. It was nice. Got a few plays. Actually, I'm more impressed this morning than I thought I was going to be. I thought I was going to wake up and there was not going to be hardly a ticker that spiked. Well, I was wrong. I mean, for sure. I mean, you talk about, look at just PLYX. Now, again, how much of this is really real? But look at this massive upper shadow in wick. I'm guessing that had to have been real. I don't know if anyone was up 2.5 hours ago now and saw this at 5:30 Central, 6:30 Eastern. But did anyone see the skyrocket from 370 all the way up to 66, essentially 67? So a $60 spike just for it to come all the way back down to where it came from? Well, that's absolutely bananas right there. So, still moving right now. Of course, PYLX. I think most of the mobs over on RIME. OLB is another top gainer this morning as well. I'll look at it. That's on the left or my right-hand side over here. We'll look at it when I give levels. Nothing really that has like, oh, this is the one, though. You know, it's kind of on the hodgepodgey side of, well, which one of these will steal the mob today? Because we have a few and we don't really have any really pretty charts built up. I would say RIME has got the best shot to run in market or OLB. Let's get to these levels. Good morning, everybody. Hopefully you had a great 3-day weekend. Let's get to it. We have RIME, Friday's After Hours Runner. That's up and rolling still today. We got OBAI, OLB, GXAI, PLYX. Again, thought I'd come out of the weekend here, 3-day weekend, to be honest, and Friday, which was relatively slow. That we would, you know, especially as we headed into Power Hour, After Hours, there really just wasn't there much on Friday, and today we're getting more action than I anticipated off of that 3-day weekend. Let's get into some levels. Woo, OLB's cracking away though now. Is it really still our top gainer though? Nope, OLB is now back to OBAI. All right. All right, let's do these in order from top gainer downward. OBAI is now your number one top gainer as OLB has cracking back on away. OBAI has a float of right around 4 mil, 3 mil. Pretty decent float size there on OBAI. News is not that great. Now, it's got some okay news. It says announced corporate name to change our bond and trading symbol on NASDAQ to remain OBAI. Yeah, not much news there today on it, but again, here recently you haven't. That's why I say news really doesn't mean much. It's just where the mob at, and then when the volume shows up, that's where the mob goes. Resistance on the way up at 710. Over 710, watch for a pop to 755. Over 755, we run up somewhere around 8. Over 8, watch for a move up to 875, and over that, then we run to right around 950. Over 950, watch for a pop to just over 10. Of course, then you have pre-market high after that. On the way down, your main support's at 550. If 550 cracks, we're heading down to around 5, and under 5, we go down to around 430. Well, your number 2 top gainer is just fading away. These sub $1 plays, again, we had that little stretch for a minute. Had a little stretch there for about, I'd say, a month or two, maybe even into 3, with that sub $1 play. I wouldn't even say it was that long. It seemed like it was 3 weeks, maybe, honestly. So it was about a month long. Then we had, remember those sub $1 plays that were running up to 2 and then maybe 3. That was a little trend there for a minute. This is typically what happens when you see a play run from sub $1 and then gets up to $1. It just does not hold its gain. So OLB, outside linebacker, cracking all the way back down. What seems to be we're going all the way to Friday's after hours highs. So if we go back into after hours on Friday, our high was right around 60 cents. That's probably what's coming up next, just so you guys know. 60 cents. Actually, yeah, on yesterday. Monday, we had a little bit of movement last night. 60 cents seems where this play is going all the way back down to, not even round trip back to 55. So on the way back on up today, I just don't see it actually happening here. We just cracked the shelf beautifully at 78 cents, and now we're down to around 68 cents. So back on up, resistance is going to be 78 cents, 85 cents, and around 88 cents. Over that strong at 95, and then of course we have that 110 area. Number 3 top gainer is a crazy mover this morning. And going back to OLB, the last one news was weak. Announces global partnership with PayPal to enhance security. I guess PayPal, that's not bad. Had to deal with PayPal. PLYX. This one has an okay news as well. Contract research organization for Cetera Phase 2 basket trial. And nothing too crazy on the news, but it's okay. It had news on the 10th earlier this month on the same thing that they're working on now. If you look at this morning, I didn't get to see it. Obviously, I was not up at 5:30 Central, but at 6:30 Eastern, this play went from around 3s, 2s, all the way up to 66 out of nowhere. Just exploded. On the way down, that 360 support shelf is going to be coming into key. Kind of reminds me of a smaller version of OBAI, where it has that bottom support shelf. Not pre-market low totally, but it's got a bounce area, and it's at 360. If we crack 360, watch for a crack back down to 330. Under that, we go down sub 3. On the way at 420, strong resistance over 420. Watch for a pop up to 450. Over 450, we surge to 520. Over 520 for PLYX, watch for a move to $6. Over $6, watch for a move up to 7. And over that, watch for a move up to 875 into 9. This play has parabolic charting written all over it if it can get over that 420 mark, especially into 5. But here we go right back on down into the 3s. And if we crack that 355, I call it 355, 360 support shelf, she's only going to come down for more and limits that chance to pop even less in market. If I had a play to go bananas today, it's going to be RIME or PLYX. And PLYX, only because of that crazy move it made in pre-market, could get some popability back on up. Over to your number... Not really... Another one that just popped up, GVH. GVH just popped up, so I'll have to go over to it now. And then I'm going to go over to RIME because it is a nice, good mover. And we've got a lot of good volume there. Your number 5 top gainer on the day is GXA, or number 4. My gosh, I'm all over the place here. Where's GXAI? There it is. Okay, that is number 4 now. All right. Your number 4 top gainer is GXAI. VWAP caught the play. It's running out flat right now. This play has choppy, slow, and steady Eddie written all over it. Under 154.55 where we're testing now. Watch for a crackdown to 145 in the lower VWAP band. On the way up, we have 170 resistance. Over 170, watch for a pop in around 180 to 185. And over that, we have that $2 pre-market high. Over $2, which we've seen GXAIs fail a lot at 2 to 210. We even here just recently, which I have a line in. Over 210, watch for a pop up to 235. And over that, then to 260 for GXAI. And now if we crack back below 145, watch for a crackdown to 130. All right, keep rolling through these. GVH is another one trying to pop on up here now. Has all of a sudden moved its way to number 3 top gainer. So GVH is now on watch. We have 145 support below that at 135. Under 135, we go to 125. It's literally 10-cent increments on the way down. On the way up, we just failed at 160. Over 160 for GVH. Zoom in here a little bit. Let me zoom in here a little bit. Bottom right-hand corner, 52-week low, reverse split to hell. Watch over. Let me zoom in a tad bit more here. We're almost there. Over 160, we have a gap to fill pretty much for the most part. Over 160, watch for a gap fill potential. Over 160, watch for a move up to 2. And then over that to around 250 for GXAI, or GVH, my bad, GVH. So GVH definitely has some room to run here, being that over the 160 mark. We have some room to run. Over 160, I'll say watch for move to 180. Over 180 to 215. And then over that to 250 for GVH. Go over to RIME, R-I-M-E. It's a little bit further down on the list as far as gap uppers, but it was a huge run there. It was a really only move, I would say, in Power Hour on Friday, and I didn't think that RIME was going to spike the market, but maybe it did a little bit, because on Friday, forgot about this play. This was our Power Hour play. And look at the volume on Friday and afternoon, where we go from around 120, 130 area, sub 150. And we go all the way up right at the closing bell. We hit all the way up to around 4. I mean, that was a huge move. I forgot about that. And then we went to 620 in after hours, and I remember calling this out and saying 650 seemed like a lock on it. On the way down today, watch back under 435 for the move down to 4. Under 4, watch for move down to pre-market low. And this has another shelf like all these plays I've been looking at this morning do. In pre-market have this low-hanging shelf. This one is at 370. Under 370, watch for a pullback somewhere right around 345. We'll call it 340. I have 2 lines in from resistance and past chart history at 350 and 340. So under 345, we'll call it. Watch for a crack back down to around 290, 285 area. On the way up, strong resistance right around 5. You can see we failed at 490 and we failed at 510. Over 510, watch for a pop to 550, and over that we go up to around the 6 to 620 mark. Past chart history has 650 resistance. And if we get over that, this has potential today to be maybe that all-day continuation type runner like we saw last week with FSLY. And I'll go over previous runner plays like that we could be looking at today. NCI is another one. Chow's another one. So we have these multi-day runner plays that keep coming back that won't die off. And that could happen today with RIME, where we get, now again, the move from Friday here through Tuesday. Speaking of your former runners, watch for Chow today. Chow has that 140 resistance from last Thursday. Watch for a double top and fail there. Let's see, what's the other one here? For NCI. NCI was another multi-day runner. So NCI, what do we have on its chart? On NCI, go back here a little bit further. NCI's strong resistance at 335 into 350. So 335 into 350 last Wednesday and Friday side, but multi-day runner. Now back under 240, or we'll call it 230, watch for a crack down to 210. Under 210, we go to 185, and under that, we head back down to 150. On the way up, we have that 335, 360, we see essentially 340 on Wednesday, 368 on Friday resistance. Now, if we do get over 368, that is 52-week high. Got to zoom in here. Watch for a pop up today. If we do get over that to 4, over 4, really strong resistance at 470 into 5. Over 5, watch for a pop into around 530. Again, if we do get multi-day run there from NCI. And the last one's FSLI. FSLI under 1775. Right now, we're right at Thursday's high of day from last week. Under 1775, watch for a crack down to 1720. Under 1720, we head down to around 1680 to 1670. And if we crack that, watch for move down to the lows from Friday right around 16. All right. It's like, what stock did I mean, there's so many for me to look at today. It's literally, there are so many for me to look at today. I'm like, oh boy, which one do I want to keep my eye on? I really want to keep my eye on FSLI. I like FSLI and that short back under 1760 for the move down to 1725 and then down below sub 17. So we'll keep FSLI on watch to see if we get kind of a sell-off right there into the opening bell. Small caps into the bell. Watch to see who gets the runner here. I think at the bell we have a lot of up and down movement, especially from our top movers there, from OBI. OLB is already coming down, but I would say OBI, PLYX, GVH, GXAI. I would watch for some movement up and down there from those tickers and see who takes the mob, especially PLYX, OBI, and RIME. You know, those plays right there with lower floats, you know, GVH as well as a lower float play. Which one of these are going to take the mob? Do we get some sell-off back down? Do we get some pop back on up? The only one I would say watch for a for sure move that I would say that it seems like it's going to happen would be the FSLI short. FSLI, watch for that crack back under 1780, 1775. That seems to be on watch. Also, ATOM. ATOM's another one that I have on watch over here. A Friday mover. Friday mover here, ATOM. 405 area up to 425, over 425, over 405, watch for a pop to 425, and over that then we have a resistance line I have in at 460 area, and of course after hours high on Friday is at 460. Over 460 we run to 5, and over 5 for ATOM, 530 is 100% a lock today if we start to pop on up. On the way down for ATOM, support is right around the 360 mark, and then heavy at 340. So, to me, the best play at the bell would be FSLI in that short, and then otherwise sit back and wait to see which one of these small cap runners gets the win for the day and gets the mob. Because as of right now, you couldn't tell me one of these tickers have the mob. I'd say if any of them have the mob, it's going to be over at GVH, GXAI, or RIME. Those seem to be where the mob is fully at now. Large cap time. All right, let's get large caps here. All right, yeah. Let's get the large caps. Here we go. All right, let's get into SPY here. Very choppy today in the large cap tickers here. I say just choppy from after hours. This Monday movement we had yesterday into today so far. Of the what's clear is the bottom, and really the top's pretty clear too as well. Resistance so far really showing up this morning right around 681, and the support really heavy from Friday's low, Monday's low, and today's low so far right around 677.50. So those are the range so far. Watch 677.50 for the bottom. I'm going to say normal low of day at 77. Although we have, I'm going to go for a tight first day back. 77.50 to 77.20 normal low of day. Ultimate low of day under pre-market lows. Watch for a crack back down to 675.80. 675.80. And I'm going to go one more level down in case we do have a bigger day under 675.80, 675.75. Watch for a move down to 674 for your ultimate low of day. Now, on the way back on up, watch for a move over 681, 681.20 for the move up to 682. And I'm going to say one more level up for your normal high of day goes to 682.75. The high from the little quick spike we had there, the start of movement yesterday on Monday. Oh, no, actually, that's the very end. No, that is Monday. I just want to make sure. If you see there's a nice good resistance here at 682.75. 682.75, normal high of day. Ultimate high of day is 82.75. Ultimate high of day then goes to 84.50. 84.50, maybe a hair over it for ultimate high of day. All right, over to Apple here. Huge pullback there of Thursday into Friday. Watch for a pop back on up today, possibly. I will say bottoms is going to be bottoms. So I'd say the support down below is going to stay that way. I don't think we crack any lower than that. So normal low of day is going to be your Monday's low, which is right around 53.60. Right around 53.60. If we do crack 53.60, watch for a move down to around 252.20. A couple of Fridays ago's low of day. It's your ultimate low. Monday's low is your normal low. Now on the way up, resistance at 250, we'll call it 256.80 into 257. Over 257, watch for a crack back up, or a pop, I should say, up to 258.35. 258.35, 258.50, normal high of day. Ultimate high of day goes back to the lows from last Thursday at 260 to 260.20. AMD looking like it wants to crack back down for more today and head back down to that 187 mark, the low from a couple of Thursdays, or last Thursday, not last Thursday, a couple of Thursdays ago right after earnings. So watch this under today, back under 202. Under 202, we crack down to 199.60. 199.60, normal low of day. Ultimate low of day then heads down to 196.50 for your ultimate low of day. On the way up today, strong resistance is going to be at, well, I would say really it's going to be, looks like it's more so at Thursday's low of day, not Friday's low of day. So we will watch Friday's low at 203.80 to 204, but it gets really strong at 205, and that would be the low from Thursday. Normal high of day there. Ultimate high of day then goes back up to 206.50, and then over that up to 208. 208, maybe a hair over at ultimate high of day there. Amazon like this at the bottom side today, under 197, under 197.20. This was the short I wanted on Friday, didn't get it, popped up under 197. Watch for the crack to 196.60. That's the low from last or Thursday before last. That's earnings. I'll say that's your normal low of day, 197 to 196.60. If we crack 96.60, watch that crack down through 195 into the 193s. On the way up today, watch this back over 200. Over 200, we pop into Friday's high of 201. 201 normal high of day, the low from last Wednesday, 202.50 ultimate high. App pretty tight this morning too, so watch for a banger move from App on the bottom side. Either way, under 381, watch for the crack down to 376. Under 376, we head down to 370 or 367.70, 367.80. Normal low of day there. Ultimate low of day goes to the low from Friday of 358.50. On the way up today, over 388, watch the quick pop into 393.50. The high and after hours on Monday, and of course there on Friday. 93.50 normal high of day, ultimate high of day squeezes all the way back up to 415, close to 420. Over to Google here, team. On the way up today, resistance is at 302. Over 302, watch for the pop into 304, the low from Friday, the little lower shadow there. 304 to around 304.25 normal high of day. Ultimate high then pushes back up to 30. Well, actually, we'll go up to 305. 305 normal high of day, pre-market high. Over 305, watch for a pop-up to around 306. And over 306, we go up somewhere right around 307.50 to 308. Ultimate high of day. Back down below, 299.77. Pre-market low, normal low of day. Ultimate low of day under 99.70. Watch for the crack back down all the way. Let's see, what's pre-market low? Yeah, 99.70. Under 99.70. Watch for a crack back down somewhere right around 97. 297, 296.50. Ultimate low of day. Meta's been really choppy here recently. Again, one of those plays that's kind of up, down, all around. I think I talked about this. The only play I like for this is that when it finally gets back under 630. If it gets back under 630, we'll call it 631.80. I have a line in at 630.50. So watch for a crack under pre-market low and that 630.50 mark. That'll be your normal low of day is pre-market low. Ultimate low of day will get a huge reversal and watch for a pullback into the 620s. But the fact that we're popping up this morning, I don't like that, to be honest here with you. If this looks like we want to squeeze and go for more, which we are hitting new highs right now. So watch for this to continue up. Next resistance we have is going to be Thursday's low of day of 645. Over 645, that's your normal high of day. Watch for a pop to 647.80. And over that, we go to Friday's high of 651, ultimate high of day there. Microsoft, I like this to the bottom side today as well. Everything's popping back up, but if we get a reversal, I love this. On the way down, watch this under 97.80. Under 97.80, we crack back down to 97.20, and under that, watch for move down to 95.60. 95.60 normal low of day, ultimate low of day then goes down to 92. We'll call it 93. 393 Friday before last, ultimate low of day there. Also on Microsoft, on the way up, over 402.30. Watch for the surge up to Friday's high of day and look for a good short right around 405 to 405.50. We even have a reversal there from Wednesday and Thursday. NVDA, again, another bottom side move. Watch this back under 180. Pre-market low under 180, got some room to run down. Watch for a move down to around 179. Under that, then we go to 178.75 rule. Normal low of day there. Ultimate low of day, watch for a move down to around 177 to 176.50. Now, if we pop up like everything's trying to do right now, watch for a move over 182.50 for the move up to 183.50. And over that, then we go to 184.80. 184.80, 185, ultimate high of day, 183.50, normal high. Running out of time. PLTR is trapped right now. I do like this back under Thursday and Friday's low. When it gets there, under 126, watch for the short down to 125. That is the Thursday before last after hours low. And under 125, this cracks down to 122.50, maybe even lower. To the top side, over 130, we'll call it over 130 is your breakout for the move. Actually, we'll call it 130.30. Over 130.30, watch the move up to last Wednesday's low, Friday's high of 133.30. That'll be a good move up there for you. All right, over to the Qs here. Last couple of tickers in. Qs, watch us under 550 or 595. Under 595, we go down to 592.50. Under 592.50, 25 area, which will be your normal low of day. Watch for a crack down to 590. Ultimate lows there. On the way up, 600 strong resistance. Over that, watch for move to 601.50. Over 601.50, we go to 604.70. 604.70 to 605, normal high of day. Friday's high at 606.30, ultimate high. Lastly here, over to Tesla. Watch this down to below 410.50. Got a line in there. Under 410.50, we go straight down to 407.30. 407.30, normal low of day. Ultimate low of day then goes down to 405.50. And under 405.50, watch for a crack down to around 402.50. Ultimate lows there. On the way up, it's hodgepodgey and it's a lot of mess. I don't like anything to the top side on Tesla. Now, what to trade at the bell? Watch for these continuation on down. Going back through these, Tesla has some room to run down. PLTR has some room to run down. Microsoft definitely has some room to run down. Google has some room to run down for more today. Amazon has room to run down today. AMD has room to run down today. Watch for these tickers to crack and come down for more. I see crackage coming here today, and especially at the bell. For small caps at the bell, I don't see anything. For small caps at the bell, I see nada, nothing here at the bell. I said sit back and wait for your move. F-slide is unfortunately popping up. It didn't get the crack back on down. So just sit back and wait. Look for double tops on plays that have completely cracked back on down. And then look for resistance on the way up and see who exactly has got the mob. I'm going RIME. RIME is the one today that will have the mob at least to start. Then watch former runners, NCI, ATOM. Those plays definitely look to have the mob here potentially at the bell. Woo! F-Sly here, team. F-Sly getting crazy spike here at the bell. F-Sly, holy slide dog. Holy slide dog. Big pop there at the bell. Man, F-Sly with a huge pop there at the bell. Was not anticipating F-Sly to get a squeeze like that. F-Sly completely squeeze-a-ramo. Completely squeeze-a-renos here at the bell. No play for me so far today. I don't see anything at all that I like at all. All right, I'm going to take my little quick break here. Got all the levels out. Have you ever ate a new kind of gummy and wake up still? J-Web. Yeah. I mean, every once in a while, right? I'll have one, and it's like, holy moly, this was a strong one. What? Holy moly, this was a strong one. Yeah. Hold on, let me take my quick break. I got to get this girl situated too. Hold on. right, here we go. We are back and rocking and rolling. How we doing? Hopefully you guys are having a good day, a good morning. I guess J-Web is just still feeling that edible, huh, J-Web? We edibling it up? You feel edibled? You feel like you got an edible in your sheddable? Maybe you do. Oh, but yeah, that happens every once in a while. All right, ATOM taking the mob. ATOM is starting to take the mob a little bit right here, team. So ATOM, Adam, we'll go over to Rhymes going down. ATOM taking on off here. So we do have a mob winner, at least at this point. It is ATOM. Really starting to squeeze right now, rolling its way on up. Unfortunately, F-Slide did not work out for us today in the low. It's just kind of, it might start to crack back on down, but that big reversal at the bell was it. I mean, all the way up to a line I have in too. I love this on F-Slide. I just was not expecting this to happen at the bell, and I wish I would have shorted this look. Right at Friday's high. Right at Friday's high. Just perfect play right out of the gate. I just was like, what? Whoa, what? Whoa! I mean, this was just an immediate squeeze straight to it. An immediate squeeze straight to it. And yeah, now it's just hung up. The short kind of messed up and happened at pre-market, came down. I was hoping what we do is come up like this before the opening bell, but maybe to like VWAP 18 and then come down and then crack from there. It just gave us a real wiki spike there at the bell and then has moved on to be very ugly of a chart as of right now. Looking through the large cap tickers here real quickly. Let's just go through those. I do want to see if we got any movement there at the bell. That was gorgeous. I was kind of leaning toward F-Slide today and not trading a large cap ticker, but we did have some of the large caps didn't come through and crack back on down. Some of them had that look to it. Well, Tesla, and there it goes, right to 407. I called it out. Right there's one on the dot. What did I say? It go immediately cracked. What was this mark right there? Yeah, 407.30. Look at that. Immediate, perfect call out there. Watch for a crack under this pre-market low. We would go right down here, right to 407.20. We actually bounced right off of it for a beautiful bounce play right now. 5-point mover. All right, so one mover right now is ATOM. It's got the mob. 1 minute time frame. Going back through this, trying to find a bounce play right now would be, I would go with the 450 area to 440. VWAP has caught it though, so that's not a good sign. What's also not a good sign for small cap tickers and people that want to see some good movement today after all that pre-market movement, we're not getting it here in market. We are not getting it here in market at all. I'm a little double surprised today. The movement we got in pre-market, but then nothing's carrying over. Now we'll see if Adam can hold up. But the only thing I don't like about the VWAP catching it. See Adam on the move, heating on Fridays. Yes. T-Web. This is the mover so far today is ATOM. Oh, Atom Bomb. Atom Bomb. Now, Risky Biscuits, I don't mind it though, would be around the 470 into 460. You know, I like this 450 into 440 mark, but this would be your other area, the top portion of it, if you want to go for the top portion. Dang. JT Dubs. That happens every once in a while, J-Web, though. That happens every once in a while. That's why I stopped taking so much of these recent ones. They're 300 milligrams. The ones we get now, they're like little medallions, I guess is what you'd want to call them, right? Look like little coins, medallion. Anyway, geez, OBAI just crashing away. The shelf crack wasn't bad, you know. Shelf crack wasn't bad down here. Excuse me. But yeah, they're 300 milligrams. Oh, man, there's been a couple times. Yeah, I mean, even before that, they were different. But yeah, though, I mean, these are when I first had these, right? When you get to a new one, haven't had it. Yeah, sure, I'll have oh my God. You just want to sleep the whole next. I mean, that's why, yeah, oh gosh, I don't take them during the week, most week nights. I do like maybe when Avery's gone, you know, I'll have like, but I'll do it early. I'll do it like at 8, you know, maybe 7:30, because that way I know I'm like 9:30. I'm like this, you know, I'm like, let's go sleep. But the pass out. And that way by 7 o'clock the next morning, I don't have that, like, you know, you call it, I guess, a hangover if you really want to. But yes, that they're strong. They'll stick around to the next day. And yeah, you're just like, you don't even want to do anything. And I hate that where it's like 1, 2 o'clock the next day and you're like, just like, I don't even want to do this. And, you know, it's kind of a waste of a day. So now, yeah, I feel you. Been there. You gotta learn how strong they are and your tolerance for them. And Build it up. Dang it, F-Sly. I was hoping to trade that for I think I traded it 2 days in a row. RIME, by the way, is halted down. I just don't see anything moving today right now. Watching we'll go to this real quickly, the Momo Hive Day Scanner here, so if we see anything new, nothing new as of right now. Nothing I see running up the Momo scanner at all. Okay. Just gotta sit back and wait. What I'm gonna wait to do, I'll see how this works out. I don't mind this area, and I'll go small, probably like 1,000 shares, 1,500, just because I don't see anything working today. But I also want to see. I was gonna say I may just wait to see it work first. I'm like, okay, let me see him come down and actually bounce it first before I trust that it is a bounce. Although I do want to get a trade in. It's Monday. You get my point, though. My one trade I would have liked to have taken today would have been F-Sly. That was the one. It was just that quick. And that's kind of ruined the play now. And any movement or volume, that quick liquidation sweep to Friday's high of day. Not even yesterday anymore, because yesterday was Monday and the market wasn't even open. I did get out and drive Voltron, though. It was nice. Enjoyed the day off. It was beautiful. Got a good walk in with the dogs. Definitely enjoyed the weekend. But yeah, F-Sly is now kind of ruined. NCI was a good up and then short right back on down. So that, I mean, what we've seen today is just sell-offs. A, at the bell if you caught it, or B, reversals. F-Sly, NCI, or you've got the OBAI, the GVHs, the RIMEs of the world that just hadn't done anything. Or they sold off, I should say, right after the opening bell. The only one's Atom Bomb. And again, this 450 to 440 area would be the only area I like. Also, being that lower VWAP band at 420 is really could come into play there as well. All right, just go to the 5 minute. After hours high is 460. Forgot it. Okay, this could hold up. This 460 area. Actually, you know what? I might go to the lower VWAP band in 420 because of this. What I see here, and then having a line in. The upper. This is going to try to hold up though. Friday's after hours high. I'm going to go to the lower VWAP band. I'm going to 420. Go to the magical 420. I'm going to 420. We'll see if we'll let them. I just don't see how it doesn't bounce here. Past chart history plus from Friday. Lower VWAP band. Again, Friday's after hours high is going to try to hold it first. You can try this 440, 450 area. I'm going to go all the way down to 420 and just sit there with it. Again, watching the scanner, that's huge on like a day like today. I'm just sitting there just watching the Momo scanner. Nothing's hitting it. A little bit of pop from Soon there, but Soon's a slow and steady play. SUNE. SUNE starting to pop back up. It does have $3 pre-market really nasty upper shadow resistance. It's failing at one of the other areas in pre-market at 275. So SUNE has a little bit of volume and movement. This is kind of like a multi-day. We've been looking at this for golly, at least about a week, 2 weeks now. I guess it was Tuesday before last it popped up, and then it was last Tuesday that it really got going into Wednesday because I have a trend line in on Wednesday. And it's really just been staircase and bull flagging its way up here, for that potential breakout where it actually really does roll one day. All right, so nothing from GXAI. Chow's halted down again, up and down. Chow, ow. Yowza. Well, I don't think it was halted up, but it is halted down. All right, so after hours high, I did go a little bit lower, but there's your bounce play. So at least we know bounce plays are coming in right now. That's the one thing I'm trying to let them identify a bounce area. Now, let's see how far this goes. If it gets back above 5, then we know we can come back down and try a bounce play there with even maybe an order into this 450 mark. We can come into, like, say, 460, go into around 450. But we want this back up to 5, maybe a little over. Even testing pre-market high, testing in-market high would be good. We have nothing holding up today. You want to verify something will hold. And that this bounce play is just not and then we have this quick snap reversal back down, where then I'm still just going to stay at 420. yes. What's up, Ted? How we doing? Chow. Yeah, I'm not going to touch that. It's nasty. I mean, I'll look at Chow, but I can't, this. Choo, choo. Choo, choo. Up, ugly. Choo. It's like, I can't. I just, I would say like just to test the theory, 91, 97, 8, right? So essentially go to 120. 115 to 120 and just look for a short, see if it happens. I'd be very careful for a bounce play because it's not like it's bouncing. It comes down, sits for forever, and then gets these random squeezes out of nowhere. Whether it's a Reddit pump and dump, it's a manipulation obviously going on there. Short squeezy for sure. Oh. King Lon, what's up? CGLT. Let's see, we're just going to random movers now. CGLT. CGT. See, this is a former runner, isn't it? CGTL's former runner. This says, yeah, no news today. That's what I thought. Shocking. Former runner. Step right on up. It's like I talked about in the morning alerts. Watch for former runners team. I'm not going to touch these plays today. I'll look for something that actually is up and, it's running for a reason, or at least running with some fluidity. It's got a chart built into it, so just be careful trading your Chows and your CGTLs of the world. Resistance on CGTL, well, we just ran here recently, and you can see here, open on Friday is going to be a significant 420. We know that magical 420 area is going to be pretty key. Then we get a little higher to this 450 mark, and then we really start to get strong, like a lot of plays do, into this $5 area. So a lot of resistance coming up here. I would imagine we got a halt down or a reversal back on down. So just, try to time it out. Slowly scale into it potentially. This is holding up pretty nicely here on Atom Bomb. More dumpage here on OBAI. I thought I did that this morning on FSLY. I was like, damn it. It was like a little early on this morning. I got into FSLY and I was like, oh, I don't mean to get in yet. I got out of it for like a $9 loss. I got in like 100 shares. I was like, no, not yet. Rhyme still halted down. But I am 0 for 1 for the day, which is hilarious. I was like, I want to make sure I did get in that, didn't I, earlier? I was like, yeah. I'm glad I guess I'd be green now. But yeah, I jumped in earlier when I started bringing up FSLY. When I pulled up TTP, anyway, I got that pulled up earlier. You may have heard the order go off, and I was like, oh, no. No, I don't want to trade this. It was 1,000 shares I got in. That was 1,000 shares now that I'm looking back. Oh, FSLY just pulled up FSLY again. Oh, man, it finally is starting to cave. I mean, slowly. It's ugly as can be. But it did hit finally in the 1740s here. So FSLY it's ugly and real choppy. That liquidation sweep to 1920. It was Friday's high of day. And again, those are the best. Ooh, almost got a Charlie horse. Those are the best shorts here recently. Again, just these reversals. Beautiful reversals. If you can catch the top, shorting, it's like CGTL. Chow's another great example. Usually, typically, where your really good shorts are those real snappy reversal plays. I mean, Soon was just another one. Soon's a great example. Up to that 270 mark, snaps right back down to 230. It's one of those things you have to just add into it slowly but surely. Have those orders set in up top, just like I do for the bounce plays. Slowly but slowly surround it. Yeah, I'm green from pre-market, not really looking for anything, but if something, it's one of those days. We had a lot of movement. It's early on in pre-market. It's where you're getting a lot of movement. I mean, if you go back to OBAI, I mean, this is way early. This is 3-4 my time in the morning. You go back to PLYX. This was 3-4 my, it's into 6, and it's finally kind of dying out. We haven't really had that. Our IME was another one that had more movement earlier on versus, we just haven't had that. into the not a lot here recently. Where we're like the hour before the opening bell. That was hot in December and January. We were finding that one runner every day. Like, oh, here's the play. Oh, here's the play. Because I was doing a lot of those what to trade. Like I was for trade the pull. I haven't been doing those. Hey, what to trade for the day? What looks good? There's that kind of top resistance there. Opened up right into that $4 mark, $4.50 mark, $4.60 mark. Huge reversal there for CGTL. Looking like it's about to go into a halt down. So CGTL looking like it's going into a halt down right there. Anyone catch that one? Again, here we go with another great short up top. Another prime example of what I'm talking about. Our IME is finally open there. Was a 10-minute halt down. We'll go back to it, the 1 minute time frame. I think that was, yeah, it kind of just sold off out of nowhere. Anyone get in CGTL? Anyone get in on CGTL? Nice resistance there into the 450s, 460s, 430s. We do have POYX starting to come back up. Is OBAI halted down too as well? Wow. So we do have ATOM as your one kind of decent runner for the day. It's a bigger float play, so it's a lot slower and steadier. But since the opening bell, it's the really only thing that's gone up, that's held up. We are looking at POYX potentially there. I would say 420 wouldn't be a bad area for POYX. Just don't forget, it has gone crazy in pre-market. But this is what we're seeing a lot of today is just reversals at resistance areas. So you'd be looking at this 420-ish area for another fail on POYX. CGTL, great reversal up top. Again, if anyone caught that, I thought about right when it was about like right in the fours, like stab in at this one possibly. It would have been good because it just shot 40 more cents into a halt down. Oh, TT, yeah, I hate when it does that. I didn't even pull it up, so it may have done that to me too. Still watching SUNE. If SUNE hits somehow can hit 3, I would short SUNE at 3. Oh yeah, you're good. Oh yeah, you're good. SUNE, I wouldn't mind shorting that at 3. So SUNE is popping on up here. OBA is just dumping off hard. SUNE here has this nasty upper shadow. It's kind of got this quick little move back on down. So let's see if it can pop up into 3. I would short that at 3. That's the theme of the day so far. You're fine. RIME is just dumping away here. So RIME is just dumping away. Come on, soon. Pop on up to 3. Pop up to 3. Give me some nuggets and cherries. I want you to pop to 3. Pop to 3. Pop to 3. You know you want to pop to 3. Still going with that 420 area on SUNE. On Atom. So Atom have orders down here at the 430 mark into the 420 mark for a bounce play. So I am going to stick with that area. I like it a lot on ATOM. With soon, I want 3. I would love the $3 mark here, so we'll see if this can pop into 3. King Lion, what you got, T-Web? Anyone else? Mr. Osborne? What did Chow end up doing, Mr. Ozzy Osbourne? Go back over here. Oh, yeah. Just big reversal. Just kind of kept going down more. Boy, RIME. Just dump of the day. I mean, talk about RIME and the beautiful shelf crack there. You know, this is old school AK days right here. We'll go back over to RIME here. Oh, well, Tesla went down for more. Tesla about to head down to my ultimate low of the day. Are we finally cracking across the board? Rhyme, right here. Old school Josh would have said what? Hey, watch for the shelf crack. 430 shelf crack for a move down to 405. Under 405, we head down to 475. You know, take most profit at 475 and leave some runners, and then we would have ran into a halt down. Like, this is an absolute old AK-47 banger right here. Want some more plays like this, please? Like, come on already, right? Yes. Can I get some more rhyme and Lyman with, I mean, are you kidding me? Come on already. Like, please, can I get more plays like that? All right, that's just absolutely perfect. Like, that hurts to see that. That hurts to see that. All right, so I got orders out there on Soon and Adam. Adam and Soon. Adam and Soon, not Adam and Eve. Adam and Soon. So Adam and Soon are my two plays there, team. Any other questions you got? All right, I'm about to head out over to TTP. Let me get the TTP stream up for you guys. Copy. We'll pause that for now. And TTP live stream comes on. I put too many T's in there. TTTTTTP TTTP live stream. TTTP live stream. Any last questions? King Lion, T-Web, Miss Aussie Chick. XRX, is that a play you want me to look at? Is that really a play? XRX. All right, cool. Slow and steady Eddie right here, huh? You found you one. Bounce play back at 195. Bounce play at 195 area. Resistance here at this 210 mark. Of course, you can see this nice little uptrend pattern. Over 210. Watch for move to 220. It might get up to 230 to maybe the 235.40 area. Somewhere right around there at most. Got it there, Aussie? But yeah, sorry. Oh my gosh, shows. Can we get some more RIMEs? Yeah, this is absolutely... This is what we're talking about. You know, you're below the VWAP. You get this kind of lower high pattern. Just wait for the crack. Go into a 1 minute time frame. Get your candlestick confirmation. So boom there. Filled at 418, 420. Pops back up a little bit. Right back into your resistance zone, which you want. And then you just fail to oblivion. All right, team, I'm going to head over to TTP. Quick questions, anything, guys, you have at all? I love you, I love you, I love you. Look for it, probably F-slide to maybe go down some more. I'm going to go look at large cap plays here soon. Speaking of soon, I don't know if she's going to get to 3, but I have orders in at 295, 297, and 301. Bounce play area at 420 into the 430 area. Sorry. It's like, it's not as bad as Monday, actually. Remember on Mondays, it's like, it's the worst sometimes on Monday. Like, gosh, dang it. All right. See you guys back here when I'm done. 2 hours with them, then I'm back with you guys. All right? Back in just a bit. Hey guys, just jumping back on the mic. F-Sly, I am in on this short right now, so F-Sly finally getting a piece of this move. Getting a little piece of this move on the way on down here. I'm down to my final 75 shares. I've really scaled out pretty nicely here as we've gone down on F-Sly, but I just want to let you know, as guys know, I am in. 1732 is my average entry price on F-Sly, so I did get a piece of this move on down here. So nice to see finally. And I wish I just would have honestly gotten in and just trusted my play, which I said kind of under that 16 or 17 so essentially wait for the market to open and kind of there was a shelf crack. I'll show you F-Sly here real quickly since CGTL still halted down. F-Sly right here, like, you know, I have to go to a 1 minute time frame, zoom in right here, this little shelf. See this little shelf crack? So get in somewhere through here. Could even add it back in on that pop up. Nice, good move back on down here. So I'm going to start scaling out 10 shares at a time as we start hitting new lows here. So F-Sly, nice new low of day move here. Just getting a little bit of profit. I think it's going to be about $200, $300, something like that. Nothing crazy. I wish I would have held on some more shares knowing this was probably going to go down a lot further, but it's all good. All right, I'm going to jump over to go live with those guys now.
Right? Because this is like the stock of worry. in the market. There's always a stock of worry. For a while, it was Palantir, and Palantir kept driving higher. And what did stocks do? It kept going with the euphoria, right? But then when euphoria breaks and bubbles start breaking around us, what happens? Rotation starts going against you. And you really need to start covering on the names that are going against you. So Sandusk right now, a lot of traders are on high alert to see if this trade goes against them, because they'll just take the money and run. The smarter traders are using like moving averages, and they're not freaking out here. Because when you look at Sandusk on the chart, the daily and the 9 EMA are right there. So it's still in a very strong trend to the upside. It's not in a downward trend. And I think that's where some traders might be getting it wrong, right? I would maybe wait, and I think that's what I really need to do is wait to see finally when this breaks towards the 20 moving average or the 50, which is like to 550. Then it can really start to break the structure and break the pattern. Right now, it's in a holding pattern and can keep going, right? Like
I'm so with you
no
on that.
reason why this can't recover 600, right back to 650, right back to 7, right back to 750.
Max Payne style, yeah. Max Payne. Yeah, I mean, that's a lot of traders, like you're saying, they're chasing their losses when they're, trying to scale front side like that. And they end up just, they maybe lose less than they would have. But yeah, you can just, I think ego tells us, we, especially for me, I've been recognizing this recently, like just let them fight it out and don't try to predict the top. Just wait for it. Even if you don't catch the top of the move, Sandisk will have, once the Max Payne hits, like you say, that's, You'll have plenty of meat on it.
And look how it's holding now. Well, what happened? Sandisk started holding 600, going right back up there, right? So I'm telling you guys, use it as an indicator right now for the overall risk appetite to stay in growth techniques, right? That's the way I view it. It's kind of how we were viewing NVIDIA for a long time when it was going up higher, right? As long as NVIDIA could keep pushing, tech names kind of kept following. Not as significant enough. But what it's telling me, watch how Sandisk starts to create the action WDC. Look at the jump there. Now you're getting the jump to start going to these names. Now you're starting to get flow to BMD, right? And so, hey, if you watch Sandisk break 620s here, 630, watch how quickly the market starts to evaporate all the losses early in the day.
Yeah, we're getting close to even on the market still. XLF still doing amazing. So finance never went negative. It's been at about up 1% all day. Healthcare still positive. Again, never went negative. Doing great there. We're even getting a little bit of a bounce in the Qs now, only down 0.7. So, right, RSP still only down 0.25% from all-time highs. So the entire market still looking fine here. We were down 1% at one point there. Now we're down about 0.3%.
So traders in small caps. This is go ahead. Sorry, no.
I was gonna say that's why I think Smoke Tuna was saying it's a great small cap market. I think where you guys are interesting. You guys are focused very interesting right now because markets aren't doing too much outside of that.
Let's see if my charting's fixed. So annoyed about it. Need your tools as a trader. That's the number one thing I always tell people. You don't got tools.
Small cap traders have not much. BDMD is where all small cap traders have migrated. It looks like, and so this. There's been this theme, like 52-week low tickers are just getting this. Lately, have been trying to reclaim levels, and so we just hit all-time lows, nearly under 30 RSI, and then back up towards the 50-day moving average right now, BDMD. Now, looking left, $1.50 is going to be supply area. 122 is the 50-day moving average. Let's monitor those areas on it, see if today is going to be the day for it. Because outside of that, most all the leading gappers this morning from pre-market have failed.
Yeah, it's just a reverse split. They're all been reverse split to...
Oh, you saw SMX, Josh?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that was. They did a reverse split of a 1 to 4.88. Was
what? What kind of weird numerology nonsense is that? What? Why? 4.88. they had a monkey throw a dart at the board and said, "Let's do a split based off of that number." What?
Right.
Why?
It sounds
get
very
it.
strategic. Yeah, I know. You normally it's like a 1 to 5, 1 to 10, 1 to 50,
Yeah,
1 to
just-
4.88. That's what I saw. They apparently knew the exact price they wanted. They had that in mind. SMX. But hey, security matters. So.
They weren't anywhere near that dollar point, were they? So why are they doing
No, exactly. There's some traders were asking about that. I mean, my consensus is that just a lot of these small cap plays, they want to appear, they want to have the appearance of like some level of reputability because they want their investors to be they want to have investors. They don't want to have day traders. That's my guess. Like if you at a certain price, like in the 1, 2, 3, 4, it's less long-term investors are attracting them and more just intraday volatility trade. I don't know.
But it's like you're not going to get these kind of games will fool some people. They're not going to fool
The big boys.
The big boys. They're not going to look at that and say, "Oh yeah, that's legit." They just look at it and they look at all the times you've done splits on. So I get like the split that you have to do for survival, like you stay, do the split, or we're kicking your butt off our exchanges. Like those make perfect sense to me. With these like out of the blue stuff, it's like, what are you doing?
Yeah, there's a company, JagX. I think that thing has been reverse split, I'd say 1 trillion times in its whole entire. I've seen it since 2017, and it's been reverse split. I can't tell you how many times over and
There's
over.
no shares left.
Well, it was Mullen, right? That was the real. Mullen had like a 7. It's gone now, but it had like a $75 quintillion max price. It was actually messing up people's systems if they brought it up because it reverse split so many times. That it's like who keeps buying this stuff? Like let it go.
All right, yeah, Crow. We do have the couple plays trying to crawl back up. Olb back up towards the dollars. Pre-market 110.
Oh, come on. That's outside linebacker. That's what I call it, a little B. Such a football-driven mind. I'm babysitting my F/slash short, so I'm still sitting in. That's the only thing I'm in right now. Is
back to the well in which you drank last week.
I mean, trading real stocks, man. What's going on?
I know, right? F/slash
actual
or
company.
Fastly.
Legitimate companies that make money and things like that.
Hey, the chart, baby. Yeah, it built up another pretty chart today, so I took advantage
Not a
there.
small cap trader then.
You only got to trade things that when you go check out their head office on like Google Street View, it's like an apartment building, like a crappy looking apartment building at that.
It's crazy. The names that are having the best time, some utility names. So that just goes to show you guys. It's not the same market that you were looking at last year, right? One of the top stocks that I'm watching is American Waterworks.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, you heard me. Talk about water stock. When the hell have you ever heard anyone mention a water stock?
Yeah. Not
Maybe
often.
Steve?
Was it 2025? Yeah, VRT was the top performing S&P 500 name, and it was the first time in history it had ever been a utility stock in 2025 that performed better than everything else. It's generally screwed up a whole bunch of models. There's a whole bunch of people that run models as, if utilities are running, that's bad for the market.
Yeah.
And then AI just destroyed that entirely because now they're not defensive names anymore. They're used as like a proximity of the AI play. So I know a lot of people who had these correlative models that just poof, right? They worked well for like 20, 30 years, but they needed this XLU correlation and just kind of completely went to zero after that.
All right, going to be watching to see what happens there in the Sandusk.
Yeah, SPY pulling back just a little bit here. It's getting back somewhat near the low end of the range today. Really, we broke pre-market highs by a little bit. We broke pre-market lows by a little bit. And then we've done not too much after that. So we need to get some sort of sustained move outside of the pre-market range to to get us going. But again, just like I said, I'm not trusting the sell-off. I didn't trust the rally. I don't trust any of this because of all the stuff that we know is going on, especially Friday. I think I counted like 10 massive market-moving economic numbers coming out on Friday. So there could be a lot of games. So my game plan is any trading I'm going to do, probably going to be out of it, like swing trading, probably going to be out of it before Friday. And take a couple shots here or there, make some money if I can.
They're bringing back even value names. So I think these are those days where you really need to instead, at least for me, right, in like my swing mentality is let's do research today, not necessarily buying. So what you're looking at is what's actually holding up well. Where's the relative strength really holding up, right? Even on a down tape, right? This is very important. You need to see where it's going, right? And money has been really like a fast rotation. And so that's very difficult, right? Like last week, we had days where utilities led. You had days where defensive led. You had days where communication led, right? You had days where even basic materials led. On the first day, Monday, basic materials led. This is why it's important to watch that rotation on a daily kind of basis and see where it's going weekly to week, right? Are you seeing a rotation back to tech? Those types of things are what's going to keep you in the right relative strength names, right? So if you're not doing that research, that's how you get run over.
OLB up through $1, guys. This one, I think Crow's trading it. Good work, Crow. OLB Group announces global partnership with PayPal, as in they probably just, what would you say, Nos? They just added their PayPal button to their website.
Yeah, they just they've got somewhere on like the footer of the website. You can use PayPal now
to accelerate digital payments for small and mid-sized merchants.
Oh, good Lord. These PR companies. This is why I tell you, Kevin, and I think Josh and Kevin, I would give you guys that, is start researching these PR companies. Know exactly how they write their PRs. You're going to start to catch them when they write PRs that are very similar. And so those are how your kind of Tim Grutani, that's your Tim Sykes type of method, right? That's how Tim Sykes actually got like where he got to, right? Because he started to catch on to these PR BSs that is getting put out there. So if you really track the actual PR companies, you'll notice that their PRs are very similar. Their wording and the things that they use, those are the types of things that you can actually target in the long run. But you got to dive deep in penny stock game. That's even too much for me. I don't need to be researching PR.
But then you can do the exhaustive analysis, in which case, sometimes it is very relevant. I saw a clip of Cuban say he would research these penny plays and he made a bunch of money shorting them because he had a guy go out to find like their address. It's like you guys were saying, It would be some warehouse, and he made a killing because it was like these companies obviously were illegitimate to begin with. But sometimes, the illegitimacy can run wild. Your quote, like the irrationality. So it's not a science, of course, but you're absolutely right. You gotta. But knowing that certainly helps you to formulate that. But PayPal's been in tech, in free fall. Yeah, did you guys see the?
PayPal's been awful. Yeah, that's been a dead company.
They've lost competitive advantages for years now, and they're not going anywhere anytime soon. The only thing that's kept them is certain companies too lazy to get off of them.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. That's the only reason they're still around, because there's some legacy customers that are just too lazy to change everything. So that's why they're still getting business. But when you think about it, there's how many competitors in their space now?
Yeah. I say old people though too, because when I do the stuff I do, they're like, "Do you have PayPal?" And I'm like, "Oh yeah, I do," but I'm like, it's like Facebook customer. People. It's almost like Facebook.
That's what they
people.
call legacy.
Yeah,
legacy.
You're right.
You know what I mean? That's your legacy customer, the one that sticks around no matter what because he's been using it for 20 odd years. He's like, I'm not going anywhere anytime soon, man. It's 20 years of this.
And that guy dies at some point, so that's probably not the customer you want.
That's what happens.
You'll keep that money for a long time, and then he kicks the bucket.
But according to their earnings, they will still have so many loyal, even if they're dead, customers.
All right.
PLYX guys, just alert on this. I know Joe and Crow are trading it. She is. This one did that. Oh my God! This is why you do not hold shorts on these. Like for instance, RIME. 20% short. Who on a 3 million float ticker? Who? Why? Fire them. PLYX. Why? You're literally getting margin call. This thing went up to $66 at like 6 a.m. this morning. you're getting my. So I like the approach you guys were taking as far as scooping this thing up, $66 down to $3. I know Joe's working it from a low 3 entry. So let's monitor it here. Is she starting to get some volume on it to break through at least the high since market open?
Love to hear it. Love to see you guys making some cash out there. Keep cashing out there, traders. Sandus going back and forth, and I think you're seeing the chop out there. I'm going to watch to see if it really breaks down to 600 on the next cut down, because that could be where things let go. So I'll keep watching that.
These days it just blows my mind how you can have 18% short on a company like that. It's been a short cleansing market. That's been the terminology we've been using, because you can't be complacent on these. But sitting up here 3.7s right now. Good work, guys, on this. We got the trend back down to 3.4s, getting some volume on it for this break.
F-slide new low of day. My baby's at new lows too, by the way, so I'm scaling out more. So F-slide just slowly scaling out every new low I see there. So I'm just babysitting over here. Fastly.
CMPS that Tuna's pointing out. This was interesting. Nice little coil. This is on the list for actually an opening range breakout short, but we never got it. So it could be one of those you guys like, coiling back up here. I'm sitting about flat on the day, right? I've got all my shorts going on. I'm down $8. So really do nothing day, but tons and tons of trades going on here. That's for sure.
I'm yelling at my platform, telling them, guys, why did you guys break something? I'm like, why did you guys break it, dude? You guys do updates, but there's no need to break things.
Yeah, most places, I'd hope they do the same. Give you the ability to roll it back. Give me a
this thing's going.
Give me the other version.
No, that's why Michael, they do that, right? They released a beta. They was out for the last 2 weeks, but then they immediately take everybody into the beta on an update, and then the thing doesn't work half the time. It's like, come on, dude! You couldn't figure this out when it was in beta mode.
Because I remember with my work at Trade Ideas, we'd never force them to upgrade, and we'd go on the system. We'd see one guy who's using a version we put out 15 years ago. I actually called him hey man, you ever think an update? And he's like, nope. He's like, it does exactly what I want it to do. I don't know what else craziness you guys are putting in there, but he was a very old seasoned trader. He had a very simple trading strategy that he just needed for, and he just said, nope. So I'm good.
Oh.
I'm good to go. As long as my computer will run it, I'm not moving.
Right. Also, there's one thing because I bought so much Nike gear back in the day. The one super proud one I'll never forget getting an email, but I was a beta user for the Nike app before it was ever released, and that was the coolest thing. So we get to test it out and buy shoes before people. There's 3 or 4 pairs of shoes I still have from that. But that was one of the coolest things ever. I was like, that was a nod to hey, thank you for spending the thousands of dollars for us or from us at all of our stores. Would you like to be a beta user? I'm like, yes, thank you. This is awesome. That was in 2015, I want to say. Yeah, that was forever ago, but that was really, really cool.
All right, let's see if Sanda starts getting crushed here. VIX right back to the highs here. Let's see it. I'm going to be watching to see what happens here.
SPY already at lows of the day. So that's it, lows of the day already, just FYI. Not by much, but definitely cracked those new lows.
Big ask lining up. PLYX at 401. Let's see if she gets... Let's see if the ask gets eaten up at $4. And then
hold on. What did you just say?
Yeah, you really enunciate that K, or we're gonna get flagged over here.
I heard myself saying
you
it.
gotta use the beep button.
I was like, I don't know. I got it.
All right. I'll be right back. I gotta go. I'm gonna go chug some Dayquil. Man, these kids. I'm gonna do that on stream. Just watch me chug 1.5 liters of Dayquil. I'll be right back.
Kevin, I didn't know you had an OF.
You didn't? Yeah.
I didn't know that's how you make your money on the side. Side income, side hustle.
Yeah, Kevin used to work in Vegas at the. He was one of the men from down under. What was that? What was that joint you're on in Vegas?
Keep it peachy.
Dude,
Keep it
guy.
peachy.
Wow. tax it.
Well, I mean, look,
Indeed, man.
I wasn't.
Tuesdays indeed.
I wasn't lying. I mean, 401. That was
Miami style Fat Tuesday. Let's go, baby.
yeah.
We'll see what happens, guys. Look at that Sandus chart. I think this is the vital chart of the day, guys. I've been talking about it. We'll go to my charts and just take a look into that. And this is why I try to sometimes stick to things, because I want you guys to sometimes think about it, right? Because there's a reason why I've been bringing it up. This is your risk appetite, this name right here. If this name doesn't want to completely rip back up to 700, the risk appetite disappears from the market. If this name dips today towards 570s, watch how things just... Oh, crap. Oh, that's exactly how the big investor gets. Oh, crap. Because this is holding up the market. These areas, these stocks, your ASML, right? Look at this name in the last, and we can go to a daily chart, kind of point it out, right? This is what's been holding up the market, guys, right? Like this price action, right? These are names that have completely flipped from last year, right? If these break, watch out. Your ASMLs, your AMATs, your Sandust, that's a memory trade. That's your hardware trade that's kind of holding in there. If that goes bye-bye, well, then you know what happens. Or you could be like Michael and just let a bot kind of trade for you. And if you need some little Davix to get you through, baby, get you through. Get you through.
This will be gone by the end of the day for sure. Not sponsored, obviously, but yeah, just get me going. And yeah, it's funny. I had someone DM me earlier today and say, okay, well, what do you need in order to get bearish? And
that is a good question.
My response was,
he did better than I do. Hire that guy.
Maybe a little bit dickish, but it was just like stocks going down.
I like it.
Most stocks are at within like 5% of all-time highs. So, right, hit me up,
Michael Noss answer.
I think the main thing is that I know I'll be late, right, and I'm okay with that. I'm always late. I'm late on the bottoms. I'm late on the top, and that's just kind of the nature of being a trend follower, right? I'm 100% okay that if the market breaks down here, by the time I'm getting out of things, I probably missed like 5-10% off the top. But if every time the market took a wiggle, I wouldn't have gotten like the 100% rip or whatever the hell we were doing since 2022. So, it's just show me breadth, show me kind of an overwhelming amount of stocks that are going down, and it's probably actually a good time I can tease you guys on something here that I've been building a way to systematize this, right, as opposed to guessing. So this particular chart right here is color coded based off of how many internal indicators are either positive or negative, right? And you can see it does a pretty good job of going into like a yellow kind of warning mode before, again, never hitting the top. But, right, this is 2020, went yellow before the drop. Here's 2018, went yellow before the bear market. Right, 2022, same kind of thing. And then even 2025, this bear market. So what this is, and again, just a chat I had with Perplexity, or Claude, just walking around and saying, okay, let's grab all the major things that people look at for things that they're worried about the market, and let's just create a score. So right now we're 80% bullish, right? And it's just simple things like, the VIX is below 28, the VIX is below the 50-day moving average, the SPY relative to its 200-day moving average, a bunch of trend following indicators as well. So if you're ever like worried about what to do, right, you can just build these very basic systems and just go through and spot check them. Does it do a good job warning me before things hit the fan? Well, yeah, like we got red, yellow here. So then what I end up doing is I end up testing it. See if I can find the test for you guys. By basically just going back and saying, okay, I built a model that says if we're green, I am 150% in the market. And then if we're yellow, I'm 50% in the market. And then if we're red, I'm 0% in the market. And smokes, the S&P 500 over the long run. So yeah, it's a very simple, like, weight of the evidence kind of approach to things that I think is really, really cool for people to start thinking about, right? And this was, I walked the dogs, right? And I put Claude in my ear. And by the time I got back, it had the code for this set up in TradingView, just completely done for me. And it was just, I'm going to go for a walk, and I'm just going to say, okay, like, go look on the internet. Tell me some things that people look at for breadth indicator, right? And NYSE versus high low trending up. Okay, great. Right. So what I'm starting to do now is I'm taking my current existing kind of swing trading investment systems and using this as a potential regime filter, where maybe when things are not green, I am only trading half size, and when they're super green, I'm trading full size or even leverage, and things like that. So
quickly,
yeah,
I wanted to jump in here. You said you talked to Claude. Sounded like Iron Man talking to Jarvis. Does Claude have initial standing for? Does it stand for something like Jarvis did?
No, that's Anthropic's thing. But funny enough, I don't know if you guys have been seeing this OpenClaw thing. Basically, it's an AI, agentic AI you can have to, like, build your computer. So I built one, and of course I named it Jarvis, and I can talk to it. I can talk to it on Telegram, so I can be away from my thing, and I can be like, "Oh yeah, I forgot to run this report. Do it for me," and it just turns on, and it can start clicking the button on the computers.
That's so cool.
Like,
This is why you gotta lean in. You gotta lean in, boys.
Well, and it's simple stuff. Like, I have for Stats Edge trading, for my service, I have to run all this day trading stuff, and it's kind of annoying. It only takes like 10, 15 minutes, but I have to do it every night around 7 o'clock my time. And I'd rather be, playing with kids and doing whatever. So that was the first thing. It took me about a week of trial and error, and now it wakes up every day at 7 o'clock, and it just runs the report and just sends me a little link at the end on Telegram. Says, "Hey man, I'm done. Just, proofread it, make sure it makes sense, and hit a button and send it off." And that's the kind of stuff. That's why these software stocks are getting murdered, because that's amazing. It's going to save me.
This is the new age, and if you
I
don't
saw
get
your
with it,
post, Money Mitch, on as far as like the housing, is that like the affordability is at the worst it's ever been, and then you were mentioning the car loans, and now you throw in like all these jobs that are about to get slashed.
I mean, there's some real trouble that can happen in this market, guys. It's just more, has anything really broken just yet? No, it's all thinking, right? That's what I think Michael is pointing to, that he's trying to tell you guys, don't worry too much about thinking, right? And so that's the thing early.
We don't have to think anymore, yeah.
Well, and my favorite quote on this was Peter Lynch, one of the greatest investors of all time. And one of his famous quotes was, "More money has been lost preparing for the bear market than in the bear market itself," right? Just think about the last few years. There's so many people who are worried about this or that number is degrading or this number looks bad or whatever, and they missed like 40%, 50% rip up. It's like, okay, I would rather make the 50% rip up and take a 15% haircut on the way back down. Right. And, it's the beauty of trend following, is just stay involved in the market until the trend changes, and get out. Know you're going to miss the top. Know you're going to miss the bottom. But yeah, that's one of my favorite quotes, of more money lost. And he is. Lynch is the boss, but more money has been lost preparing for the bear market than in the bear market itself. And that's not even considering opportunity costs. Like, there's people out there who, and I saw it in the hedge fund game, where they weren't losing money, but after 2008, they would refuse to get back into the market. They kept waiting for the next shoe to drop of the great financial collapse. And those guys they didn't lose money. They just lost their jobs. Because why am I invested with you not doing anything? I invest with this guy who's buying stocks. And then we had like the greatest 13-year bull market of all time. And the whole way up, I think part of the difference for me is I'm old, right? The whole way up, everyone was just saying there's going to be a double dip recession. It looks awful this time. Everything's going to be bad. And the market just made new all-time high. And that's when I really got big into technical analysis, because I was seeing these technical analysts just making a killing because the market was just ripping, and all these fundamental guys popping up on CNBC saying, no, everything's going to be bad. Zero interest rate policies are going to be horrible and blah, blah, and just 20 years of just let's send it.
We will see right here. I think this is a vital spot here, guys. I got break even on the VIX just a second ago, but I started to see Sandust kind of playing in on this symmetrical triangle. Now it's made 3 attempts to break over 615 today on a trend line. I'm watching to see if that will end up breaking down here. I can show you guys the chart right here, symmetrical triangle. You can see how it's kind of playing in there, right? And so you can see the touches. What do we always say? We're going to look for the 4th touch to fail here. So you look for a move into this move and then to see if it fails, right? So I'd actually look to see if it breaks that and creates a wick pattern here to the upside. If you do get a closing pattern on, let's say, a deeper time frame, right, and you start to actually close up, let's say, above 620s, that's kind of your bullish sign, and you start to see quick recovery. So going to look to see if we get a quick pop here towards like 616 or something like that, and then looking to see if we get that quick takedown right afterwards back to the downside of the break, right? That would give you those 3 looks to the upside, an attempted breakout, and then a failure going back towards this 605 level. That's where you should see volume increase, and then look for to see if it breaks down towards this first low, which is the 591, right?
Yeah, we actually had a beautiful example too, symmetrical triangle here on OBAI this morning.
Nice.
Ticker's just been bleeding on off, but pretty much exactly what you're saying with the increase in volume, and then it's just getting tighter. And it was about the 4th test. 1, 2, and then 3 bounced up, and then 4, just trickling down. It's just how many times can you knock on that door before you start? Oh, we had another really good example too of this on NCI, which we did go over. I didn't get the trade here. NCI. This was this popped up above kind of that line. It looked like it was this was in a triangle here. I'll draw it out, but it looked like it was getting the bounce, but it was a failed bounce. Again, when they're overbought in general, kind of like your Sandus trade, where it looks like, okay, hey, we're breaking
example, right?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, that came to the trend line. Then you look for the pullback. You look for the breakout above. If it can't hold that breakout, it's usually going to come back and test support. That's why I trade this trade. That's why the lipo goes off for me, guys, is that you at least know, like, hey, this is the moment where the stock should really continue to push. And if it doesn't give you that push, it's going to probably test back all the way to support. Usually support is very far from there. So you have 2 trades to put on there, right? You can either go short, trying to get it down to that support, or you can say, hey, I'm going to look for the support to come playing back in, and then look to see if we get a bounce off of there, right? Is there a big buyer waiting there to jump in? Right, in the trade, right? That's the seller that you sell into if you're on the short side, right? You're like, I'm shorting into you, and then he goes and buys it at the bottom, right? So realize there's always 2 sides, but I think it's very important to look for those kind of ups and downs and kind of those how patterns go, right? They go in waves, right? They don't just go in one direction and then no pullback, one direction. Those are kind of more buying program moments where it's just momentum breakouts. Majority of the time, stocks go up and down. It's a wave pattern, right? You want to be watching those waves and trying to position yourself the best you can, right? That's just what it comes down to. How do you do that? Well, you got to determine what are your strategies. Are you a support buyer, resistance buyer, right? Thing in the middle. Don't be that pig. Pigs get slaughtered, guys.
I hear pigs get fat, and the hogs are the ones that get slaughtered.
Oh, okay.
Do they?
I've been talking about my hogs like that now.
The hogs get slaughtered all the time, right?
Yeah, it's like be greedy, but not too greedy.
You guys had a good player, right? It's on the Sixers now, right? Was he on the pod?
Oh, you're talking about? Yeah. Well, we have another one. This
PLYX.
Yeah, we got a couple dudes. We got one for Orlando down there. You're close to the one of them. The dude that plays for Orlando, Black. His last name's Black.
I know Black.
Anthony Black. Yeah, he's a baller. But yeah, we've had some studs over the last 5-10 years.
Yeah, that's important. Edgecombe, right? Was Edgecombe on the?
No.
No, I know he's on some Midwest team, probably. No, he's not on a popular team. So.
PLYX there, ripping just a bit.
Yeah,
you guys can go to that.
Joe and Crow, good work, guys. Anybody else on
Get that
PLI?
money, right? Get that money, boys.
Well, and just we were talking about that indicator that I was building. So this is the back test of it, and essentially just leveraging up when it's going green and down when it's going red. And it's 12% year over year growth versus the 9% in the S&P 500, but max drawdown of 20% versus 50, right? So that's really what I'm focused on there, and that's just the chart. So the green lines, just using that indicator, and the red lines, using the S&P 500. So just less drawdowns, which is again what I'm looking to do. And then the beauty of it, just like I always talk about, is you take the thinking away from yourself. Right? Am I worried about this report that came out, or that number, or this thing, or that thing? It's like, no, just I'll wait the end of every day. I'll look at it. I'll say, is it green or red? If it's green, I'll still be buying stocks. If it's red, maybe I'll back off just a little bit.
Finger on the sell button. Nos, do you have any special data on PLYX in regards to the float? Because the basic FinViz is not providing that. I think she's a recent IPO, but it IPO'd at like $45, and it's been selling off since then. So if we do have any data, I mean, this thing could be heavily shorted. We just hit lows again. The theme here.
You're talking about Compass?
PLYX.
PLYX.
I'm looking here. I'm just going to use
Phoenix name. That's a tough one.
Volume 4 million. I'm seeing in the float from TradingView. FinViz doesn't have anything for me either, even though I've got like the advanced whatever of FinViz. I'm seeing 100 million in Vault market cap, 4 million shares in the float total. I'm gonna go look for short. I like shortsqueeze.com is one of the good ones.
Okay.
Try that.
What a website name, shortsqueeze.com.
I know. They're old school.
There's your pop.
big
I told you.
sell-off,
That's why I literally just said there. I said POX, take that profit. That pop was coming in, so there's that quick liquidation sweep. That's where I saw that coming.
Let's see what happens here, though, because if shorts are underwater here, they're going to be.
Yeah, it could.
They had
heavily
orders
push.
out to cover. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm not seeing.
Not seeing that.
It might just be because it's an IPO, so there just might not be that data. They might not have been alive long enough to have short float report it. So
That's a good example here, though, guys, of just, again, not over leveraging, because you can get those 40, 50 cent moves like that. Man, Joe and Crow were in on this. Low threes. Good work.
Yeah, and what did it do down there, right? 3 pops to resistance, a hold to support. 4th time was your breakout.
Right.
I mean, the rule of 3, guys, I don't, this is the only thing I've ever felt like I don't want to tell people about. There's never anything else that I've ever heard in finance that I'm like, oh, maybe I just don't tell people about this. So look more into that. I think you can play those patterns. They work for some reason. I don't know why. At this point, I don't even know why. Like, I can tell you guys, I've tried to do the research of why it's on the 4th try, but it just seems like that's just the basics of the pattern, right? Especially triangles, flags, wedges, right? Wedges are a little bit tighter because sometimes you'll get more of that bounce between the resistance and the support, right? As it's getting tighter and tighter, you're just getting that ping pong action. But especially on flag patterns or horizontal patterns, when you're getting that attempt to go to that 4th time to break out, if it's not giving you that breakout, a lot of times I'll think break down. If it's giving me the breakout, then at that point, I know that the 3rd support should hold. And then I can use that as my risk level, right?
Yeah.
And so that's why I think it's such a good mentality, right? Because it also gives you the mentality of sizing into the position, right? A lot of people to ask me, well, how do I size into a position? Look at this Palantir chart right in front of you, right? Look, like you want to be sizing in when it's hitting those support tries, right? So you could have gone in, let's say 50 shares on the 1st time. Okay, the 2nd support try, it holds that same spot. Well, now I'm in a double size. Now I'm going to go towards 150. And then, it's on the 3rd try up. Any pullback that can hold the support and then break it the next time, I'm going to go and add on the breakout. That's adding the right way. That's adding in specific key areas, using a strategy to go about it, and that's going to give you the best ability to combine a pattern approach with position sizing, right? And so that's what you also want to be thinking about. Maybe you have the right strategy, but you don't have the right way to go about it in position sizing. This is a whole nother part of your strategy that you need to be thinking about.
Yeah, I love that because it's just get in at an area where, like, if it doesn't work, the risk is so minimal, and that's how Joe got in this at that level. I mean, perfect. If it doesn't get the volume, I mean, the risk relative to the reward on this massive, and again, leaving the 10% to head on to Jupiter. Good work, Joe.
Why not Saturn? Just asking.
No, because too many rings. I don't know.
Couldn't make a smooth sailing there.
It's all about that ask. What can I say? All right. That's when Michael left, as you noticed. He knows when to get out before he gets canceled. Yeah, guys, I'm going to actually hop because I got to go deal with my this lovely platform. They want me to delete it and bring it back. So I got to go work on some things like that. Guys, we'll be focusing on the market to see what's going on. I can see that they came after basic materials, energy today, technology down over 1%, even defensive down over a full percent today, telling me that essentially nothing could hold up. Healthcare is up, but it's not up at all. Like it's a 0.19, right? Like it's nothing. And utilities are up 0.2. But it's really nothing because since the open, it's 0. So pretty much staying unchanged. It's utilities. And healthcare, slight 0.15 up, right? But even financials are down. Pretty much everything just not being able to hold on. We'll see if this changes by the end of the day. This is why it's important to know your morning outlook, your afternoon outlook, and then the end of the day outlook. Because a lot of times, markets can change. See you guys next time. And where do you keep up with that? Right here. Trade the Pool, of course, guys. And I'll see you over at the earnings streams. There is some earnings streams going on this week, guys. A little bit of lower names, but our boys will be there. See you guys. Take care.
Appreciate you, gentlemen.
Yes, sir.
Later, guys.
Later, guys.
Good stuff. What is... I've got to go to...
Oh, I can't help it, Josh. 31-year-old man. I like some juvenile humor here and there. Look, you're 10 years my senior. You still like a little juvenile humor.
I mean, that's Oh, trust me. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Yes, and yes. Yes, and yes. I mean, it's just one of those things. Just grow up watching what we did with, like we've talked about, SNL and Living Color. But then those characters, all those different actors and actresses. So yeah, you're just like that's instilled into you to be just if you grew up in that era to be kind of goofy and just. Relaxed at times, it doesn't always have to be serious. And real quickly, earnings today. We got Pan W this afternoon, CNDS. Nothing too crazy today, it doesn't look like. I know, of course, Steve will keep you posted tomorrow. We've got, BKNG. We got our Carvanas tomorrow. That'll be a good one, actually, tomorrow afternoon. That'll be a pretty big one to watch. And the big one on Thursday will be, we got BABA, but it doesn't have a time, at least on the NASDAQ.com doesn't show a time. A lot of big ones in the morning, Walmart in the morning. Of course, we'll have it in the morning, but we're talking about for the afternoon. And next week's going to be the bigger one, or I said the bigger one, but the last big week will be next week when we have, next week we have, I think it's NVDA. NVDA is next Wednesday. Next Wednesday. That's the last big daddy. They always wait to the very end.
Yeah, good work, guys. Thank you, Joe, for running that poll. Looks like, for the most part, look, 22% flat so far, 67% green. I think that's good statistically. Look, Josh, today it's just comical because I came into today. I'm like, look, this is essentially Monday. Like volume's going to be spread out. We got to let the dust settle, kind of thing. And all I've taken to ATOM on the 5 on the short there for ATOM. Just some gas money there, pretty much. But it was funny, Josh, because I'm sitting here waiting, and everything like at the bell is just dumping. It's just a dump fest. So a little didn't chase anything. I'm fairly disciplined about that, but obviously just watching it all dump before your eyes is a little, especially when I'm mainly a short seller in this space. But outside of that, yeah. What do you have other than you got
It's
the
just
Fastly,
F-Slide.
right?
That was F-Slide for me today. It was my baby. So F-Slide's just been my only one that I traded today was FSLY, going back to the old well. Yeah, and then now just kind of sit back because like you said, there was really nothing at the bell that I liked that looked good. Everything was kind of cracking away, and I was like, well, that's not, of course, recently here, me, I'm wanting to go long or go for bounce plays. And so nothing really provided for that really early on. And then I just went over, which I alerted in my morning alerts, looking for a short on F-Sly back on down to 17 or so. Well, anyway, so yeah, it was a good short. It ended up working out pretty good. It's bouncing at my where I scaled out at low of day. So yeah, it's just one of those days where now you just sit back and wait and watch and see if you find a move or your buddy. I say your buddy, but I still have orders up here at 3. But your buddy soon. I know this is like when you're going back to the well, that's one of yours I know you've been looking at for the past week or two or whatever, but that's another one there. I don't know if did you look at Soon earlier?
Yeah, that was on the watch list. What's she doing right now? I mean, Ply X selling off right now, guys. Look, with Ply X, it's in a little DT on the VWAP, but let's just look. This is my thoughts, Josh. Moving into today, it's like I want to let the bulls and bears fight it out. If we are going to see selling pressure after this 5 tap, I don't mind riding it on down, but I'm just waiting a little bit more for confirmation today. But in regards to Soon I like just based off of the fact that she's up hundreds of percent from last a couple weeks ago, 68 cents to 2.5. But she is holding up real well in a healthy manner. That like the 2 level on Soon is something to monitor. It's energy, so that sector's been doing fairly well here lately too. So yeah, I think there's a trade on Soon. I related it a little bit to even though they were in separate spaces, they were the same kind of price range and up percentage wise. But NCI was a great symmetrical triangle crack. It was that fake out, breakout, back down, the 4th test, like Money Mitch was saying, and she's just been bleeding off.
That's
so
what early on I stopped trading breakouts for that reason. I would always get burned, and that's when I then started, of course, like I talked about, started trading the trend line cracks, and I started trading trend line cracks instead. Because that's what I'd see too often. Yeah, I just saw that way too often. And I love getting back to this. I just need to start going long when it starts working more often. Boy, look at where I scaled out. Low of day, bro. Look at the bounce play from there upward. Oh man, it's funny. And then I scaled out my last shares here at my entry price, which I got into this play right here. She was cracking down for more, but yeah, that was pretty funny that I'll go back to this, and I love when I see this. But it's like, man, why didn't you go long, you guru? But yeah, right there at low of day, and this had a crazy liquidation sweep at the opening bell. So this popped up really hard. I don't know if you saw that at the open bell from F-Slide, of course, and looking at it now. But yeah, of course, the crazy play this morning, which we'll go back to, this PLYX. This is just absolutely bonkers. This right here, I didn't see that. Were you up live? Did you actually see that move up today and that massive upper shadow?
No, I was on daddy duty, but traders in the Discord were mentioning it, and I pulled that up, and I'll just shake my head like this absolute. I mean, you have as these small cap low float plays, you can't sit in them short. I mean, it's just you're going to get margin call if you're sitting in a play like that. You're down an infinite amount of money, like negative balance. Where I've talked to because on the Friday night streams we've talked to the guys that are down negative amounts on that kind of a move,
right.
And the broker can hardly even liquidate them, but they will if they when their system detects that. It might have just been an error on that. But yeah, that was a great Friday night live stream, by the way. We had a really good turnout, a lot of good activity. We'll keep those up, guys. It's just a great time hanging out overall on my stream. We'll do Josh's next time, but make sure you guys jump into those as well, where we hang out, talk stocks, get ready for the next week.
I'll have to miss this Friday. We're good, but then which of course is still a couple days away. But then the following Friday, I could jump in from New Orleans. I guess I could jump because it'll be you're hosting it, which makes it perfect. I will jump in. I'll be hosting my AKNR, my third one, so it'll be in New Orleans.
Oh, let's have a party with your guys. Yeah. You and the guys jump on over. PLYX bouncing right now, traders. Again, I'm not biased here. I just want to see which who is underwater and where. what levels, trader analysis. But yeah, that'll be fun. And Crow and guys in chat, Tack, Tuna, Joe, T Web, any of you, the Friday night live stream's open for you guys to give you a voice, to hang out, chat, get things off your chest, get ready for the next week. It's where it's open mic night, if you will, karaoke night if you want to. Look, come on, Joe. We've heard we wanted that karaoke night in Florida. We wanted to hear that singing voice, so we'll get that singing voice ready for one of these Friday night live streams. Ply X, let's see what 5's going to do. We couldn't really hold up and over it. That's why I say over-unders risk. Everybody, mind you this, traders. Look, I mean, this is a perfect example of this. If you're a newer trader in here, never, ever, ever, ever put your stop at the whole dollar, because everybody does that. All the volume on this ticker, the most volume on the day was right at 501. So you got to put it at an abnormal level. Put it at 513. Put it at oftentimes the 20 that I've seen, you guys know, is magic. So I normally will do like 0.23, 0.27, and even ladder them. The ladder approach on your stops, where it's like, man, because otherwise, how many of us have been in a situation where we top tick something and it goes, if you're long, it just shoots up from there. So the ladder approach is really good for stops. Like, just ladder them 3-4 different places, spread out that risk.
Ladder them. Love it. Right now, Adam's moving back on up. That's the one I am still looking at today. It's really PLYX has the majority, I think, of buyers. FSI, it's just, again, it's becoming a little bit more of a multi-day mover, so that one I don't think is fully done yet on FSI. But yeah, it's Adam, it's PLYX. I think that's where the mob's at. And you kind of you're shifting back and forth from the ones we've looked at through the last hour or so, from FRGT, or if it was OLB or whatever it might be, you'll get those random pumpers. But today, nothing. I think it gives it that possibility, as I talked about to my, my crew earlier this morning in pre-market into the opening bell, that, hey, PLX, don't be surprised if it does pop up, just because how much it moved in pre-market. It has a lot of range there now, so a lot of traders, can see, oh, wow, this could have, a lot of course, I'd say, there's no way a quarter to a third of the people trading this are that newer. I want to trade now. They're they're just newer traders, or they're still rookies, or they're struggling maybe a year in, but they have that FOMO mob mentality, and they're thinking of, oh my gosh, this has so much room to run. This could really go crazy, No, it's probably not, but it still has room to run. But there's just so many people trading this. I would say a good third of the people trading POIX today have that thought process of, to the moon. This has so much room to run, and just knowing that, again, back to what we talked about, like Money Mitchell's talking about, just knowing keywords, as I would call them, in small caps, and how they keep, like, and going back to what was so funny, I'm going to be like, JagX, I'll never forget, not only back to the reverse split thing, he was like, Money Mitchell's talking about how they'll kind of put out the same PR, but they'll just reword it a little differently. JagX did this, I can't tell you how many times back in the day, they'd put out the same PR once a month, or once a month they put out essentially a PR that was just like the one before. It was ridiculous. And you'd see it pop up from like 70 cents to 110, and it would come right back on down. Like, yeah, same PR anyway. And so it's like, who's trading this, and why do they keep? But you just realize these things, and it's a rinse and repeat process essentially. And that's how I trade when I'm looking at tickers and charts. I just essentially memorize what charts I like to look at, and then just trade those over and over and over. Atom Bomb starting to move back on up right here. So, another one that's not, it's not up a lot on the day. I think it's only up about 20-25%, but a good chart. Running, that bounce back off that 50 EMA. I talked about that in my live stream earlier, somewhere in this 420 area. It didn't quite get down. I had orders earlier, and then I canceled them. But it's nice to know that I had the right area and right thought process of where I wanted the bounce play, and here she goes right back on up. And nice little, you can see this nice wedge. We crack it. Then we break the overall downtrend, and now we're just on this nice overextended bounce play back on up. It's another decent move for the day there, besides your PLYX. Other than that, LFS, former runner, this is why we keep a watch list out. This has popped up multiple times over the past few months. It's just on the watch list from popping on up. Other than that, your movers from early in the day, dead. BDMD, bleh. I guess it's not bad, but it's kind of dying back on off here. Stuck in between the WAP and the 50. SOPA, the ROPA. Well, this is a former runner that went bananas. It's up today, but it's, again, just former runners. But you can see here, nothing too crazy. I'd say POIX has that chance to go crazy if we get one. Bro, and large caps too. By the way, just across the board, really. Apple's only went up on the day. NVDA, look at the W down here at the bottom here. W, look at it ripping back on up here, team. Double bottom ripping back on up. Double bottom, close to a little wonky on the SPY there. I think Q's is cleaner. Pretty clean on the SPY. It's almost a triple bottom there on the Q's. Microsoft founds a bottom. I think Meta actually has a really nice W shape, if I'm not mistaken. It's close. It's a W, but right side's a little bit lower. We are definitely finding bottoms and rolling. Oh, it's AMD. AMD has the really pretty W. That's the one. Look at that perfect double bottom W right there, team. Ripping back onto the top side, so he'd chill off at the opening bell. It's kind of what Michael was talking about with Nas, and I just don't feel we're there yet. But he's like, yeah, when stocks are moving down, like, when are we going to get the sell off? I'm like, we're not there. We keep getting this. These sweeps down, sweep back on up. Sweep down, sweep back on up. Not quite there yet.
Yeah, I'm ready for the TCGLs to be back here, man. LWs.
It was a hot pre. I will say, to that, to shade of those guys that took advantage in pre-market, it was a hot pre-market. We had a lot of new tickers. I was surprised after a 3-day weekend. I guess a lot of it comes back to what RIME did on Friday, which I didn't put on the. I think I took it off my watch list possibly because it just look at the sell-off at the bell. But if you go back to Friday, RIME was a really good squeeze here. I was going live. I always go live on Fridays all day. And we got this nice good squeeze here in the afternoon. I was surprised to see a play go from 1:30 all the way up to 4, as you can see here at the closing bell, then go all the way up to 6 and after hours. So you think about where we went in about 4 hours there from 150 up to, essentially about a $5 spike. 2, 3, whatever, 100% move. Okay, and then we come into pre-market. Maybe that did get some stuff going, with the different tickers we had. But yeah, like you were saying, everything just kind of sold off. POX trying to make that move back on up today, but this kind of, I think, sparked a little bit of energy back to small caps. But yeah, it kind of has been then since that move on Friday and pre-market onward here, we just are kind of lackluster in my opinion. You monitored anything over there for a trade?
Yeah, so there's just a couple. I'll swing it over here. So I was looking at trying to find some news on this SMJF. It halted down, opened at $1 from 4. So just taking a peek there. I didn't see any news on it. Let me take a look.
Just as PLT.
Offering. Well, offering in December. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure here. SMJ International, just random halt down. There's just some volatility there. So monitoring that, perhaps a dead cat bounce or lower. We'll see. Rhyme, of course, still taking a look there. She's trying to hold 3 now. AI, large sell-off out of the gates. Then, of course, the PLYX trade is where I agree. I mean, this is where small cap eyes are, but she just formed a lower high.
Yeah. Back under 430, we'll see some more blood. Adam for the slow and steadies out there. I would say that's where we're at anyway today. We're not really getting that bigger mover, and that's where today is a good day to work on patience and work on discipline. But ATOM is a nice, good, slow and steady play too. I love that play. Back up to $5.
Well, we had 30% of the traders are no trade today, so that's flat or no trade. That's great. Adam is okay. This is what happened. This was my only trade. That fast move up towards 5. Now again, this formed a descending triangle, but this was a trap. Obviously, I mean, taking a look, it cracked under, and then smacked it again, got rejected, and then she's just been in trap mode now. Oftentimes, we see this, Josh, where bull flag, bear flag doesn't matter. They'll accumulate, and then once it gets the volume, that's got to be invalidated or make sure you're staying rigid with those rules, because now once we hold back above this line here, that should be an invalidation now. Okay, we're popping back over it. We're holding that level over under hold. Because again, what's our leading play this morning? Right now, PLYX. That 5, like I was mentioning earlier, let's not stop right on 5 or 501. That's why we utilize, and I learned this from Nate over Investors Underground, he says over under, which I love. It's like I'm not going to have a hard stop right there. You can have soft stops in certain places, but this over under methodology says I need to see if it's going to validate or not. Invalidate. Now, the validation would be sustained volume to hold it. But if you look at my chart here, look at the volume here at the 5. That was the peak. Now we're forming like a head and shoulders on the volume. So again, it's not like this play is done, but the volume is gonna paint the picture here.
It's gonna paint a picture. What's up, Trevor? How you doing, handsome brother? Over in Ireland. He's in Ireland. Yeah, I'm right there with you at that same support area. Starting to look a little cracky, a little weak here. Hey, you know there's always Mr. No. No volume. Speaking of, no volume. All right, so go back here. That's what I was saying. At least in a 1 minute time frame, we've got that the moving average not only with the VWAP lined up together. We get this beautiful liquidation sweep 2 times there with those lower shadows. This is huge with those wicks back below 430. I don't see how she doesn't come back down. I know she's minimum there, as I was going to say. I don't see how she doesn't come down to 405, and there it comes. Right down to this little plateau right there. And there's that sell-off a little bit more.
DT crack. Okay, but now remember, ATOM was a descending triangle crack that turned into just pretty much a trap. So
Right.
again, it's got to be over under. We need to see what she's going to do here. Don't anticipate it. Let's react to it. If it's going to do an ATOM, curl back around, hold that support, like get back up through that prior support. Now resistance. Let's just monitor the action here. Let's monitor the action on it.
I'll put these lines in too to see if we hold these. But yeah, man, I'm looking forward to New Orleans. Yeah, we'll definitely. That'll be sweet going live. When you go live, I'll be down there with my crew. Aussie Chick, she'll be there. She's in chat. You always see Aussie Chick. Fred Austin Trader. When you see him in chat, if he's in chat now listening, and then we got
Yeah.
we got a few of them coming. We got a few of them coming. Trevor's gonna make it. He was supposed to come, but hopefully he'll get to make it over. He's in Ireland, so it's a little bit of a trip. So yeah. So we even got Trevor coming over from Ireland to make it for an AKNR. But yeah, bro, it's gonna be fun. New Orleans. We got, of course, Fat Tuesday today, so we got full Mardi Gras season going on. So the food down there, of course, and the atmosphere. But then also on Friday, we're gonna hit up the track that you have like a motor speedway. It's like 3 miles long. Got about 12 turns, I think it is. We'll be getting Ferraris and Lamborghinis out and going and having some fun in those, having some laps on the track, my man.
That sounds like a great time.
Yeah, get up to about 160, maybe a little over 160 miles an hour on the straightaways. Yeah, baby. Yeah.
Oh,
baby.
That's not going to be your first rodeo, is it?
Yeah, right. Yeah, it's like
That's like my everyday. It's my everyday speed right there.
yeah, right. Yeah, that's like you always talk about you're not going to the school zone. Yeah, like what's Josh's zone say over there? Okay, speed limit 165. All right. Everyone's just going zoo, 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 zoo. You're like, all right. It's essentially the Autobahn.
You gonna be recording, or have a videographer or something out there?
Oh yeah, for like the track stuff,
Yeah,
or just overall for the event.
or even the seminar. Yeah, the event.
Yeah, I
Just
thought
so we
about
can-
that in the past. So Avery, my wife, could do it. Yeah, now I haven't. I need to get some stuff videoed because I thought about that the last couple of ones, and I won't get all of it done, but I'll have to get some of it recorded. So it's kind of like you can make teasers like shorts off of it. So I'll have a record like, hey, record A's to how yeah, I can coach her up a little bit. Yeah, that's it'll be fun though. Yeah, and outside of I can put videos out there. I'll wear my trade the pool gear one day, and that way I can tag trade the pool, in one of the posts or the shorts that I'll upload. But yeah, man, it's cool. It's a great experience. Just the hands-on being there with them, and and of course then, which the guys that are coming, and of course Aussie Chick, they've been to these before, and it's usually even when we meet new people, when the new people come and just getting to meet them, it's such an awesome experience. It's like what we did in Orlando for the money show, because I know these people, whatever, I'm done one-on-ones with them or whatever, so I know their face usually. Yeah. So it's kind of like you, I know you, I talk to you, but I just haven't ever got to hang out with you, and then so it's just like that essentially, and then you get together and you saw how Orlando was.
Oh man, might take a couple months off the lifespan, but it's worth it.
Yeah, heck, what's a couple months, Once I get that old, because I know I'm getting to 90, forget it. Go ahead and just send it. Send me, go on. Send me.
Apparently, the oldest guy in the U.S. or oldest person, guy or gal, is 111. Watched a clip on him yesterday, and doing fairly well. PLYX still heavy under that trend, guys. 435s, really the level. I'm still monitoring. See,
I've got to be quiet. Someone's at my front door.
what are they selling? Oh boy, do I have to be quiet too? Turn me down.
The front door is right there.
Oh. I hear him knocking. I'll be quiet too. Guys, ATOM is right at its highs right now. ATOM. Here, I'll show the chart. ATOM, this could be a short squeeze going on. Right up at the highs, guys. Look at this V-shaped pattern. V-shape. This is definitely accumulated shorts on it because this was an earnings play. If you remember on Friday, we can zoom out a little bit. This was an earnings play.
He put the door hang on. He put something on the door. He said, "All right, I'm trying to sell something. I'll be back later." Well, we're good to go.
You're good to go. Okay.
Good to go.
All right.
Yeah, that was hilarious. Yeah, when they come up, because that's what sucks. My office, just this, it's one of the bedrooms in the house. Just turned this room into like my game room, office, man cave, whatever. And yeah, the front door's right there, so they can essentially hear me talking.
The Lazarus effect. Yeah. This is Crow. We have who coined that? Was one of us? Somebody coined that. It might have been Fades, or maybe you, Crow. It's just this. From the dead we rise again. ATOM. I mean, it's just straight up. Again, it's like the least expected thing, and so that happens. That ends up happening. PLYX, man, big ask. I'll get rid of the juvenile. Are they back?
What? We're good. No, we're good. Yeah, no, we're good. Oh, we're
good.
Yeah,
I hear Marlon growling.
Yeah, no, she's still just like, she just keeps on going.
Okay.
She's like, hey, someone's out there, and I want to get them. I want to let them know this is not their house.
Guys, PLYX, they're walking this down. The ass keeps stacking up there. 4 5s, 4 3s now, 4 11s. Oh, it's tempting. Let me. If this is not going to get bullish volume on it, we're heading down south.
Yeah, it'd be one of those ones where you get more of that continuation on down. You kind of just stab at it, like earlier. It had that momentum. It right now feels like it has that extra next pull back down. You just got like an average into one of these type of plays. I'm like an Atom here. If I'm looking for one more trade, it's just a bull or slower play for the day. Bounce back off that 480 and VWAP would be what I'm looking for. But other than that, sitting back here, I do like PLYX. Do what?
The soon you brought up is in a symmetrical triangle.
Yeah,
I guess that's the theme of the day. Yeah, this thing is higher lows, squeezing up towards resistance. So that's something's going to happen here with soon in a little bit. ATOM, what do you see on that? What are you thinking? Is she up through 5 yet? Yeah, holding through 5.
Yeah, I'd like it back down at the VWAP if I can get a move back down there. I just don't know if we're going to get the move back down to 5 or 480 in the VWAP. So I love when these lines line up together right here. So we'll see if we get a move back down to this 480 mark. Kind of like where we just got the crack from PLYX. A good bounce play right there on would be a good bounce play for Atom Bomb.
Yeah, I could see it. I mean, I could see it going higher. This is a nasty setup for shorts that are now like what, WTF, ATOM. This thing just went straight back up to the highs on a steep trend line. So shorts are not too thrilled with that move right there. I could see. Another little penny play. GVH just did a big W pattern up towards highs and pre-market highs too. GVH, that was on the back burner list.
Is that one still floating around?
Yes, sir. GVH, the Lazarus effect, Crow. Here we go. Around 11:30. So now some of these plays are As the dust settles, longs start coming in. Shorts had their fun. Now shorts are having a little trouble on a couple of these plays. GVH, ATOM.
Joe, man, that sounds like so much fun. Oh yeah, for sure. Tag, be careful. I'll be careful. Hey, don't worry. We're gonna have 2 Great Danes. 2 Great Danes and 3 Chihuahuas with us, so we'll be fine. And that's not hot. It's winter for us. I don't know where you live at, Tack. Tack, you live in the States. I mean, I don't know. I can't remember where all these guys are at anymore. But yeah, no, it's perfect. February, it'll be perfect for the track. Like 60, 70 degrees outside. Ooh, yeah, it's gonna be perfect. It's gonna be fun.
GVH on earnings. Yeah, the name of the game here. Patience.
That's one thing about soon. The just volume is so low. GVH, yeah, got that nice W shape too. It looks like a lot of the large cap plays with those W shapes and double bottoms for the day. You don't usually see them that perfect, but boy, that's a pretty nice W there on GVH. Waiting for the bounce play. Adam, I like this back down at this 480 area, so this is the only play I'm going to be looking to trade, get into this last 30 minutes of my usual trading day anyway, if I'm even trading at this point. Just waiting for bounce plays usually.
I think it's a good candidate for it because, again, like on a pullback now, I as a short, I know what shorts are saying. Like, if any pullback, I'm out. Like, I ain't messing around with this straight up move anymore on ATO and back up to the highs because it's not a clean fade anymore. Before it was, right? ATOM hit the magic 20. Now it's giving a little pullback, magic 20. But yeah, it was a clean fade, descending triangle, cracked under that. Okay, hold your position end of day kind of style. But that hasn't been working on some of these tickers, right? Holding till end of day.
Right.
So ATOM giving a little pullback down towards 5. Man, the 20 hit. I know how Mitch was saying, like, it's hard to explain, like, the third, fourth test kind of thing, and the 20 cents that for me. It's just, it's hard to explain. It's just, you see it. It just happens over and over.
Let me get some water. Be right back.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Now every time I move, now my dog's like, I move, look at the dogs, like, oh, we can go now? We went the front door. Who was at the front door? That's so funny. I'll be right back.
Still monitoring the only play I'm seeing in a halt right now is this SMJF on the halt scanner. It's getting good volatility there. Interesting name. Resume price is 115 that I'm seeing. Outside of that, our soon is still in this symmetrical triangle pattern, guys. If it's anything like that pattern, though, from NCI this morning, it just kind of sketches me out. Now, again, I think this energy play, there's more reputability behind it versus the consulting company NCI, where we didn't really have much of any backing there. So monitor that symmetrical triangle there, and then yeah, Ply X has just died in volume. Ply X dead volume wise. I mean, we know our risk level now. Again, that would be the same theories before with over under. It's not everybody's stop is going to be at the 435, right? Because that's the level of crack. So you'd have to move it a little off of that. So identify the risk level, and then how dollar wise what you're willing to risk, and then that's when you do the math on how many shares you can get in based off of that level, especially if you're going to ladder it. But ATOM, what do you think? It's holding 5 now. Little quick pullback, but the 5's holding.
Yeah, it's a slow play though. It's I think today,
GVH higher.
Yeah, GVH. I just saw that too. Yeah.
GVH. Yeah, there's that creepy, like eerie feeling you get in small caps when it's like nothing's quite had the mob. I mean, it's been like, okay, PLYX gets the mob, and now GVH, but what's going to be that rhyme play? Because Friday was RIME. Let's see if that was all day. RIME. No, that was like that. RIME was right around 2 o'clock
Right. Yeah.
into power hour. It was like, okay, now we got something. I kind of have that feeling today where it's like, okay, we're gonna have something here, but which one's it gonna be? Is it gonna be GVH?
What's the flow? I'll go back to this too real quickly. The floats on those plays. Yeah, GVHs. That's what I thought GVH. I mean, I think it's 2 mil. That's what I got on Trade Ideas. 2.6, 2.3 mil, 2.6 mil, something like that. So yeah, GVH. And that was it was late in the day. It was around 2 or so Eastern time in the afternoon.
Yeah.
PLYX still not done either. So PLYX trying to make a little bit of a move back on up here too as well.
The only thing CA is this SMJF here. It just left its halt. It halted down $4, opened up around 1, and it's been sitting here. So I am monitoring the price action here. Like on a dead cat bounce, if we have a lot of volume coming in, I'll scoop some up. But if it's going to bleed on, I'm just monitoring that. As far as the volatility halt scanner goes. And ATOM is definitely interesting because shorts I do think, are having trouble with that one. And PLYX, guys, again, woohoo. Josh, we just went over this. King, have your stop right here. Everybody, that's where all supply is. That's where supply is, guys. Everybody, they don't need to see your orders. It's obvious where everybody's orders are. Everybody's orders are right here at this line, 4, 3, 5, 6, and again, that's where you get the volume pop. So but we need to see what she's going to do. Is it gonna hold this level or reject? Confirmation over anticipation. If 4-4 is going to hold on,
Halters. Got any halters today? Oh man, not today. Not today. I mean, we could get it later today, possibly, but right now, not getting any halting type of action or anything like that. No, not today, not yet. Could get it later in the day. Got a lot of big movement pre-market, of course, going back over to what we saw earlier in the day. So that was the other thing too. We just talked about just a little bit ago. We've had a lot of good movement. Like PLYX was one of those that had a huge move in pre-market, but nothing too major. I think this thing's going to make higher low pattern here and continue to squeeze on without coming back down to the bounce area.
Man. GVH has been giving it up off of that new high.
Yeah, those are the shorts today. We got a little of the hangover action to start off with, but then we're getting that combo. Yeah. I mean, we're getting a lot of that major reversal. It goes up, comes ripping right back on down. GVH. It's just a slow and steady one here. It's not bad. Just not a lot of good charts out there today as far as the continuation. BDMD, I think this is going to be another one too. BDMD. Keep this one on watch for later in the day. Of course, this is in that price action range from RIME, RIME from Friday, and then that play went from like $1.50 to like we talked about earlier, 3, 4, 5. So PLX I think is going to be your main one to watch for the next hour or two. And I think once we start cracking back down below the 4 area, I don't think this play is going to be too high of watch for a squeeze and a pop for the rest of the day, and she'll probably just found her range in my opinion from 5 highs, the 3 lows, and really wish I would have taken this short early, to be honest. Now I knew there would be some action there for, of course, Joe and others to take profit. Boy, that was all over it. Had that one last pop, and since then has been pretty dead as far as the long side. We've had some good bounces on the way back on up here, and I love this is what I was talking about earlier when this crack came down. And these are the areas I usually look for support. These small little plateaus right here that I call them, and what do we do from them? And we race the new high of day and a really good extended move. And so you'll see a lot of the time coming back into this old resistance area, and it becomes a new good support. And then you just zoom on out too as well and see that here in pre-market there was some former resistance there, and you can see just they start adding orders from 420s, whatever, 423, put some all the way down into maybe even like all the way down here to 410. You could even put orders even all the way down here to 4 if you wanted to, and just kind of surround the $4.20 to $4 mark, get an average entry of 410, and now you were sitting pretty there for a small little bounce, slow and steady Eddie there. Speaking of, my baby I think is going to run without me, unfortunately, but ATOM, I think that one's about to go and keep on going on.
Soon. Stoon's crack in its symmetrical triangle, it's probably a decent candidate for a little. The risk reward's good for a little bleed, but it's slow.
For a
Slow
little
play.
blood, a little bloody. Watching the NBA All-Star Weekend stuff. You into the NBA? You probably didn't. You're like, oh, that happened. I just thought about that randomly.
No.
Daytona 500. That was this weekend. Yeah, I didn't watch. I thought we could the funny one Thursday. Yeah, I didn't. I just enjoyed the weekend. So, how was the dinner with the wife? What did we do? Valentine's Day? Anything good?
Yeah, my parents kept the kids and did all the stuff with and obviously surprised my mom with some wine, which she liked a lot. The wife and I, we went out to a winery, took her shopping, did all the stuff, and wife loved it, so it was a win. And then we just had a great weekend. I mean, we're very heavily involved, in the day to day, so getting some time together outside of work and taking care of the kids is always really good for the marriage. 10 years strong, Mr. Josh.
It's a long time. Red Rose, this is Trade the Pool. Which platform are you using? This is our Trader Evolution. This is Trader Evolution from Trade the Pool.
GVH, if that's heavy, guys, that GVH kind of monitoring after that snap. That could have been like the liquidation move, the 1/8. GVH monitoring this ticker at the moment. But yeah, I tell the wife it's 10 years. It's just felt like 50. I'm just kidding. It's felt like 2. It's just flown by. But
That's hilarious.
where are you and Avery at?
Married. We're married. What's that? 7 years now. Going on. It'll be 8 this year. But we got together. We started dating in 2008. So we've been together since 2008. So overall, we were together for 10 years. So we finally officially got married in 2018. So.
Very good.
8 years of marriage. 2008 to now.
But-
It's almost 8 years of marriage, and then together for
20, nearly 20,
almost
18.
20 years. Yeah, 18 years. Long time. We've been together for a very long time, for sure. Been together since 2008. 2008, my man. I was a young little snapper.
High volatility year, but hey, you found your stableness in that volatility.
Wish I would have been trading the dang stock market for sure.
Yeah.
So did y'all get married on Valentine's Day, or is just
LFS halt? What? LFS creeping up right now, guys. LFS. It looks like it may want to go into a halt.
Hey, that's on the watch list. There you go. That's why you get her on there at 48% on the day now.
Look at that. It's about to go into a halt. It may. I may. If volume jumps in here, I may consider a position. I just want to see what volume's going to do. Paint a picture here.
You're not going to halt.
Eyeballing it carefully.
Yeah,
Not going to haul. But, hey, look, this is why you keep tickers on your back burner, like Josh with the Mr. No. I'm always flipping through. They call me the Chart Master 5000. It's just your constant flip, looking at the momentum up, down, halt, back burner list. Got about 20 on the list that have potential, so just constant flip through. Just so, for the team's sake, we make sure we're not missing any action. So volatility, LFS, is where we got some right now. That was out of left field, that volume spike on it.
Yeah. Oh, gosh. Yeah. I mean, look down here, too, and how big that volume spike was, too. Biggest volume, I have it in the 1 minute time frame just to kind of zoom in right now. But, yeah, 1 minute time frame, biggest candle of the day. One big spike-a-rooney right there, my friend.
I think your BDMD is a decent candidate, too. It's actually going sideways after this move up. So, she's a good candidate for some potential later in the day. ATOM tuna. Let me take a look.
Yeah, it's my
good old Adam.
It's a slower one, but I like her. I mean, she definitely has a good look to her for sure, and has that kind of takeoff top right hand corner chart setup, going to squeeze mode to go for more. And if that's the case, then really I just come back down here, which I love. The top of this, I love how we filled here earlier. We're trying to fill here now. If we break out, move up to 550, 575. Go for a pullback. This old resistance, this old supply zone will become demand once we break above it and hold. Good red to green move. Nice good V shape right there. Nice little move right there.
we're just getting nothing. This LFS can't hold up. You guys caught the best move on the PLYX. That's been one of the outside of the Rhyme hangover that I didn't freaking take because of the 20% short interest. But God, it pisses me off. Like Josh, I cannot stand what could have been, just staring at it, and then you're like, you can't chase, can't break rules, but you're just staring at something like you know, and that happens like nearly every day. One of us, it'll be like the dip, you'll be, I was 1 penny off from the dip buy,
Yeah.
and then you just watch it go from there, or same thing with, but that's why we have rules. We gotta have structure and not chase. Watching LFS right now is along with PLYX to see if PLYX is going to stay heavy under the 435, which it tested. It's like main trend line from earlier is really going to be down towards under 4, which it looks heavy right now. Volumes died off there.
Yeah, and that's what you're seeing right now too. Which this is really a prototypical. After a 3-day weekend, we're headed in pretty close to lunch hours. This, what look essentially and feel. This is what it feels like and looks like a lot of the time.
GVH has good range on it. I just sitting on the VWAP under $150 right now. After that $180 sell off down under 150. Yeah, that it's got decent range. It's on the earnings. The open was right around where it's at right now. That's a technical level to be mindful of. The open was 146, sitting right around that level right now, guys. GVH, strong technical level.
GXAI still just in the downtrend right there.
Yeah, Adam's strong. ATOM is strong. Sitting up here still.
She's looking good. She works
PLYX.
for her money.
Yes. Heavy on PLYX. Yeah, that's what I was waiting for. That 435 test to see if it was going to hold or stay heavy under. It's under it still and heavy. Volumes fade, so it's near the trend right now, which is going to be like, I'll show you guys 398 ish from earlier. Keeping a close eye on that. Along with this GVH. Now, really with GVH, a 50% retracement on it, I don't mind taking the counter on that. I think that was a decent liquidation move right there. A lot of volume for that came in, GVH. So I don't mind attempting it. Maybe like a 165 entry against the highs.
Yeah, I like the PLYX too as well for some continuation back on down through the 4 mark.
Mm-hmm.
Looking heavy here. Looking a little archy, a little heavy. And Adam just kind of lingering up here in the 5s. I'm surprised it hasn't really made a move for the last 30 minutes now. We've just been channeling up top there. So just sitting there waiting on Adam. The Adam power bomb.
Yep. I think we're on top of both of these. PLYX. Kind of heaves here. I'm trying to think of a position on it because I know where my risk is, so I'd probably need to start a third size here, scale back up with like a 4 or 5 stop. Adam keeps getting bought up on pullbacks. Again, those are shorts looking for a cover. And some dip buys coming in. This is about to retest 5.2s, guys. ATOM.
I feel like we're watching an old movie. Oh wow! Look at the move. It's just right now. It's gotten so slow.
I think this is experience, though, guys. I mean, experience is the best teacher when you see these things. I think it takes time for the gut, that combined experience, to tell you like, oh wow, this kind of straight up move is like who's trapped and where, and knowing that.
This wedge is getting pretty darn tight too, because we are at the edge of that DT there. I'll be kind of zooming into a 1 minute time frame so you can see that a little bit more. So not that again goes back to what even Mitch and Kevin talked about earlier. We get in these, these wedges. What happens? All the time we'll come up, we'll fake out of, then come down, retest the trend, the actual uptrend, and then crack it and go down for more. This isn't done for the day, so this is why I'm still watching PLYX. If it has a move up today, or we're going to get a move up today that's more parabolic. Now, Atom could be a mover, but it's going to be more like S-Sly, a little slower, a little heavier, a little bigger. If we have a bigger mover that can go parabolic, PLYX would definitely be on that way. Or even GVH. Even GVH, because GVH has a low float.
SMJF just halted up. Now, that was the kind of dead cat bounce play we were going over a little earlier. I hadn't taken anything on that one. And then Tuna, your ENSC. Yeah, I just saw that on the scans. Really cheap. 64-cent ticker, making some highs right now. Yeah, SMJF has good volatility. Throughout the day, I'm going to be monitoring that. Again, that with the halt up now.
Just the ticker lettering. SMJF. What is this one again?
I haven't seen any news here, but if you guys know, the last news I see was an offering, but that was in December.
It's got to be a Chinese play, I'm guessing, maybe.
Yeah, that's my guess as well. International holdings, yeah.
Have fun. This is one of those ones you can, if you're, it skips along, numbers real quickly. Your price action's really going to be really volatile, so you can make some money in there. But boy, you just got to be careful what side you're on that volatility.
Cramps is curling back up to the highs.
What is it?
CMPS.
Oh,
Compass Pathway. Compass Pathways is the name of the company. Yeah, 8.5. Over 8.5, this thing could get going too, guys. CMPS. I still think something like that. Right now, several of these tickers are fighting. It's a competition for what's going to get the volume.
I remember this one from pre-market now. Yeah, CMPS.
Yeah, she could get it. I'm fairly sure this was like a depression medication or CMPS. It had I think, phase 3 trials on a treatment-resistant depression. So whatever that is.
Yeah, right.
Treatment-resistant, but phase 3.
That wicked movement in pre-market is nuts, though, from that CMPS.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean...
Crow, that's your Lazarus right there, yeah.
Yeah, right. There's your 20 minutes of hell. Let me go back to this. I'll go on my chart here. Look at this. And not even the opening bell, but man, let's just zoom out a little bit here and take a look at pre-market. Whoa, that's wicked. Look at that. I mean, that's like riding a crazy roller coaster right there, bro.
They say the only ones that get hurt are the ones that jump off. If you stay on, just stay on. Keep your seatbelt on.
I like it. I'll have to remember that next time I get scared on the roller coaster. Like, don't jump off. Just stay on.
Yeah.
It's going to work out, Josh. You're going to survive. Don't jump off the coaster. But that has kind of like going back to the place here that I would go back to BDMD in that kind of squeezy setup mode where it's getting really tight. It's above the VWAP and kind of bullish area is my point. So those plays definitely have that look of poppability.
ATO M520 still giving it just a little trouble, but it's holding up. It still is holding here.
Hey, soon too. Look at the wedge. I mean, that's another one that's still kind of maintaining in a little bit larger time frame there, and that wedge is still pretty nice. This play has huge resistance up at 270. I have orders still in at 3. That's why it's on my watch list. I would love for this to randomly get filled today. Trying to get filled up here at this upper shadow. Pre-market quick sweep up there, but regardless, at this point being slower, it may not get higher than this 260 to 275 corridor.
Yeah.
Shortened week this week. These always fly by, so try not to hit home run. Just take your base hits. It's already halfway through the week, so to speak, before we know it, which is tomorrow. And so I always usually go lighter on these weeks and not try to take, big swings or anything.
I would love a big swing, but it's just, it's the longer you do this, the more you can recognize when's the time, when's not the time.
Yeah. Yep. And today, even literally in pre-market, I was in my head saying today's not the day. I don't think today is going to be one of those home run smackaroni kind of days, or even I've just loaded the base. I'm 3 for 4, or I'm 4 for 5, or so. One of those days where you've had just one boom, you're just killing it. One win, another one, another win, another win. Okay, there's a loss, but another one. You're like, all right, man, I just killed it today. It just didn't have that vibe early on in pre-market. And yeah, be sure to vote out there. Be sure to vote. Check in the daily check-in. Stay live till the closing bell. And so the daily trading check-in. Are you green today? You red today? You flat? No trades. So right now, we got 56% green, 15% across the board the rest of the way at I'm red today, 15%. Flat today, 15%. No trades today, 15%. So move that up there in this last hour of more green than not, which is nice to see. Love it. Again, as always, thank you, Florida Joe, for that information there and coming on and getting that up there for us on our links out there and all that. And of course, then thank you, Smoked Tuna and Tack and Red Rose and California 24/7 Love and Crow and everyone else that joins today. T-Web, Aussie Chick. Good day today. Slower.
GVH is kind of unwinding here off of that what appeared to be just the liquidation sweep. Unwinding a bit. Let's see what 1-2 is going to do on it. ATOM on the 5-minute, it looks pretty good. I know Tuna it can flush, sitting here stagnant. 5-minute, we're seeing a lot of lower wicks. I mean, there are buyers and shorts covering, and orders keep popping up. What is this going to be the third or fourth test of 5-2 now? It feels like it wants it. It wants that 5-2 break.
Yeah, and it could be like Smoke Tuna talked about, where they're going to trap them here in a second, then boom, we get a big sell-off back on down like the 480 area. It seems very imminent of move coming in soon. Coming in hot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, but we're all over it. Let's see what LFS is doing.
How about SMX? Let's see what it's doing today. Oh, yeah. That was nasty.
What the...
It was halting earlier, so we had a couple of halts to start the day, up and down. But yeah, nothing that you'd want to go over and truly try to day trade. I wouldn't be surprised though, again, especially after that, we do get another spike from SMX. To be honest. What day are you doing the earnings? What day are you doing earnings?
Today, we'll be back on around 4 o'clock later today, guys, to go over some earnings plays. Going to do my homework on the earnings coming out later today. I know Money Mitch said it's kind of light today.
Yeah, this week just overall too. Yeah, it's just it's weird because, like I said, it's how funny and how late. NVDA always does it almost every single time they're like this, where it's like it's next week at the end of, almost the end of all of them. It's Wednesdays when they do it, but it's like there's nothing until them early again. But PAN-W, so Palo Alto Networks is this afternoon. Let's go. Another big one out there is going to be CDNS, Cadence Design Systems. I've heard of them before. Nothing too big other than that. Every once in a while you'll get there's a lot of energy plays today. So we got First Energy, Devon Energy, Expand Energy, and you always see that. A lot of holdings. And there goes the pop and the squeeze there from Atom Bomb. Finally getting that move up there. And we just were talking about it was make or break. It was coming in hot, coming in soon. But nothing too big. I would say your energy plays are going to be one thing you're looking at. I bet is Steve will be looking at the energy plays. And then your biggest mover will probably come from maybe I would say comes from PAN-W, Palo Alto.
K&W? I thought they went out of business.
PAN-W.
I'm just messing.
Oh, man.
Yeah, nice little wedge, sending triangle, ATOM, squeezed up over the 5-2s. It looked like it wanted it. Now let's see what she does from here. Profit take or continuation?
I think today we've. I know it's slower, but that's your runner. I mean, ATOM is if you're going to get kind of, I say, all day a runner, but something you can look at here in the next hour. I think something you could not keep your eye off of is going to be the I keep wanting to call it Krampus now. CMPS. So keep CMPS on watch, and then keep PLYX on watch. I would keep those two on back burner list, followed by LFS and BDMD. So I'll put my watch list out there for you guys. I would go with Atom all day slow runner, and then I'd go with PLYX and CMPS on watch for your bigger moves. Then we have BDMD soon in tight wedges. Could see a nice pop still from them. And I spelled wedges wrong, but it's all good. I put the G before the D. I was typing a little too fast there. But anyway, I spelled wegadis.
What's your WPM? Words per minute.
Oh,
you guys do that back in school? Yeah.
I don't remember it labeled as WP. I do, yes, remember words per minute. I don't remember it labeled as WPM. That's funny. What's your WPM, bro? Man, I'm 73. I can't remember what mine is. Or I don't know what. I have to test it now, but I don't remember what it was in high school or whenever we did take that class.
Uh-huh. I'm pretty sure mine was. I don't know. Yeah, it's that's funny. You were typing fast there. You probably clearing 100.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm sure. Yeah. I was quick and high. I was one of the quicker ones. I do remember that when we took that class, and now I am pretty quick. Yeah, I'm a pretty quick typer. Yeah. So I'm not like super fast, but I am pretty darn quick. I mean, I see some people that it's funny. Like I feel like I'm in the middle. Maybe quicker. Regardless, I see both ends of where I see people way faster than me. I'm like, holy crap! How do you move that fast?
Guys, ATOM.
Yep, sell off. Dude,
5-2.
ENSC a big sell off too. ENSC Tuna's play,
okay.
Big reversal off 70, back down to breakout. So round trip there for ENSC. But then you see the people that like that one finger type, like my mom. I don't know. I know there's something. Maybe it's my dad. That's like my dad. But he does this,
Yeah.
Just typing with those index fingers, real nice and slow, like slow and steady. Eddie is the way he types. All right, so yeah, those would be my watch list right there.
Methodical typing.
Do you know the line on F and J key? Oh, yeah, that's where I always keep my fingers. I don't know what exactly the reason or memory for whatever those lines are there to keep your fingers. I think that's maybe why. But yeah, my fingers immediately when I go to typing just go straight to like like they were supposed to. ASDF for your 4 fingers here,
yeah.
And these 4 HJ.
I'm always feeling for those lines. Yeah. So it's probably for
not H but J.
Yeah, just so you don't have to think about it. You just throw the index finger on it, right?
Yeah. Yeah, your index fingers, going J and F. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you're just... The one I can't do that well looking down some of the time are the numbers. I still struggle without looking... Sometimes I can just be like, I'm killing it like my trades. I'm killing it today. I know exactly where the number sign is, the 4, because you have to go up a lot for the 4 or the 5 for percentage. So you know those well. Yeah, but it's when you're going for like the ampersand sign or the asterisk sign, you're like, where's the 8? Hold on. That's funny, because you just don't use them as much. We use the letters and the punctuation so much throughout our year, of typing. Obviously, think about how much we've had to type from commas to apostrophes and parentheses. And anyway, we're like, where's the 7? Where is it at again? I gotta look real quick. All right, so we got the play slow and steady Eddie. I think Adam's going to be it. Just, again, if you want to get some more volatile, I think PLYX and Krampus CMPS have that possibility. And then BDMD and soon still have that squeeze potential as well. So keep those on watch here. Of course, you can see here BNB, nice tight wedge there. We have soon in that wedge. And wedge, there it goes. So soon is popping. So keep soon on watch. I'm going to have soon on watch. Actually, I'm going to put that back on my side over here yet again.
Good stop, Webb. Because, it's just it's trapping and squeezing up.
Yep.
And there's, up hundreds of % over the last week. And she keeps climbing. So let's keep, let's keep having that patience, guys, on some of these setups. I've wanted to trade way more. I've been really wanting to trade some of this action, but Edge hasn't really been screaming at me. I like to wait for the screamers. GVH is close. If that would have popped to 1.6, I would have taken it. And CMPS, did you mention that one too, Josh?
Yeah.
To keep on watch?
Yep.
CMPS, yeah, it's got a trend line that it's on right now too.
Yes.
CMPS up through the highs. Well, we'll cover the earnings later in the day. Adam, 5.2 now. Guys, Adam, if 5.2 is going to hold up now as a level of resistance and it cracks this line, I don't mind taking the short on this either. Again, if that was some manipulation moves today, Josh. I mean, we see like clean breaks that reverse or clean cracks that reverse. So it just hasn't been too clean of action today. But just make sure you know what you're going to do, traders, in the face of this adversity that we're seeing. Scanners will be live, so you guys keep chatting it up. And we're going to be back here soon, of course, Steve, on the Power Hour and then earnings later in the day. So appreciate you guys. Josh, last word.
Love it. Yeah, just wait. Patience. Wait for trades to come to you. Like today, I just kind of waited out. I have only one good trade for the day, which was this F/short getting in on this crack on down and scaling out. Just scaling out. Start practicing that more. I hate to go back and go, wow, I got out at low of day. I should have went long, but it still goes. It's still a check mark and a slap on the say a slap on the back, but it's a congratulatory smack, whatever on the back. A good job, boy. I got out low of day. A low of day. That's so cool here.
Whoa. We have a halt. OLB. OLB. OMG. OLB halted up.
OLB, huh? We're halting.
Halted up. Resume price 119. All right, something's going to wake up here. But, guys, I'd love to stay and chat. Maybe one day we will, all day. But for now, I'm going to go grab a sandwich real quick. Come back.
Yeah, that's what we'll do. We'll start when we do extended. We'll just have extended lunch hour. So, all right, you go get your lunch. And I'm like, all right. Kevin will be back in 30 minutes, and I'll go take my lunch break for 30, and then we'll go back for another. Oh, yeah, I love it. But, yeah, keep OLB on watch. I forgot about it. And, again, look at that wedge that we have here. This kind of reminds me of Soon. It kind of reminds me of BDMD. I forgot about OLB, so keep OLB on watch. This is a nice, tight uptrend channel overall here with the W shape. You can see here, if we maintain the 110, 105 mark, OLB is going to get some mob as we move into our main lunch hours. I mean, you can see the volume still pretty heavy and good here on OLB. It's never left it, never really cracked back on down below $1 and held down there. It's trying to move back up and through $1, right? That's what you want to see, not cracking back down in the 60, 70, 80 cent mark. Now, again, it did that to start the day. That's why I counted it off my list. But ever since then, she's just been on this one nice, beautiful uptrend channel. So watch for some continuation on OLB. Past chart history resistance, I've got 125 to 135, and then over that, watch for move to 150 here for OLB. And yes, what Kevin said, y'all have a good one. Thank you all for coming and joining today. And we'll see you, of course, Kevin back this afternoon for Power Hour with Steve, or After Hours with Steve for the earnings. Of course, join this Power Hour as every Monday through Thursday. Got Steve leading you through Power Hour. So, again, I know it's a little break right here for the next couple of hours, but come back for Power Hour. I know you all typically do. You guys that always stick around, but for the ones that maybe just joined today, we're live every single Monday through Thursday in Power Hour with Steve. Got great information for you guys, and of course that heads right into earnings today with Kevin and Steve. So, and I'll see you guys back on Thursday.
Appreciate you. Love you guys. Take care. We'll talk to you soon. Okay. Joe, back up.
Oh no. You gotta love the double no.
All right. Florida Joe, we may need you here.
Yeah, I just put out. Yeah, I just tagged him because he just said thank you. So yeah, so hopefully he'll get something up here in a minute.
And we're back for lunch hour sessions, guys. OLB about to resume at $1.20 here in 15 seconds.
Psych! All right, they immediately messaged us and they said, "Oh, yeah, actually, you do not get up and leave. You are now on lunch duty." They immediately told us we're on lunch duty.
How was your lunch break?
Well, it was very quick. It was snappy. I inhaled as much as I could.
That was more like a smoke, like one puff smoke break.
You're good, Joe. Yeah, Joe. Yeah, if you get some scanners up. All right, so there we go. There's that. There's perfect, right? We just talked about it. Found it on past chart history. 125 into that 135 area. So there's that resistance showing up. We are going to try to hold the halt up price at 115 into this 110 mark if we do crack back on down. But right now, definitely, as you can see, big volume candles coming on in here. Bigger, pretty much the biggest, if not bigger, the biggest green volume candles. So that means what? There's a lot of buyers moving back into this play, so it's going to stick around. And in my opinion, this uptrend channel is going to hold for a little bit. So this is your, again, not huge moves, 20 cents, 30 cents, maybe at most out of OLB, but OLB, I love it. OLB, I'm calling it outside linebacker.
OLB. Yeah, some good power hour trades on the way. Crow called it. Yeah, here she goes. I'm monitoring this OLB. And then with this moving, of course, MOP here, then some of those other plays like PLYX or it's ATOM, we'll see if those are going to hold their gains or if volume's going to fade off of them. But you guys know what to watch.
And don't forget Soon Dune. Soon Dune is definitely on watch. So Soon the Dune is definitely on watch there. So keep Dune on watch. And Joe's got his beautiful Joe said, I've got the scanners rocking and rolling there for us.
Always appreciate Florida Joe stepping in. Try to stay safe out there. Embrace the risk. We got the scanners up now. Take care. We'll talk soon. Thank you, Mr. Joe.
Yes, thank you, Joe. And thank you, Kevin. Thank you, man. Have a good day. We'll have a good afternoon there. I'll join in this afternoon when you're doing your little after hours streaming with Steve and see how that goes. Probably be a slower day. You guys have a little more fun with it, but I know you'll make the most of it.
Yeah, I think just like we did the last 2 hours, we're on top of it all. We're not going to. Both of us, like with our eyes on these plays, we're not going to miss anything. It's just it's just dependent on the market. If the volume's going to be there or not. If there's going to be big plays, but we're all over it.
Always, my man. Let's
OLB, I'm on.
You're like, you want to short
OLB, man. No. Well, I don't. If we have I'm just looking to trade the volatility. Like I said, bulls and bears can fight. If this thing shoots straight up, dude, I don't mind jumping in a small, scalpy long. I just want to. Honestly, the higher the better here. That will wake up small caps, right? If this thing heads up to $2, like that's going to be great for this week.
Yeah, already up. We think about it too, which you don't because of how much it is up. But it's it's in as far as cent wise, it doesn't seem like a lot, but it's up almost 200%. From close on Friday. That's a big move.
Yeah, that's a huge move. It's looking. Honestly, it is tapping the 200 perfectly. Like the 124 is the 200-day moving average.
Okay, gotcha.
So
cool.
That is going to be a tough level to get through, but we'll see. I'm going to keep it on watch. Yeah, yes, man. Sir. Have a good lunch. We'll talk soon.
Yeah, bro. Tomorrow. It's tomorrow. So tomorrow we'll come up with our topic for our call-in show for Thursday. These weeks, we have them off Monday. It's crazy. It just always fly by for me. It's just Friday before we know it. So yeah.
I know. That Friday stream was.
Oh, dude, yeah, those were money. Those are going to start gaining more and more traction too.
There was
more and more views.
There was 250 rolled through there, and it was good activity. I think just the traders like to hang out, talk, and just chill versus this hyper focus, that we are typically.
Right.
Just get to know each other.
Yep.
Just like what you're doing next weekend.
Yeah,
in New
exactly.
Orleans. Like traders love that. Just
dude. Yeah,
hang out with their mentor, have fun, just shoot the shit.
Drive fast,
Yeah.
All right,
you should trading while you're driving.
Yeah,
get
exactly.
Avery to record you like.
I need to come up with something funny like that.
You can make money anywhere, psych style. You're like on your laptop while on the trade.
Do like a ride along because they have those two there, and so have someone driving, and all right, it's like and they're driving and I'm trading. Like, this is how to get you want to get the adrenaline really going 160 miles an hour and trading at the same time. Yeah. All right, I'm short. Oh, we're hitting a turn at 90. Scaling out here. Oh, man.
Appreciate you, man. We'll talk soon.
All right, later, bro.
Later, man.
Back on the mic. Guys, have any questions? Hit me up. Any questions? Let me know. I would say ATOM, your slow and steady play for the day. OLB, F-Sly, soon. What else we got here on watch today? BDMD, 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 PLYX, SOPA, not SOPA, soon was the other one, are also. All right, I'm going to help real quickly step out of the office for just 2 seconds. I'll be back here in just a moment. All right, team? 1 minute. real quickly, back on the mic here for guys that are around here in chat. And OLB and Adam are your two bullish plays for the day. Say Adam and OLB are your two bullish runners for the day. What are you looking there, Einstein? Had Soon on watch in case we did pop back on up because I have those orders sitting up top. I just feel it'd be a great short. I'm like, I don't want to miss out on it. And then Aussie Chick ass PLYX. That, yeah, see, Aussie, if you're doing that, you're going to have to manually zoom in here. So you have to slowly but surely and then do this number on that chart over here. And then zoom into the chart. You'll kind of like have to do on my SPY chart over here. It's the main reason why is when you go out, you see that. It's because it's this huge, so it wants to keep that in there so it shows you high of day, so it makes it a little harder. You have to just keep zooming in, and then to make it even better after you zoom in, do this right here, and then you can kind of, that's how you do it right there though. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I figured that's what it was. It's really hard on, I say really hard, but it's even harder or uglier on the TTP platform. You really have to like manipulate it to really actually see the chart. It's annoying. So it's going to be like that on most charts when you have that, because it's going to want to keep that high, that 66 high in, when it really doesn't really need to, because there's no way you're getting back to that. But yeah, that's how you do it. You got to do some manipulating of the charts a little bit there. Apple's the only play different in large caps. All the large cap plays are in downtrends. Google, SPY, Qs, Tesla, they're all in this little downtrend moving down to the bottom right-hand corner. I say bottom right-hand, but they're moving in a nice little downtrend. Apple's hitting new high of day, so Apple continued up the trend line. Gorgeous continuation there on AAPL, Apple today. And then even for PLYX, you go in here and put the trend line in from earlier that held. Just pretty much run up this trend line here today. So there's your uptrend channel on PLYX. You could do the same thing now if you wanted to on Atom after this bounce play right there. And I would probably come in right about right here and draw my uptrend resistance right through there. All right, let me take a little break. Been yapping it up. I'm gonna go out there and chill on the couch for just a few minutes. Be back here I'll be back here pretty much right at the top of the hour to go over stuff, and then show off the New Orleans Motorsports Park. Aussie Chick, you're going. Come on, you're going. Let's stop with the you gonna drive. You're gonna get there when you get there, right? Even if it's later, but you're gonna drive, and you're gonna drive your ass off. All right, I'll be back in just a few. Adam just kept rolling, huh? ATOM. ATOM was the beautiful move right there for the day so far. ATOM. I wanted to get filled earlier at the 480-ish mark or so. Even really in the end would have been fine stabbing in at 5, and you really only got that one last chance right here. And she has just been running in this uptrend channel. 590 resistance there. Pretty nice, good move up there for Adam. We talked about this in the morning alerts. Nice, good mover for the day. Let's go through. Where's the next resistance here on the way up? We're going to go right here with round 1. And then round 2 right here. So we'll go $6 and then $6.35 resistance. So really get stronger into the $6 mark. We had a little bit here from around the $5.25 mark, you know, into $5.50 from earlier. And see that that's where it was failing at before we broke out for the next leg up was coming from, which I'll put this line in. You can see how well this line worked out nicely. I would bet to imagine. So there's your area on the way up there for ATOM. Almost. A little too high. A little too high. But it's pretty darn close. The bounce play came in there perfectly. So we're just running up this uptrend channel here. Just slow and steady right now. OLB as well. We talked about this. Past chart history. Already know where it's at 135. Then 150. And then we still have PLYX up still. A decent amount for the day. Not up... as much as it was at one point, but still up after even all the movement it's had, still up 80% on the day. So these are your better movers. OLB is up 170%, PLYX up 80%, and Atom, just a slow one, up 45%. Questions. Oh, stocks you want to go over, let me know. Questions, stocks you want to go over. Questions and stocks you want to go over, let me know. I'm going to look at my... Let's see here. Look at my calendar. Sorry, I was just looking at my calendar. My calendar. I don't know. Oh, I do have one on Monday. Okay. Sweet. Sorry, just get loaded up on emails, and then a lot of it sometimes I'm like my own assistant, so a lot of the time it could be about like doing one-on-ones and stuff, and saying, hey, I need, and then rescheduling stuff, and yada yada yada. You know, that front of the like the front desk girl kind of thing. It always was a girl. You know, I never really got that. I guess because it was more of a girl, the girl job back in the day. You know, and you'd go into like a nice studio or a radio station or whatever it might be, and it was always a female job. It seemed like this girl at my dad's station had a huge crush on her back then. Her name was, I think it was Christine, or I think it was Christine. Blonde hair, long blonde hair, like blue eyes, pretty. I mean, just face you'd want to see when you walked into the radio station. You know, like, hey, yeah, she's gonna. Easy on the eyes, but I remember I had a crush on her. But yeah, Christine. Yeah, I always remember that, like, places you'd go to as a kid. You'd go into the business, and there was always that front desk. And, like, you watch the old TV shows. Of course, I'm watching MacGyver, it seems like all the time, you know, whatever, reruns of old stuff. And that you'll see that so often, the, you know, the front desk lady, or front desk person. And, like, then I guess the guy's job would be the bellsman. The person opening the door, shining shoes, getting your luggage, you know, the bell guy or whatever. Anyway, I just can't believe in a week. Well, yeah, I know, yeah. A week from right now, I'll be driving there. You'll be flying in. Check-in's at 4. Hopefully Smud's not too wasted by the time check-in comes. We do have a pool. It's a sea salt. It's a salt or sea whatever it is. It's a sea salt, but it's a saltwater pool. Sea salt pool. It's a saltwater pool. So the pool that we have saltwater. So that'll be pretty badass. So saltwater pool. It's big, nice, big rooms. Everyone gets their own room. So yeah, it'll be a good time. Be a good time. But yes. That's what I'm like. I was like, maybe I shouldn't have given the address to. He's gonna, like, already be there, like, and just trash. It's like I'm wanting to get there first with all the groceries so I can unload everything. Looking forward to the oh yeah. Avery's all, like, nervous because she's gonna, like, help and cook, and she's like, I'm nervous if they're gonna like my food or not. I'm like, shit, it's gonna be good. Don't you worry. Like, we know good food. But yeah, she's like kind of. So we'll come up with a game plan. I know you guys. I think all 3 of you can eat it. Like, are down to eat anything. Hate that Trevor's not going to come. Kay Clausen can't come. Mafia was supposed to come. So we had 3 open beds kind of open up there at the end, unfortunately. So it's kind of sad. We usually have 8. I think the first 2 we had like 9 or 10 come. And this one, I don't know if it was just because of the racing thing and or it'd be like, New Orleans, I don't know. Well, New Orleans is awesome. This time of the year is going to be great. It's going to be great. It is going to be great this time of the year. Mardi Gras. Today's Fat Tuesday. So today's Fat Tuesday. It's just going to be crazy down there. So wait for that. You know, we definitely have to go out. That's the thing. You know, we'll have to go out at least one night so you can experience in French Quarter District and Bourbon Street. So maybe we'll do that on Wednesday night. Friday, yeah, and then Friday's the track day. And that's the thing. I had to rearrange all that stuff after everyone kind of like that. Anyway, it was a little bit of an ordeal this year. Or I say this year, but with this AKNR. But yeah, regardless. Lamborghinis, Ferraris, it'll be fun. The Porsches were already, you know, sold out. Those sold out like ASAP, which I didn't realize. I never clicked on like book now. I just was like, oh yeah, cool, yeah, I'll get. And then when I went to finally book it, this is like a couple of months ago, and I went to book it. I was like, oh, you gotta be kidding me! All this stuff sells out that fast, or like the really good ones, you know, sell out like on, especially because we want to go on a Friday. Well, anyway, so. I was like, I just didn't think I never had to do it before. But yeah, it'll still be. It's gonna be so much fun. The food, and they'll have to figure out what we're gonna cook. What we're gonna do for lunch. You know, just do probably this. I'll look. Usually we do pizza, but what I may do is do the first night just right away introduce us to some. I don't know. Maybe we go out Wednesday night though. Now, because yeah, like I said, we have to at least get some good food out once with you there. We'll figure it out. Yes, we'll have some good food. Simple as always at breakfast, but Avery will be there to cook eggs or do that kind of stuff, or get your toast or whatever you want. If you want something, you know, simple, she can get all that kind of going. If you don't want to do it, she can do it. And then yeah, both days, Wednesday, Thursday, we'll figure out what we want to do for lunch. And maybe keep it simple. Nah, you gotta go at night if we're gonna go down there. I was gonna say maybe at lunch we could get out one day and go down to Bourbon Street. Like, nah, if we're gonna go, you gotta go. If we can go during the day, if we're gonna go during the day, you'd have to do like a Friday or Saturday. So maybe we could do that Friday before we go to the track. You know, go down to Bourbon Street. Night's always crazy though. I mean, it's gonna be so much fun. I need a watermelon, good for the morning title. There you go. Do you know how long the track event is? We'll get there like 30. I have to look at the itinerary again, but I'll see if we can't like move that up like at least a little bit for us. Like, hey, is there any way we can get there a little earlier? You know, and just somehow get through the process a little bit faster. Like, I'll call them and say what exactly the deal is, but I wouldn't imagine it's more than like an hour, something like that. As in, I know we have to get there. We've got to sign a waiver or whatever, and then we got to like there's a couple like I say classes, but there's a It's not you just go get out and you get to just go drive a vehicle. Like, no, it's not like that with these things. They want to get you in, sign a waiver. You go in and watch a video. Like, even like the karting place we have here, just like 15, 20 minutes up the interstate that I went and did. I was the first time. I could have lied. I probably should have lied. The first timers, all right, first timers over here, you got to watch this video. So I couldn't go out there and kart with my boys right away. They went out there and they weren't waiting on me. You know, guys are like, all right, well, have fun watching your video. And I felt like I was like the new guy at Rent-A-Center or whatever, new got the old school days when they stick in a VHS and all right, well, welcome to the track. So today we're gonna teach you how to drive with blah. Well, the right does gas and the left one is the brake. And here's where you steer. You know, you don't want to, don't take your hands off. See, I don't fucking take your hands off the steering wheel. No fucking shit. Anyway, but they even have, for the karting place here where you might get up to 40, 50 miles an hour, they have one of those for that where you have to watch an instructional video before you go out there. It's like, you're kidding me. I have a fucking, that was when I had Elvira. I was like, I was a fucking X-Ream competition. I know how to fucking drive this cart. I've been 160 miles an hour in that thing out there. Anyway, class is definitely, yeah. So essentially, Aussie chick will get there, sign stuff, take a class, and then which is really cool, it's part of the package, you get a ride along. So you can pay for a ride along, you know, or you can book one of those cars and they drive it for you. But they actually, a part of the process is that. So I'll go real quickly. Where's the email I got? What in the heck? Where did it go? Huh? Oh, I've already put it in penny stocks. I don't know why. Why would I put that? I want to move this back to the inbox. Anyway, so here we go. So yeah, it says plan for, yeah, so it could be, it's probably gonna be about an hour long, maybe a little longer. So you get in, entry, park, have a driver's license, suspended, obviously, permits, suspended and expired license, not accepted. Dress code, don't wear sandals, high heel boots, essentially wear flat closed toe, like wear Nikes, wear Adidas, like a tennis shoe. I thought I saw where it like actually led me through the process of what it would be. Or maybe it's actually on the page itself. I swear I had like, was it on the text that they sent me? No. Damn, I know there was like a rundown. There was like a rundown that I could have swore. Oh, here, I think I did this, how it works. Oh, is this it? No. Are there videos for this? Yes. Okay. Arrive at your event. Ride along. Yeah. Hellcat ride along optional. Enjoy your drive. Okay. Cool. Oh, so optional. So you don't have. So essentially, find your event, choose your event day, book your experience, arrive at the event. Oh, that's not telling me what it is. I know there was a breakdown of it. Hellcat ride along optional. So yeah, I'll probably do that because I'll want to know where the turns are beforehand. Like that way, like if I go out there, like, you know, what am I trying to think? Oh man, what, I can't think of a verbiage I want to use. But essentially, if I go out there and haven't driven the course, I'm not gonna get on it, you know, as much. If I go out there and I now that I know the road, you know, I'm really going to get on the, you know, a little bit more because I know how far I can take the turn, where the turns are even at, you know, because I know the road a little bit more. Yeah, so. Here we go. Checking in.
Yes.
Well, that's super loud. So here we go. We'll be going to check in. Here we go. Love it. So boom, driver's license. So we get the checking in right here. And we go into the classroom. And they say, watch your shit, and you watch it, and you come out here and they say, all right, well, what do you want? You want to do having an option, if you're not the optional ride along, so if you're not booked the optional, let's see, what's it say? Visit our merch booth and net it here. Okay, gotcha. Or for your loved one, okay, optional ride along. So I guess it's just to get into the track, I guess, maybe possibly. She's talking to you. Driving this way, riding that way, there we go. It says here, whether you're doing a ride along or driving first, you'll be directed to the appropriate line. Okay, gotcha. You get your, so here goes the ride along first. They'll know exactly where, well, kind of, he'll instruct it too, so they'll kind of tell you they'll have when you drive yourself, there's someone beside you too telling you what to do. But that way I'll know the turns a little bit more. I'll be more familiar with the turns. This one looks like it's a different, this is on a actual motor speedway somewhere. And then boom, then your cars are ready. How dope is that when your cars are just sitting over there ready for you? It's like, hey, how are you? I'm cute, and I smell like beautiful perfumes. He says, hey, man, I got my bucket hat. All right, we'll adjust your seating for your optimal drive. There we go. Oh, wow, they'll adjust it, but they're going to. We'll hand your USB to the instructor, record your experience. Nice, I love it. For the cameras, I'm guessing, and stuff. Listen to your instructor and get ready for once in a while. He's going to lead you through it.
Orange, back to green, a little bit of gas. Orange in the corner there, rolling that gas full power all the way to yellow, and make a nice diagonal line across the track. Like the lifts, brake seats to the my side, orange, full power all the way to yellow. Stay to my side, full power to the yellow, orange. And we'll lift all the way to and face it rolling green, just a little bit of gas. And we'll stop right here, foot on the brake, both pedals towards you one time. Glad you enjoyed
super
it. Thanks
exciting.
for coming out.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I love that car. Awesome.
Thank
What'd you
so much.
drive?
I drove the 48.
Oh, I love that car. Take your headstock off. Just
right.
throw it in this hamper. It'd be great.
Okay,
Thank you so
perfect.
much.
I was actually also looking at this. This is perfect.
It's pretty simple. I mean, like I said, pretty simple forward process right there. Let's see. Awesome. Wonder if that's before we do our lap to see how it's gonna. Yeah, exactly. Yes, and yes, like you just saw. That's what that ride along will be for, and I'm gonna do it. So yeah, to me, just because that way I can rip it a little bit more, in my opinion. What's up, T-Web? How you doing? 500 for another. Yep. I would say this line probably gets it, though, this 530 mark. But you can look for 5. Look for 5. 530 first, and then 5. 560 is probably going to hold up these bullish plays that continue to run up all day like this. Typically, you're going to, that tier, and then we got this tier, and then there's this tier, little sandwich areas that are being built in. You can see old resistance who support sandwich. Old resistance support sandwich. Older resistance, a lot of support sandwich. Yeah, at least a few left. Oh, exactly. For sure. Looks like they have dash cams. Wonder. Yes, that's what the little USB is for. Aussie Chick. So that little USB, when I was saying that, if you were reading that down at the bottom too as well. So you got a USB, a personal one for you that you can plug in there. And then, yeah. So yes. Yeah, get ready. Get ready for some fun, Aussie Chick. Oi, oi, oi. That's what I was saying. You got to, come on. It's either that or I'm gonna have more fun driving your ride. I was like, hey, looks like I'm gonna be driving her ride. Yeah, like you got it. Come on, that's gonna be so much fun, for sure. Can't wait for that. Again, another great experience with you guys. Just to have fun with you in person and learn, teach and all that kind of good stuff. And this time around, since it's more secluded for just so I could really get in and be more hands-on kind of, so to speak. And then Avery gets to come bring in some of the dogs, so that'll be cool. Saltwater pool. I've never had a saltwater pool before, so that'll be interesting too as well. And heated. And it's heated, so we'll have a heated saltwater pool. So that'll be nice to have. Haven't had that food in forever, New Orleans, and that experience down there and getting out. We'll have to get, like I said, get out at least once down to Bourbon Street, French Quarter District. You'll love it. It's so much fun, so much energy. And then, then the cars to end it all off. You got to think Friday, we're going to be like this, Like you're gonna have so much energy to drive. You know, I know you gotta say you gotta make that drive. You're gonna like getting out of that. You're gonna be like, all right, guys, I'm good to go. You're gonna once you get to where you gotta get to go, you're gonna be crashing. You're gonna have so much energy from, you know what I mean. And then of course all the stuff we've done, capping it the end of the week with that, you know, driving the Ferrari on a track going 160 miles an hour. Because I'll pull up that one real quickly. I think I have that link up with the one that we're hitting up. Yeah. So here's the one we're gonna be on. So that's why that USB, do you see how his helmet, just like the last video we watched, you see the whole thing was, so you have a camera obviously in your helmet, and that's where your main recording, I guess, is going to come from. So you get to like go back and essentially relive you in the cockpit again. You know, it's like, hey, it was fun, and nothing like that until you can ever do that again and fully experience it. But that is what is cool about the extreme experience. Is like, hey, I can still get a little feeler for it, you know, feel a little of that energy. All to do is go pop it in, like me and my desk here, or like especially when you have this and I can like pop it in and like I'll upload it to YouTube, which I'll upload like he did, and then I can go into my living room and watch it on my 85-inch 4K TV with that Dolby Atmos surround sound, which is nuts, beautifully loud, and so like a giddy little kid. And this is our track, so I can send this to you, and we can already get the feel for what the track will feel like.
This is amazing.
And this will be about when we're driving. It'll be right when the sun's kind of about to start going down. So it'll kind of have a different feel to it. Go, 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 go.
Oh, all right.
This guy's driving so slow in the Ferrari, though. This guy's driving so slow. He's driving so slow. Like, you can just, as in, he could be ripping these corners a little more, and he's just coasting at like 70. I mean, coasting, it's still going 75, but like, I'll be hitting every turn with the clutch. I'm trying to see how long each lap is. I think they're about, right now I'm trying to time it out. We're about to hit that straightaway. This is where you can just start ripping it right here. Here's where we can start ripping it again.
Here we go.
So each lap's about a minute 40. So each lap's about a minute 40. See how many times he's letting off the gas pedal? Like, you can tell when he's letting off here, because look, he stops accelerating. I'm like, what are we letting off for? Right there, he let off at 139, you can tell. He let off a little bit there in the 140s.
Good job on the brakes. Woo! Good job carrying speed.
So we hit the straightaway. So about $140 is where he hits the straightaway. So I'm gonna guesstimate he hits the straightaway again about right here, 320. Call it. What? I'm so good. So that was perfect. So each lap, so it's about a minute 40. Every lap's a minute 40 seconds on this course that we'll be taking. 140. Yes, link me. Let's see, 140. What's that? 2, 4. What's the? I'm trying to do math right now. 1, 2, 3. So about 5 minutes of the most 5 minutes and exhilarating. The most 5, if I could talk, The 5 most exhilarating moments you'll have about in your life. And there's the link right there, Aussie Chick. Yeah, I feel like especially when we're out there, smooth talk just yeah, right. Yeah, smooth talk straight. Like, I'm sorry, I didn't realize I was going 30 over. Like, yeah, man, is there a reason why you're doing 97 and a 75? Or no. Well, I just got a lot of energy, and I mean, I was going, man, let me tell you about this turn, officer. Let me tell you. Oh, sorry, state trooper. I'm so sorry. You're not an officer. Whatever. You're all the same. You're all very, very sexy in those suits too, Mr. State Trooper. Anyway, so man, this turn, and you hit the turn, and you get up to like 160 miles an hour. Then you got to slam the brakes on, and boy, if you don't hit the steering wheel, I mean, it was just. He's like, all right, man, I'm gonna give you a warning. How about you just lay off the coffee, maybe the energy drinks, maybe whatever it's been you've had on top of going fast earlier. Let's not go so fast anymore. Let's get there in one piece. Yeah, it's gonna be a lot of fun. A lot. It's gonna, yeah, that, but being there at the track, oh my god, it's gonna be, yeah, like when we're I'm already thinking about it now and getting those vibes, like getting there and checking in, you know, even the drive over there, but yeah, then getting there and checking in, and like being there, you know, oh yeah, like outside then with the cars, oh yeah, it's like, because that's what sucks, it's like a kid at Christmas, you look forward to it and like the build up to it, and then you're finally there and you're opening your presents, which is, you know, us at the track, and it's over before you know it, and you're just like, oh, you know, and then we're done, and you're like, oh man, I want to do it again. All right, I'm gonna take the break off the mic. Any questions you guys have? You can see the uptrend channels we're in. Look, uptrend channel, ATOM, perfection so far on these lines that I put in earlier. And same here with OLB. Just came up, popped up, OLB did, and ran right into the up resistance line. Just in uptrend channels right now. Just in the uptrend channels. Apple still ascending away, so for large cap plays, boom, there it finally goes, downtrend break. So finally getting a downtrend break from large cap. SPY got a nice one. Tesla got a really big one as well. Tesla just popped from 407 or 406s, 407s up to 410s. Got about a $3-4 pop right there. Soon I don't think is going to do anything, so I'm going to move soon over here just in case. Again, I have those orders out there just for fun, you know, see if I get filled on that. And then Tesla, you can see here whatever it might be, the W shape even taking more shape, but you can do the downtrend, and then squeeze and burst back on up. SPY was in a nice good downtrend too as well, and you can see and then there's that burst and pop back on up. Any questions, Aussie Chick? We good? Anyone else? T-Web? Bet it's gonna be fun. The food, going out, the area, in New Orleans, especially if you haven't ever been there before or got to experience it. It's gonna be, you're gonna love it, and then the track to top it all off. Oh, good golly, yeah. I mean, geez, it's gonna be awesome. 100%. Haven't been a, of course. So I haven't been in a supercar since driving the GT4 RS last year. I guess I have a super SUV, right? I mean, honestly, I guess you really could call it a super SUV. I don't know why they're not called that. You're called supercars when they're called super SUVs. And the X5M competition, or even the 392 final editions, is super SUV if you ask me. But the GT4 RS, which is crazy, that was a year ago. So a year after, and almost, they were already sold out. If I had to pick, I was going to do the GT4 RS or the GT3. But then those sold out like ASAP, which is fine. But that's crazy to think that it's about a year to the dot. So last year was right around right now. It's coming up. It's coming up in my memories, I know, so I'll see it on Facebook. But how nuts is that? I'll have to reshare that. And then like, oh, now I finally get to live the dream yet again. You know, and because I think I'm going to do the Huracan. The Huracan, the one they have is a 610 LP or whatever. It's all-wheel drive. So it's 0 to 60. It can get up to speed quicker. So I was like, I've never driven a Lambo, actually. And I was like, you know what? I would love to do the Ferrari, but I'm going to do the Lambo. I think I'm going to do the Lamborghini, because I think that's going to be able to... The turns, I think, are going to be even, or the Ferrari might handle a little better. But just that burst and that straightaway, there's no way I don't get that, you know, because the fastest I've ever been is like right there at 160. So I'm trying to like set my all-time high, you know, which is like try to get up to like 170 maybe, you know. So we'll see. But that's why I'm going to do the Huracan, because that thing is beast. It's all-wheel drive. That's another reason I want to hit it. I'm like, damn, I didn't know they made a V10 all-wheel drive. I didn't know it was all-wheel drive. Anything in 3s to 60 in a supercar is, oh yeah, for sure. And that's what my SUV does, that, which is nuts. You know, I'm going to get in the next month-ish, I'm going to get out my Draggy just to get a little bit better time. But yeah, there's other ones you can put on your phone even that I think you can download that are pretty decent. But I would imagine it's just like Elvira. Best I'll get is probably going to be in the 3.5s. Worst times I get in the 3.8s. Usually getting 3.6s, 3.7s all day. If I can stick real quick, essentially, catch the ground, stick, whatever the verb. Anyway, if I can get that real clean out of the gate, then she's off. It's that and the build up of the turbo. So like you put it in launch control right, and you don't want to do it too long and you don't want to do it too short. There's like a sweet spot of building it up when you have it in launch mode, and you want to build it up quite a bit, but not too long. You want to build it up for like 3-4 seconds. It gets up to like 3,000 RPMs and just kind of sticks there. And you want to do that and let all that air just sit there, because as soon as you let off the brake, all that air is going to go through, and that's where that initial launch comes in. If you can get that down right, so if you can catch out of the gate and get that launch control perfectly timed with letting how much you build up into it, that's where you get those 3.5s. But yeah, it's crazy for an SUV that weighs 6,000 pounds to do that. But I mean, it's just a dope car. I mean, those tires are so wide, a foot plus wide. It's crazy on the rears. All right, one thing I'd be looking for: uptrend channels. Do they stay intact through the rest of lunch? We've got one here on Adam. We've got one here on OLB. That's going to be the main thing. Yeah, chunky. Oh yeah, I'm not, obviously, I'm sure you know. I look at that thing so much. I look at it almost every day, and I'll go out there and look at it like it's a hot lady. Like I'm just like, damn. And then I'll go to the back end of it too and look, because it just looks so sexy from behind. And just then I'll even kind of like squat down and kind of look to see how, just because it's so cool to see how wide those tires are. Oh, it's so cool. It's like, damn, those are so wide. Super chunky. Yeah, I think they're like 315, 325, 30s, something like that. 315, 325, something like that. 30, 35s by 22. 22s on the back, and they're 21s on the front, 22s in the back. And yeah, it's like a 315, 30, 22, or a 3 something like that. I think that is at 315, 30, 22, something like that. That or somewhere in that area. Yeah, it's a lot of rubber. Oh, that's a whole lot of rubber. Well, I mean, 600 horsepower, pounds of torque, 6,000 pounds, all those sixes right there. They gotta have something to hold that big beach down. The beast. I'd watch for Spy to hit to new high of day too as well. So this looks like it wants to continue to squeeze, and possibly with this higher low pattern with the W shape there, continue to squeeze and pop. Same there with Tesla and a lot of these other large cap plays moving up. Apple has already been that way, running up nice, good 3% mover today, up from 256 now to 260, almost 4. So you're talking about an 8-point move on Apple alone. Uptrend channels, that's going to be the key here. Adam, OLB, the key to lunch. Do they hold the uptrend channels? I'll be back around 3 p.m. Eastern for Power Hour commentary. Any last questions? Oi, Aussie chick. Yeah, 3:15:30. 3:15:30:22. 3:15:30:22. It's just hard to like for even cameras to like show the give them duty on how. I wish there was something from the rear side here. Like that's similar to what I have, right? But yeah, it's just you can't. It's hard to fathom how wide those are until you see them in person. You know, like this. They're just some thick daddies. Some thick daddies back here. That's just that's a 50 mi. That's not even mine. Even what's that even doing in here? What's that even doing in here? There you go. But yeah, it's just crazy. You can't really tell when you see them in person. I love the quad exhaust though. Oh, and the diffuser. They're just sexy. They're just sexy. The super SUV. Looks almost just like mine. The interior and everything. Price of bogus too a bit. Oh, nah. No way. You never. No, nah. Don't even think about it. They're so cheap. They're cheap. Super cheap. Super cheap. Super cheap. The super cheap. So here, this, I don't know why they pulled up a 2024 one, but there you go. They start at 222. 222. That's starting at. That's pretty much where they're still at right now. Yeah, somewhere in there. Mine was, I think, 123.7, something like that. But not brand new. I didn't get mine brand new. You know that. Nope. Unless someone get that gangbuster out of the gate for me on those BMWs for sure. Especially a lot of the, and again, back to 2014. I drove a 2011 X5M because they didn't make competitions back then. That was right before they started making competition packages. 2011 X5M had 25,000 miles on it. Looked brand new, smelled brand new. Drove like a beast. Blew my brains out. I'm like, this is 3 years old, still smells brand. I'm like, this is nuts. There are people that will use and abuse them. But it's usually, no offense, it's like the muscle crowd. When it comes to BMWs, you can usually tell, you have to go through the ringer and look real quickly and see, like, oh, they took care of it. Oh, this one's good. And people don't usually rag out BMWs. And on top of the fact that M Series, especially M Competition, like I just got back to back, they're meant to take to the track. I mean, literally, an X5M and X3M Competition, you can take to the track. You swap out the wheels, especially the tires, for some track tires. They come with 7 intercoolers on them. They're literally, that's why they look anyway. They're made for the track. So you can kind of wear them down a little bit. You can, I mean, like, they're bulletproof. Those engines they're badass. They're beasts. It's usually the supercharged Mustangs, the Challengers, and the Chargers, like the the Trackhawks, the Jeeps, the Challengers and Chargers, the Hellcats. I'd never get one of those used. And if I did, it'd be one owner, very low miles, because then I know that person they took care of it, didn't rag it out. Like, you know, if they had fun in it, I'm sure, and floored it, yes, but they didn't just fucking rag it out and didn't take care of the inside and interior. Like the BMWs, you can run those through the ringer, and you keep running it through the ringer, you know, over and over and over. And I have to go, I got to make sure the oil and all, you know, anyway. So that's why you can always go get a BMW and let, you know, the used, at least the M series, because they're taken care of. People love them. They're not beat up and stuff. So T-Web Soon is still on a trend as well. Yep. I got Soon on watch. It's a slow and steady guy, but I still do have Soon on watch over here. But the better ones, in my opinion, are OLB. PLYX is done. You could put Soon there to replace it. SPY, just to get a big large cap sector, kind of look again at it and see if we do squeeze over this triple top, which we're forming 1, 2, third top. Let's see if we go to that third touch breakout, and again moves into my high of day area, which I felt earlier we could move up to ultimate high of day, I should say, back up to Friday's high. So over this, we'll go to 684, 684.30, 684.50 area, somewhere in there, and then over that we'd watch for a new high of day, Paparuno. Got it, team? I'm out for the lunch break. I'll be back here about 2 p.m. Eastern to walk you through after our power hour into after hour, see if we have any movers. Of course, this week, taking off next week is the AKNR. So next week I do have the AKNR Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So there will be no live stream Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday of next week. I will do the morning alerts and keep you guys as much update as I can. I hope it kind of stays this slow to where we don't get any crazy movement, and that way, A, I can concentrate on my traders at the AKNR teaching, and B, you guys really don't miss out on a lot of crazy moves or trades. Be back in just a bit.
what I wanted. But you have to keep going, keep moving on, and don't you ever look back.
we are back in the office now. Back in the office. What are we doing? All right, so we have OLB got out of its range. We had two different moves, which is kind of funny. We talked about the uptrend channels here on OLB and Atom and that they aren't going to hold forever. Well, Atom cracked out of it down. OLB, broke out of it to the top side, forming a little bit of head and shoulders right now. This old upper shadow wiki area right there, right around 130, 135. Look at these two upper shadow wicks. And then we got these two little wicks right here. So that's what's going to be, to me, the make or break. If we can hold 135, this play will continue to climb. If not, it could see some movement in after hours, but under 135, it's not going to have the oomph. It needs the oomph. On the way up, we got the 180 mark. We go over 180. Next leg up here for over 180. We, of course, just go put some lines in. We can see how the lines worked out earlier so well. On Atom, I'd have a line in right there. And then I put another one in right there. So right around 210 and then 240 resistance on the way up for OLB. And then on the way down, this 135 is going to be Gatekeeper. On the way up, we already have the lines in here for Atom. Do we have more lines in for Atom on the way up? I think we only have it 635. Yeah. All right. So then we'll go next level up after that. We're going to go... Where do we go? That's a good question. Do we go through here? Where do we stop here? Is it there? And I'm just going to go there. I'm just going to go way up top. In case Atom can get the Atom Bomb going. Back-to-back days here for ATOM. The runner on Friday runs in through Tuesday with continuation. Breaking the downtrend. Does have this new area built in at 560, as you can tell here. Old resistance, new support. Talked about this just earlier, T-Web, I think, with you and other traders, saying, I bet this play doesn't come back down. This old resistance, new support's probably what's going to hold. And then sure shit enough, right off of it earlier when I went live, and then now you think about it here again at that 560 mark. And so 560, 565 is working out gorgeous here on ATOM. Again, on the way up 605, and then we have this 635 resistance before we hit 7. 650, yeah, I got this line in at 630, so we'll see how well that works out. This one right here worked out pretty darn well at 605. I knew she was going to come in here. What? Baby Blueby. Little Blue Dane. What's a little Blue Dane doing? What's the Blue Dane doing? The most spoiled of them all. Yeah, you're the most spoiled of them all. Thanks to Dad. Line's working out right here, too, as well for SPY. High of day. Got the 8460 mark line in. Perfect. Nice reversal off of it. We always talk about, like I say here, coming in toward the end of the day, what direction we're going into the last 10 minutes. Watch for SPY to do the opposite. And we're getting that already a little bit right now in a bounce off of another line I have in here at 82. Now, 82 didn't really show up earlier in the day, but right now showing up like a dime. We are running out of some volume here on OLB as we head into after hour, or I should say into the end of the day as we head close to after hours. These are going to be the two small cap plays. And then what's going to happen here at the end of the day, I'm going to wait for the after hour scanners to pop up, and then I'm going to add a new play. And then this right here will be the new runner that we have in after hours, because today, I promise you, we will have a runner. Yeah, Atom. It's a nice slow mover, though. I like Atom. It's good. Hi, I know. I know. All right. Ellie Cabelli, French fry smelly, how we doing? I know. Oh, you're stinky blefs. All right, I'm going to stick around here for about 5 more minutes. I was just jumping back on the mic, just trying to get some stuff done in the office today. I haven't gone anywhere, but there really hasn't been much for me to talk about. We've had some slower movers, but again, not surprised the moves we have had, we've made. Again, we come back to this, essentially the same stocks from earlier. So what I'm going to do here is put in one extra line for the day here on, boom, on let's just say on OLB. Oh boy, I feel a sneeze coming. Oh no, don't do it. Oh. Hey, oh no. I wish I had light in here. Well, that one came out of nowhere. You can feel it when you hit your nose. It's almost like pepper or something hitting your nose. Like, whoa, no, whoopsies. It's coming now. All right. So, on the way up here for ATOM, moving sideways, I know for now, really consolidating over the past 2-3 hours now. There's no way we stay in this channel. So we were in this channel for however long. We're now in this $5.60, $6 channel for the past 2.5, almost 3 hours. That's a long time to be in one sideways consolidation from $5.60 into 6. I would imagine that doesn't last probably but about 30 minutes longer. Sometime here coming into the closing bell, into the after hours sector. If I had to pick one way or the other, because I don't think they'll both run. And they both have in my opinion, have kind of exhausted looks to them. Where they're a little tired looking. Traders are getting a little annoyed with them. They're not spiking. This play looks like it wants to crack the uptrend in this 135 mark coming up soon. And now they're reversing right back as we have, it kind of reeks of maybe both of these plays crack back and we get the new runner in after hours to kind of steal the mob, at least to start after hours. Doesn't mean Adam and OLB can't run still. But they kind of have that exhausted look to them. Traders are getting a little tired with them, annoyed with them. Like, do something already. Go. Goobers. Y'all have water out there. Why y'all drinking Rue's water? Rue, our shepherd, stays in here like all the time. Will y'all stop it? So we just put a water bowl bag. It looks like her office now. So Rue just stays back here all the time. They have water out there. The dogs, all the other dogs, they kind of come in and out of the office. Rue just stays back here like all the time. It's funny. Anyway, so we just put a bowl of water back here for her. Then the people, it's funny, the dogs that are always, in and out will come back here and, oh, there's a water bowl and it's got water in it back here? Hell yeah, I'm going to get some water in this bowl. Like, you have water out there. Merlin! God, that is so annoying. That's what that feels like to me. You're just, like, he just, like, leans on me. He's leaning on me and his head starts leaning on me. Like, will you stop? You're such a doofus. I would say right now, I'm going to say lean on Adam, if one or the other. I'm going Adam up, OLB down. The only reason I say that, Adam and my eyes and the way I'm seeing this chart, it's closer to getting a high of day percentage-wise than OLB is. And so that has a better chance to get to it percentage-wise just because it's closer. Doesn't mean it's going to happen. But it just looks like this is going to crack the 135 trend line area right through here and come down before this starts to come down. Now, they're both close to make or breaks, and that's the thing, which 560 is the gatekeeper here, where 140, 135 is the gatekeeper here. Any questions you guys have? Any stocks you want to go over? Tim, I think you're about the only one here, just asking questions. Ride, let it ride. Don't forget, watch After Hours. I have the scanners up, or at least I have them pulled up on my side, the Stock Rocks. I'm hoping you guys have After Hour scanners that you guys have and or follow for free on YouTube. There's tons out there on YouTube you can follow for free and not truly have to pay a service. And yeah, you'll never see me paying for a scanner service for sure ever again. Merlin, not with the head on the arm. Oh, man. Merle. Okay, I'll say L. Come here, L. You're fine. L. What do you want? What do you want? What? 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 It's a kissing machine, she is. All right, cool. I think we're done. T-Web, anyone else? Last questions for the day? We're pretty good set. It's a slower day. I'm not surprised it was the day it was. I'm surprised we had as many moves as we had in pre-market, to be honest. Some of you are fighting 2 Danes. I was surprised we had as many moves. Again, 3-day weekend. I know RIME had a big run there on Friday and Power Hour and After Hours, so that did give it some, life, some lift off this morning. But there was no continuation, real follow through, other than really OLB and Atom. Atom real slow and steady, multi-day runner now. You go back and especially look at Friday, we're up from 275 to 6. It's a 350 move. It's a pretty nice, good size move. And then OLB, of course, you think about how much it's moved today overall. It's 265%. It's not. It doesn't look like a lot. It's been more of a choppier chart to get there, but it's had some decent movements. You could patient enough, you could get 20, 25 cents out of it. Super patient enough, you'd get 30, 45 cents out of it. But it's one of those plays for sure. You got to just take your time with it. We'll put BDMD on watch over. There was another one too, staircasing. Going over to Stock Rocks. It was hitting the Momo scanner here as we getting close to the closing bell. Not bad uptrend channel there. Kind of you can see here overall for the day. We're seeing a lot of these trend liney plays today that have been holding their uptrend channel. Boom. We'll put lines in too as well. Merlin, go. Sit. I don't know how. All the other dogs learn real. It's so funny how fast all dogs have learned under my guidance and tutelage. Now he does it, and that's what they usually will do. Most of these guys, I'm like, one time they're done. Like I can give them raise my voice, tell them what to do, and they're like, "Yep, all right, Dad's had enough of us, so that's it for now." 180 seems like a really prime target right there for BDMD. We're going to put another line in right there-ish. So those would be the main lines we're going to look at. Now, again, there could be some other lines in there, honestly. You could probably put one in here at like 130. I'm not going to overdo it. Just keep the main ones in there right there for you for after hours. 145 and then 180 resistance area for BDMD. All right, sweet. I'm going to jump off the mic real quickly here. You got the levels out there. You know what to be looking for. We'll see if we get a new mover coming up at the closing bell here in about 5-10 minutes. I would imagine there is one. I bet 20-30 minutes from now we have a runner in after hours that you're going to be looking at, and then maybe one of these OLB, ATOM, and BDMD continue their pace in after hours. All right, sweet tits, sweet shits, sweet armpits. See you guys back here in the morning. I'll, of course, stick around here in after hours, see if we get, what the new runner is and how much it runs. I'll get some jams back up for you guys here as we run into after hours. I would imagine, though, it's not crazy. It's not going to be too crazy in after hours. I just will say that. Maybe BD, MD, or Adam or OLB run, but I don't think they'll get much out of it. Maybe $1 move, something like that, $1.50. Possibly type of move today in after hours from a ticker. Maybe we'll get something new to run, which would be really nice as well. But I'm thinking 30%, 50% gains in after hours is what I would call it. 30 to 50%, something like that. That seems doable and most likely what we're going to get. Just kind of here at the end of the day, we don't really have a lot. It's really a, okay. All right. We're not going, ooh, watch out. Ooh, watch out. We're kind of going, okay, just watching it. I'm watching. It's on watch here. And that's just where we're at right now, honestly. See you guys in the morning. Have a great, safe, blessed, food-filled night. I'm going to keep my eye on after hours movers. If something of course, pops up, goes crazy, me, I'm always going to jump back on the mic. We've done that a couple of times in the past month plus, but it doesn't seem like it's coming anywhere anytime soon that I'll be jumping on the mic out of nowhere in after hours like we've done in January and early February. Never know. Of course, I will alert them and put them on the board. See you guys in the morning, most likely. Have a good one. Bang a rain. If you're green like myself, practice in after hours. Don't risk your biscuits. Take your biscuits, take them home. Eat them. Enjoy them. Practice after hours. That's what I would say. Unless you're just on a roll today, which I don't think too many people are on this crazy roll, just the day we're on anyway, then just practice after hours. Watch it. Track, journal, chart. Do your homework. See you in the morning.
to deal with the 2 screaming children in the snowstorm, but I should probably be responsible and talk too.
Have fun there, Michael.
Oh yeah, it'll be good.
No worries. I'll have fun too.
Monday's off. I learned like yesterday. So
Monday's off, guys.
Yeah.
You just
see you
opened
guys
it up
Tuesday.
for me.
Yeah, it's something. I just looking at the calendar. So yeah,
We'll take it. We'll take it, right?
it's like finding $20 in your pocket, right? See you guys Tuesday.
See ya.
Appreciate you, Nos. Later, Money Mitch.
All right. Later, guys.
Leaving us with this market. I mean, Josh, you were able to capitalize on the F-SLY. What else we got? I mean, so I got a little Ruby, been working that backside. Outside of that, traders, I like NCI. Like Tuna's saying on the 1 hour, it does. I'm on the 1 hour too. It looks good, but we're just gonna have to see the volume, and that's really the question of the day today. But yesterday, NCI was just like randomly, essentially. You just had to be there for it because it would be random momentum that jumps into that name, and you ride the wave. Essentially, you're not looking to predict it unless that's with a feeler, small position. But that's what I'm looking at right now. NCI to see if we can get in small cap land some momentum to push that name higher. Outside of that, deathly, eerily quiet. Josh, you're muted. Are you? Yeah.
I am muted. My bad. I'm sorry. I forgot I was muted there. My mic. I should see it glowing. Should be good to go now. Good to go. Sorry, my guys. Yes. I'm still in. I'm going to leave it till my entry price on F-Slide just to see if it bounces at that 1470 mark again. But yeah, I got the nice good bounce play from 1472. Yeah, gone up here. I'm still in there. 20 shares. Just 20 shares. I've already taken most of my profit. I have that over here on the live stream for my live stream. But there we go. So I've been scaling out. 1530 was my best exit, and of course 72 is my entry. So not bad. Not a bad trade there over the live stream over the last 30 minutes or so, or around 20-30 minutes or so. So yeah, nice. SPY is crashing away though. SPY, another bloodbath. Talked about that. Watch for the SPY to get back down. It's like every time we get to the 695, 697 mark, it's just another sell off. Guys are taking profit. Big boys come in. And we're just sweeping right back on down. Even Nos has talked about it. We have already been building up that chop. Seems like we will be choppy for the foreseeable future. And even when I said when we break through 700, do we finally even get that really good move and explosion through it? So thank you for the love too, Elise. Of course, she's on my Discord and she's giving me some love on my Discord and on the live stream earlier. So thank you, Elise, on the another Thursday, another successful trade. And that's usually like you see that this time of the day. I'm not an over trader. I like to just hold one trade, be into one trade, at this time of the day, and then really call it from this point onward. So it's nice to find this and then be a part of it with you guys and just sit back and relax and chill on a trade, my man. Are you in anything currently?
I've leftovers on Ruby. I mean, I'm in the position where I'm trying to let the trade find me versus forcing it, Just let the trade find me. NCI does have a nice pattern right now to it, but it's missing the key component. We need volume on it. But that play based off of yesterday could see some nice follow through if volume came in there. Outside of that, eyes are peeled. Here's the idea with NCI. I'll jump in with the bulls if volume does come in, because yesterday you see randomly volume came into that name and it'd go from like 1.6 to 2.9. That thing would jump up the whole point. So
yeah, we're right in that same area too. Yeah, so it's kind of it's close to takeoff area, and especially if it gets over 210, 215, 205 area, it's really going to probably have another explosion, kind of blow the top off type of move there. Still just going to watch F-Slide. If you want to put something else up, I gotta watch my babies as a minimum. Just right there, that's what I'm saying. Leave them last little bit. You can see it came right down to my entry. It's bouncing off of it now in that VWAP for yet another play. Just waiting to see if we can squeeze out of this channel. I mean, this will not last all day on F-Sly here. Fastly. I don't know. I like giving my little names F-Sly. I don't know. He kind of sounds like he's cool. He's a sly dog. You got to watch out for F-Sly. He's a sly dog.
Well, I mean, it gives us the ticker symbol, so it's useful. I like it. You speak it out so we can just type it in. NCI, it's getting close to something here. The trend line's nice. So 171, 172 is the stop. That is what I do like about it. And when identifying any setup, it's like you get in right essentially near the stop. So
Thank you.
it works or it doesn't. I'm going to take my eyes off of it, then she'll get to going.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Yeah, you cannot take your eyes off of it for sure.
RIME is given a 50% retracement. RIME.
Another decent one for the day was NVCR. It's rain down. It's got some low area down here right around 1330, 1310. Now you can see the resistance up top 1470 into 15. I think we just stayed shy. This will stay in this probably all day long, but it's a big channel. It's a big choppier channel.
RIME is gearing up a little bit, trying to curl back up. I'll show that chart. RIME gearing up a little bit, curling up and around. 50% retracement there.
Boy, yeah, Mitch and Mike Caskey coming back. Yeah, I'm not watching Remy. Oh, Remy? Hold on. Who said? Let's see here. This is funny. It says is it my background or is it? I guess it's my background. I don't know. It said that comment. Your background. Would you see that in chat? It says where was that one? Who was it there? Where did I just read that at? Oh yeah, Intertechment. Your background is Halt and Catch Fire vibes. I love that. I love Halts and to Catch Fire. Let's do it. I don't know whose background you were referring to. I'm guessing it was either me or, of course, Kevin.
JZXN. Dead. JZXN giving it all back. So that was the supply zone, guys. She curled back up to that resistance, and just today has not been the day. It just hasn't been. I mean, that's the thing. It's pretty much take the short unless volume sustains. I mean, because in small caps, nothing's sustaining these levels.
Intertechnic. I've never seen that show. I had to Google it real quick. So Halt and Catch Fire. I have to look into that. Yeah, I've never seen that TV show before. I thought you meant like I don't know what you meant by that. Makes sense though. Makes sense.
You want to tell them about the call-in show today?
Yes, the call-in show today, team. Call-in show today, team. Call in and let us know what you think about James Vanderbeek passing. I just thought you're like, whoa, what? That's not what we're talking about. That happened yesterday. I forgot to talk about that on my live stream earlier. And of course, he had a battle with cancer. But man, just
here we go in 20 from the year ago. Yeah, where you saw that circulating, his pretty much message to the world. Yeah.
Obviously was a good guy. Everyone seemed to love him, and so yeah, just sucks to see. Just like man, wasn't that old, but man, that's why you got to cherish each and every day for sure. It's a present for a reason. Cherish it like a present. But no, truly, if you want to talk about James Vanderbeek, Mr. Dawson, what was his name on Varsity Blues? I remember Lance. Lance is gone now, and then Lance would be Paul Walker. And then the other guy, oh gosh, I forgot. There's another one that's passed. So point being, I was thinking about this because there was like a clip that shows like three of them grayed out. Billy Bob. Billy Bob was the big offensive lineman. He's passed. Of course, Paul Walker's passed. And now we got Dawson Creek, James Vanderbeek passed. And if they showed a picture of like the coach, James Voigt standing over all his football players, kind of like a movie poster. And it has like the three guys that are passed grayed out. My point being, you go back to 98, 2000. Hell, you go even to obviously 98, 2000. And you come to me and say, hey, I'm like 16, however old I was when I watched the movie, right? I loved it. It was great as a kid. Hey, 2020, John Voigt's still alive, but Paul Walker, James Vanderbeek, and Billy Bob, I don't know his name in real life, are all dead. Oh, I'm like, whatever. I'd be like, maybe the big guy, Billy Bob. No way Paul Walker and Vanderbeek are both done before Voigt. No way. Because, John Voigt, I don't know how he's got to be in the late 70s, 80s by now, I'd imagine. Of course, that's Angelina Jolie's dad. Yeah, it's nuts. It's crazy, man. But call-in show, the true topic today, your trading setup. I just think about, questions when we come up with the topics, at least when I'm coming up with a topic, I'm just like, what do I get asked a lot? And that's one thing I do get asked a lot. What's your trading setup? Hey, Josh, how many monitors do you have? Do you trade on your phone? Do you trade on the go? And so that is it. Do you trade? And I know some traders, that's the thing. I work with a lot of traders. So I know that some that are on the go and do trade on their phone. I know some that have to go to work. They're at work all day and they have to trade at the office or try to fit it in. And of course, here, like us, we get to stay at home and trade. So what's your trading setup? Is it at home? If it is, well, how many monitors do you have and what's your go-to? If you're at the office, what's your trading setup and what is that like? Having to work in office environments and how many trades are you being able to get in? And if you trade on your phone, gee golly, good luck to you. What's that like? How's your trading on the phone? You know, so what's your trading setup? How many monitors do you have? What's your go-to? Come on.
Email it in to CollinsShow@tradethepool.com CollinsShow@tradethepool.com and we'll share that too. I'm emailing mine.
That's right. The Mox. He went by Mox, but yeah, Johnny Mox. That was he went by Mox. That was his name. Come on, F Sly, let's go, baby. Come on and root, toot, and scoot and get your booty up there, big boy. I'm going to scale out a little bit more, 5 more shares here now that we're back in the 1520s. Yes, let's go. I love it. I want to see 1550s is what I really want. I don't know if we'll get there, my man, but we're working it. We're working her here. Oh, let's see here. Yes, tomorrow night, Sterling Hull. We'll see here. I would imagine our boy here, Kevin Avery, will hopefully, Kevin, if you're free tomorrow night, get on there for 40 minutes, 45 minutes, an hour, whatever it is. But yeah, hopefully we'll do another little of our, our live Friday sessions that we do for sure. Love that. Larry Boyd, you had that play last week. Did you get paid for your last 10 shares? Larry Boyd, which one are you talking about, boss? Are you talking about TCGL?
Hey, Josh, just as a friend too. We have a big day coming up this weekend that I gotta after we get off stream. I gotta go do some hunting for.
Okay, all right. Yeah, it's Valentine's Day on Saturday, brother. It's Valentine's. Gentlemen, have you gotten anything for your mom? You better get something for your mom. I'm telling you, your mom will love it. True. But that's then get your significant other. You got to get your girl something. Get her some flowers. Get her some candy.
Apparently, I messed up. For my wife's birthday, she said she wanted flowers. And of course, being a guy, I'm thinking practically. So I find these flowers that have like preservatives in them that they last years. Because I'm like, I don't really want to get you flowers and they're going to die in a few days. So I get the ones with the preservatives. And then Valentine's Day comes up, Josh, and she's like, I want real flowers this time. And I'm like, those were real flowers. They just last longer than a week. She's like, no, I want those. I want the ones that are gonna die. Pretty much. I'm like, what? Why? What's the point? It means you love me. Okay, all right. I'll speak your language. I'll speak your language.
That is hilarious. I love it.
I've done the love language test. Everybody speaks a different language, as far as.
Oh yeah, for sure, 100%, man. Yeah. You gotta understand.
Rhyme dumping to $1. Woo. Dumping under $1. What does Avery want for Valentine's Day?
Oh no, we're making shepherd's pie tomorrow. We're just gonna cook. It's gonna be rainy and gross here starting tonight and all day tomorrow. So we're gonna just stay in, cook, and just enjoy being with each other. And there's really nothing. I mean, like yesterday, I went to Walmart to get some stuff, and so I surprised her with. She loves candy. I mean, she is a candy fiend, candy holic, any candy too for the most part. And so I just got her some candy, like the Valentine's Day with the hearts and the whatever. And she's like, I got you something. And she has no idea. She's like, what'd you get? And I pull it out. She's like, aw. So it's those little surprises even before, just to kind of get her little stuff. But yeah, she's very low maintenance, which I am absolutely
That's awesome.
Happy with.
Silver right now. Look at Tack pointed it out. SLV, pull that up, Josh. This thing is doing the old dumperoo.
What a nasty spy is crashing too as well. So yeah, SLV, what a nasty booger there.
You guys catching the knife? Or are you joining this trend, although it's very steep?
G-Money. John Boyd. I was gonna say I was just catching up in chat. Spectacular actor. He's a very good actor. He's kind of been blacklisted in Hollywood due to politics. Yeah, but I've always enjoyed him. He's very good, very good, very good. And entertainment, you don't know who John Galt. I don't know who John Galt is, but real quickly, John Voight is definitely. I would imagine you've seen John Voight before. Are we on my live stream? Yeah, let's pull up old Johnny Man. The Johnny Man. This guy, and he's 87, bro. 87. Look how old he is. You've seen John Voight before. He was the head coach in Varsity Blues. He has been in Midnight Cowboy back in the day. Andy Conda was kind of the weird bad guy. Deliverance is another crazy movie he was in.
I heard a funny story with him in Holes. Apparently, he was like method acting the whole time, and the kids hated him for it. He was-
yes.
he never broke character.
Like Shia LaBeouf was like, dude, what's your deal, bro?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so ZSL, which is ultra short silver ETF, is spiking right now. So yeah, ZSL. Tag pointed that out. Yeah, that's where volatility is, guys. We got ZSL, SLV, of course, SPY. Small cap.
Yeah, I'm good. No, I'm not on a time delay. It shouldn't be much of a delay. But yes, I got paid out. Yes, I got paid out. But all those shares, I was in 100 shares to begin with, and yes, because I got out of everything before the end of the day. So yes, it was all liquidated, all out of it for sure. So you can go back and watch it. I've replayed it on my live stream in the afternoon a few times already, just the days afterward. Even into the last week, I'm sure a couple of times. But yeah, go back and watch it here on the TTP live stream. Yeah, that was absolutely nuts to watch, and then especially go back and rewatch. Fun stuff. Come on, F-Slide just feels like it's going to squeeze. I'm just waiting for this thing to squeeze to new highs here. Sitting back, patient. I only have 15 shares left, so I'm not going to be big on this play anymore. I just want to be a part of that move if we get it. Patience.
Were you buying the dip pretty much off of the prior support on that F-Slide
right,
and the VWAP? It was like it bounced right off of VWAP and that prior support. Looking at it, yeah.
Boom, and once it went up and did it earlier, so it did it first and it came down, and I had literally had my order in at 67 when it came down and bounced here. It bounced at 68 is the low. 68 was the low there. So I'm like, I'm gonna cancel my orders and move them down. And so right when I did that, I canceled my order, and here we go. We're going up a little bit higher here, so I'll sell a few more now. We're hitting new highs in the run. I canceled my orders, and again, it just would have been 250 shares. It wouldn't have been a lot. Did hit it and goes flying up to new high of day. I said, guys, I'm putting orders in. I'm going to surround 1470 with orders. It's going to see a bounce play. This area, this is demand. You will see one more bounce play there. Was I anticipating an immediate push? No, not that great. It was definitely absolutely money. Love it. It's but bounce plays. It's either I'm looking at old resistance to become new support, or I'm finding the demand zone, the support zone to be built in, and then I go in and attack it. Attack.
All right, what's the bottom on the SPY going to be, guys?
Woo, that could be if Joe's around. If anyone wants to put a poll out there, we could do I guess we could say put levels out, or we could do a poll here in chat. SPY lower. Will the SPY hit 680 today? Don't know if you want to do a poll, Joe. If Joe is listening for Joe. Silver's crashing away too as well. Could be a good thing to give away like a 5K eval possibly. Go, what will the low of day for the SPY be? SPY now down only 1% from close of yesterday, but boy, you're talking about 9, almost 10 points on the day from high to lows. And I really feel F-Slide is going to pop here almost any minute to 1550. It's just a slow and steady Eddie type of play. It's another reason why I like taking these. And 100% on the live stream going bigger versus, TCGLs of the world that boy can scare your heart for sure. But yeah, Larry
it could be due to a few things. So, looking at some news, I mean, Nos touched on the I invited, not happily, the Democratic governors. But then prior to that, we had a PR come out that said USA existing home sales month over month are down quite significantly year over year, minus 8.4% versus up 4.4% prior. So the spread on that is 12.8%. That's quite significant. The existing home sales, they did not beat estimate. They were actually below. Okay. So that's what I'm seeing in relation to the news right now. Home sales. Yeah. I mean, homes have maintained their price, right, since COVID. Everything just ballooned. And then, a lot of people were anticipating a quick sell-off. I mean, kind of like in stocks where you have euphoria into at least some kind of a pullback, but maybe that's what we're getting to now. But it's been years in the making here.
Yeah, I pulled one of my videos up that I do last night. I usually do it like in after hours when it gets slower, and I'll just put some videos on, just like, and turn my stream on to public and have people slowly maybe come over and catch the stream. They can rewind, etc., just to kind of get my my stream out there to the public for people at the end of the day. And yesterday I'll just sometimes put videos on at the end of the day, so people when they come over, it's not just charts. It's actually, you can actually have like a lesson or something going on in it. And I had a like sometime from last year, and it was like at whatever the SPY was at 615. I'm like, it seemed like it was yesterday. It was just at low 600s. And I was just thinking a second, it seemed like it was just in the 300s, 400s, And so you're talking about 23, 24. And then even before that in code where it was at. So yeah, it's just crazy to see that and go, it's one thing I think about all the time. Like, man, why did I not invest in like way earlier in life, to like when it was back in the 2000s, 2010, something like that, like, God, why did I never think about investing into large caps or SPY? And you just don't think about it when you're, at least me, I just did not think about it when I was young for whatever reason.
Oh yeah. I've seen those memes. It's like, what I was doing when I should have been investing in, Bitcoin, and it's me playing,
Yeah.
some kid play. It was this game I remember it, but a guy was playing this game where he's just on his phone, or tablet, you're throwing the trash into the trash can, and there's wind, you got wind coming from this direction and that direction. It's like, I remember playing that like 15 years ago. Yeah, that is what I was doing.
Right.
But I should have been in yards and throwing that in Bitcoin.
Yeah, even like that when that came out, when it was so cheap, when it was just one of those things like, why did I not think about that? Just the fact that it, how low it was. Like, I'll just give it a shot, invest a little money into this and see if it does run, and see if it, and then where it's at now, you're just like, oh my. But hey, that's where I learned now, of course, too, when you get those chances to invest, when you see some lower, cheaper prices on any of these tech plays that we'll get out, throughout the years of these pullbacks, whenever we get them. And then we'll have new plays that what can happen and what's possible and what can run. I mean, going back and look at Carvana and some of the plays we talked about from like last year, into this year. Of course, gold and silver has been one hot sector, but there's a lot of different tickers that have just gone crazy over the past year or so. And you're going, man, imagine investing into that. It was just at X and now it's here. So that's why I always say everyone always feels like they're missing day trades when you're a day trader. You can't have that mentality. You're going to be missing profits all day, every day. And especially those big ones like long-term investments where you see a play that was at 40 and now is at 500. And you're going, wow, in 6 months, wow, are you kidding me? So
here's SPY even lower. Guys, put your predictions in. Put your predictions in. We'll review it end of day. And send you out an email. Let's see where the SPY is going to be end of day. Is this going towards that daily support level? I mean, all the way down to 680 like Mr. Josh spoke about? Or are we going to find our feet here soon?
I have a line in, which is I love when I see this happen. It didn't respect the first two lines on the way down, but now finally here at 84.50, I have a line in, and it's bouncing, obviously, lows 84.44. So we're bouncing right at my line at 84.50. Does that hold? We'll see. But yeah, this is bloody, across the board there. I haven't gone to a lot of the large cap plays, but I would imagine, Microsoft down. Meta.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Gosh, Meta has absolutely gotten annihilated today. This is momentum. I mean, Apple down as well, almost 3% like Meta is. This is where I know focused on FSLY. Does give you a little of that FOMO, and I missed out on some good short money on a lot of these large cap. Google is actually holding and maintaining pretty well out of the large cap tickers, but NVDA, another bloodbath. PLTR, another bloodbath. You go over to Tesla, bloodbath. I mean, so most of these tech companies running with the SPY going down and down hard. And it looks like SPY about to reverse here even more so. Yeah, that'd be a good one. What do you guys think? Low of day on the SPY. Where does she stop at? Now I'll just go through and kind of go to a larger time frame here. I would say if we do crack 84.50, she's going down. I'll just 682. I'm gonna go 682 is where I think that'll be the low of the day for the SPY. We'll go 682 for me. Go 682.07. There we go.
Yeah, a lot of traders, they try to find this bottom, on these intraday panic sell-offs. But got to be careful catching the knife, traders. At least predetermine the risk and size it. Size into a range versus all in on this one entry. But right now, steep trend south. Steep trend south she goes, SPY. 682 is Josh's prediction. End of day there. And we'll go Yeah, 682. Man, this is
It looks like it's about to go down for more. I mean, it really has. I'm going down for more. Get ready. Written all over it. A lot of these plays do. Small caps, yeah, very slow today. Earlier with Ritz Nitch talking about it. Marco was slow. Yeah, today was small caps slow. We're just in that time today with my live stream yet of it. You go with the QMs and the craziness from QMs, which then got halted on news, was the T12, I think the QMs got, but that was crazy in September. Kind of lulled down in October and November, then boom, SMX goes, and SMX and all these other crazy runners have been consistent throughout November, I should say December, all of December through January, and then to cap off the end of January with the TCGL and then the Q whatever, or the ELPW, we had some crazy moves, especially just go to TCGL going from like 10 to 450 in one day, and then it gets an H11. So you start it with a T12 and you end it with an H11. Traders kind of put their hands down and sit on their hands and go, okay, we're exhausted. That was fun. That was crazy. We had some T12s and H11s, and so there was a lot of traders, but definitely some traders out there stuck in those tickers still at $100+ a share, not knowing where and when it's going to open up. You kind of get a little the breakage to go on. When I pump the brakes.
Mr. Doug.
Elise and I was actually I'll say I was actually, that last comment right there just popped in. I was actually live, or not live. I was watching over on the TC days back in the day with Deck, watching him live, trading that day. Watch the stock. It happened twice that year, Elise. It actually happened twice in March of that year. The stock market completely across the board, Kevin, froze because why? If the SPY goes down 7% on a day, circuit breaker hits, and every single ticker halts. Every ticker halts, bro. Every ticker. Every small cap, anything, 5 cents, 20 cents, 80 cents, 100 cents, $100, $10, 30. The stock,
everything. Now, is that just a standard volatility 5-minute halt, or is it a separate kind of thing? Okay.
Yep. It's same thing. I think it's 5. I can't go back. I have to Google it for sure, but yes, I can't believe I got to be a part of that where everything halted because the SPY was down 7%. I mean, it was crazy because it was during COVID and it was just getting annihilated. I mean, talk about annihilate. I can't imagine if I traded large caps and options then, the money that could be made on those days. It happened twice, though, in March of that year. But it was crazy to see because, of course, we're trading small caps and to just see small caps just go, frozen, SPY's froze, everything's frozen. It's like, this is crazy. There's new low of day, SPY, silver, just watching it with it now, too. She is dumping right now. Still in FSLAG, and it's small, only 10 shares, I know. I'm still feeling that 1450 is in play, holding 15 here as we just channel out into this wedge. I mean, you can put... What we got?
Sorry, JZX. It's trying to wake back up, back towards the highs. So monitoring that in small caps.
You still babysitting anything out there in any place?
Oh, on the live I have a leftover on Ruby, but I've switched to an eval because I'm like I don't know if there's nothing screaming, nothing screaming too much at me. But the JZXN is going to be interesting back up here for this second retest. Now, again, a lot of traders on the long side are going to be looking for an exit here. So you have to have follow-through momentum. Without it, it's going to be – and NCI too. Be mindful of NCI. She's still on that trend, Josh. NCI is still on that upward trend.
Yeah. Speaking of remember Kelly B from last week?
Yeah. Oh, no. Is she waking up?
Speaking of eval for fun, I got in short on that, 100 shares, and I'm still just holding that. Because I was like, there's no way Kelly, just to test out my theory. Short. So my theory is it goes back down to 10 where it kind of popped up from, I say 10, but that was the low the day before. And it squeezed up from the low, the open, I should say, from where she squeezed up on last Tuesday was 1526. And that was like my goal when I got into it the other day, which I got into it the hangover day, which is so funny. So, of course, that was, if you remember, that was last Thursday's play. So last Friday, I was like, I'm going to stab at this and I'm just going to get in. So I'm still in on this play. I think my entry price is somewhere around 23 or 24, and I'm still just holding that down to 15.
So that's on a swing account you have. That's a swing. That's a swing account, right?
Eval, yeah. I'm just because I'm testing this. Yeah, I was like, I'm going to open up a swing eval on some of these plays because we were getting a lot of them that were going up and then coming right back on down. Like there's no way these plays, once you get that next day move and you get through certain levels, because we weren't getting SMX type of moves from these plays. We're going up one day and done. Like ELPW, right? TCGL unfortunately was the one that was still holding up. But yeah, we started to see that. So I opened up that eval account because when you brought up eval, I was like, oh, that reminds me. I was like, I actually did that with Kelly B. And it hit earlier today right down into my target zone. And so I got pretty much all of it because today Kelly B went right down to around 15.25. So it was worked out perfectly. So if you pull that up on the chart, Kelly B here, I'll pull it up on my side. Perfect. Went all the way down here and hit it that morning. So I'll pull this so you guys can see this. My theory here, a lot of the time, what we'll see with these tickers team, I'll show you this, go into like a 15-minute time frame here. So you can see Kelly B was a crazy mover that my boy over here, Kevin Avery, got a part of last week. And I've got to really do some work to show you this, right? So there was some crazy movement from Kelly B last week. So my thought process was this day, once we crack back down below the lows here, Kevin, if anyone's watching the live stream, so right there back under 26 to get in, spread was terrible. And so that's when I got in. So it was right here when we started cracking, I just started slowly entering in 25 shares a piece and have an average entry right around 23, 24. And just to hold that and where to, well, you can't see the first huge candle, unfortunately. I can see it on Thinkorswim. But we popped up from, you can essentially see right around this 15 mark is where we came from. And that was my goal, to get right back down to 15. And you can see today, the low of day is right there at that mark, right around 15.20. So it's a nice little move there.
Yeah, good work. I mean, there's something to that, right? I love that. I love what you're utilizing that account for. Just take the day one movers. So like yesterday, what was yesterday? It was
that was one of them.
Yeah, you do that. Yeah, do that pretty much every day, but sprinkle it across the board. You have the margin, the capital now. So, I mean, you can set the stop limits too. That's the beauty of it. So you can get sleep at night, but set the stop limits. And so
literally,
it was, QVC. So QVC was really the big play yesterday. And, yeah, I mean, that thing's down slightly. Hasn't given back everything. I think they declared like bankruptcy or something, and holding up, of course. NCI creeping up still, 184, 185. Is it going to be that midday runner?
Give me 15.5 F-Slide. We're almost there. Almost there. Oh, give it to me, baby. Give it to me, baby. Come on. Oh, come on. Oh, gosh. I'm going to take 2 more there. I'm down to 6 shares here. Just slowly scaling out of this for fun. This has become so fun for me, too, especially now that I get to go live with, TTP and stay in here longer. So I'm like, I'm not making a lot from these shares, but it's nice to have this patience. So down the line, I start holding bigger shares longer, knowing that my 15.5
NCI.
You got your NCI.
19s. I'm just monitoring volume right here. Now, again, this would be a 180 on what the market's doing right now if this thing starts gearing up. So I don't have high hopes in it for this, but it's just the same thing with JZXN. We got to see what volume's going to do here, because if we start making a move like we did yesterday, this thing can jump up to through 2, get up to 250 pretty quick.
Tax, she likes that song, Little Offspring. Oh, what was that? What's that?
I don't have high confidence in this thing, though, to really reclaim like 2, 6, 7, 8 based on just the overall trajectory of the day. I may scale a slow short on it. But $2 is approaching on NCI.
Oh, I can't. I wish I could find that one. I was going to see the. Of course, I was going to pull it up. It was like, have you seen that? The little remix, the people that are doing where they start with one. I know you had to see the TikTok trend. Come on and give me 14 or 1550. Where it's I take a deep breath and I step outside and I. What's going on? And it's bees in the trap. Bees in the trap. Have you seen those videos where like one person's on one side and they slowly go to the video, turns around and it's another person on the other side? Have you seen that trend that was going on around? It was last year when yeah, there was one with the Offspring and the Offspring's lead singer. Do you ever remember the music video Pretty Fly for a White Guy? Because all the girlies say I'm pretty fly for a white guy. Have you seen that video by The Offspring back in the day?
There's
Maybe
no
not.
visual that's popping up in my head right
You're
now.
good. There's a guy in the video, and I know
$2
Tack would see it. So
is-
Tack,
yeah.
I would imagine your wife has seen that, Tack. So if you haven't, Google it, find it on TikTok. Here's my 1550s. Boom, shakalaka. Down to 2 shares here. Yes, sir. There's my 1550s. Oh, baby, baby, baby. I got out my last. Okay.
I'm starting a short NCI. I'm flipping my analysis here. Although it could get up to 2.5, I'm gonna start a slow short. I just today just does not feel like the day that it's gonna be able to make this move. The stop for me is going to be if it holds up and over 250. Some
Did
strong
anyone get
bids
the,
coming in on NCI though. Strong
Did
bids are
anyone
coming in at $2.
I was like, anyone get a piece of F-Sly? Anyone get a piece of F-Sly? Hopefully so. Oh, it's been beautiful. Looking for new high of day here is what F-Sly is looking for. I'm actually going to scale out right here now as we're touching high of day in case we double top. And I'll save the last share for the move up. The new high of day, baby. There she is. Bum, ba-da-dum, bum, bum. Love it. Absolutely gorgeous
Good
right
work.
there.
Good
Yeah, I
work,
love
man.
it, man. Because what I want is to get $1 out of this place. So right now, almost right at $1. So once we pop back up, if we do the 1570s, 80s, I'll sell the last share and get another point mover. 1472 entry, looking for a 1572 plus exit. Because, I'm going to buy F-Life across. Okay, all right there, Intertechment. I'm in at 1470, calling it a day after this. So nice little move there on the F-Sly. And I get real high and I... Now that song's going to be in my head. And so essentially the song is Four Non-Blondes, What's Going On, and Nicki Minaj's Bees in the Trap. And so it's a cool little mesh that that they've put together. And then, yeah, like everybody was in like the Sandlot. I know you remember this. Please tell me you saw the Sandlot at some point in your life.
Oh, that was the movie growing up, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Well, so it's, I forgot who the two are. Maybe one of them's I forgot. No, not I forgot I forgot what their names are. Gosh damn it, anymore all the names. Dang it. Anyway, there's one it's the red-haired guy and one that wore Squinks, I think is the guy that had the glasses, whatever his name was, right?
Yeah.
So it was like, but it's them. Anyway, it's cool. Yeah, you love it. Yeah, but it was cool. That was like one of the first ones I saw. I was like, oh, this is kind of cool. Because it starts with one of them that sings the Four Non-Blondes part. When I get real high and I look at myself, whatever. And then they slowly, so the camera starts on the first person and they're all singing kind of like elegantly. And the camera kind of slowly goes to the second person. Then you kind of get into that person being a gangster, being like Nicki Minaj and being Bees in the Trap. So yeah, it's pretty cool. I like those videos. It got a little over the top where everybody was doing them, where it was just like families and kids and moms and it's like me and Avery shit. I'm like, okay, when the trend gets that big, it's a little too much for me. But yeah, it was a cool little trend. So I was saying, Tack, if your wife likes the Offspring a lot, or that song, because he does it. The lead singer with Offspring does it with the guy from Pretty Fly for a White Guy video. That's why I was asking if you'd seen that, Kevin, because you don't know who he's going to be with. You see the lead singer of Offspring, but you don't know who's going to be behind him. And then it slowly turns around and it's the goober that's in Pretty Fly for a White Guy music video. And he's like he's a man now. He's an old grown up man. He still looks young though, which is really funny. Cause of course in the music video back in like 98 is probably only like 18, 19 years old, maybe 20, but now he still looks, very similar, but yeah, it was pretty cool. It's like, oh, it's the guy from the music video.
With technology, man, you can make people look whatever age you want them to these days.
Come on, Trade the Pool. How about we make me look a little bit more like Colin Farrell or maybe Enrique Iglesias, and we can do for Kevin over there. We can go with Kevin. Who do you want to look like? Who's hot to you? Who does your wife think handsome?
I'll have to think. Let me ask her.
Say who's hot, honey? I'll get Trade the Pool.
Who do you want me to be for Valentine?
Yeah. Oh gosh. All right, here we go. $1 per share, and I am out of F-Sly. So
good job.
Out of it.
And that went against the whole market. The SPY's bouncing a little bit right now. 683. Did anybody guess 68353? Anybody? So again, it's what's moving contrary to the market, and your FSLI pretty much was holding steady. Now that's earnings and something to be mindful of, and that's why on the short side, when focusing on more reactionary trades, usually earnings I'm going to avoid for those kind of setups. Now I did take the NCI short up here just based on nothing being able to get sustainable volume in small caps today. But if this one does, I'll clear it off. I have room to scale up towards 2.5 though. We'll see if it gets the volume today. But outside of that, guys, how are you guys doing today? What's the trading been like for you? Have you been sitting on your hands, or have you been milking this silver, this market, this sell-off that we've been seeing?
I was close there. Yeah, I don't think anyone had 83.50. That was, I think we're a little bit low. Everyone was lower than me, I think, for the most part. So, and it's still not done. I mean, that's just because the fact that it's, had a little bounce here doesn't mean like, oh, there it is. That's finally the bottom. That's not necessarily, not so fast, my friend. It still definitely could go down some more. So we'll check that. Of course, how was after hours yesterday? How did you and Steve do?
Yeah, we did, which ones were it? Was Lyft was one of them. And I think Coca-Cola was that morning. It was fun. I mean, there were several. It was odd because of course, you're going to have. It was a day where the market overall was down, and so you had good earnings, but then they didn't do anything thereafter.
Yeah. All right. Well, that was beautiful right there. NCI still moving up. That's on the watch list. Of course, now I'm out of FSLI, so I can start looking across the board. But again, just to kind of break this down into a smaller time frame. I got out some there right out of the gate because I got in too big. I didn't realize what orders I was putting in, Kevin. I was going in 500 share allotments. I thought it was 250. I was like, well, I'm in this too big right now. So I immediately just sold to just like, okay, even this out so you're a little bit smaller. And I just kept, then once I get my 10+ cent profit, I'm just slowly scaling out of this play. As you can see, that's all I'm doing. So I can take pieces of it as it's moving up or even maybe back down, holding final, and so this is a typical bounce trade for me. And where am I getting it from? The demand zone right here. Old support will be new support again. And then I was even holding shares just because maybe one last bounce for my entry here can hold up because it's the only thing to hold it up. There's going to be a lot of demand and people coming back in wanting to buy it. They don't even let it get actually soaked back down to where I got filled. And there we go back off to the races to new high of day. Absolutely a beautiful chart right there.
Scaling out of it. Yeah, that's what you hear the best traders, and what they do is, I was talking to somebody this morning who explained to me this Pac-Man approach, where the best traders he sees are those that are they are constantly taking profits. They're not looking for home runs, but they're doing like you're doing, just like constantly taking profits, more profits along the way. That kind of idea where I'm not looking for home runs. Maybe you leave a piece for that, but if you're swinging for the fences every time you trade, it's going to end up wrecking the account one of these days. Pac-Man approach. I like that.
Yeah. Got Pac-Man right over here. We play it, I'm telling you, bro. We got on some Galaga, some Pac-Man, some NBA Jam over here. It's about that time. I love it. And earlier I had to highlight that. Bothy. Hey, Kay, did you get your fee? You meant 1470, but yeah, it was very nice to get that right there. 1470. Got it. I didn't waited for it all morning long. That's what I was telling traders on my live stream. Like, listen, just sit back and wait. It will come. It will definitely come. You just have to sit back and have patience and wait for it to come. Call-in show coming up soon here in about 10, 15 minutes too. So don't forget, team, call-in show coming up.
Yeah, sit in yours. Do you have a wide shot of your setup? I sent in mine. Traders, go ahead and sit in yours if you want to call in to discuss your trading setup. We're going to take a look together. Man, today has been like, took a small piece of something. Overall, large caps, like certainly high volatility there. But outside of that, it's been real light.
All right. Yeah. Who do I need to send it to?
Send it to call in show at tradethepool.com, and we will showcase those trading setups.
All right, let's do it. Let's go over to inbox. Let's compose. Call in show at TTP at Trade the Pool.
At tradethepool.com. You got it.
All right, call in show. There we go. Okay. AK-47 setup. Bam. Oh, and I've got one, baby. I got a couple in here now. Oh, it's chair. Let's put it under chair. Chair. You're like chair. Yeah, that's when I got my new chair set. Got my new chair, so then I have the setup behind it. When I got the chair that I'm in now, what I'm about needing in for a new chair. This chair's about had it. Nice play there on FSLI. If anyone got it, I don't know if Mr. Tech there got it on that breakout of 1585 to 16. Got a little bounce or a little breakout through there. There we go. Yeah, I got the trading set up. There we go. There we go. Let me know that you got that.
Got it. Got it. You gonna explain what you're watching?
Yeah. Yeah. And why that person's head's down?
Yeah.
That's it though. That's my setup. That's my setup. What's funny, I'd put my logo up there on one of the screens because I forgot what was on the screen. I was like, I want to put like a logo on there. I think it was where I used to stream live at. I was like, well, I can't have that on my picture. Oh man. Let's see, Sterling, $16 good resistance for F-Slide, past chart history there. I'll go over here on my side where it's a little bit, I can see it quicker and cleaner. Oh, F-Slide's another reason I took it. This is another reason why I love this chart too as well. I didn't think about that. Let's just go to F-Slide real quickly so I can show this and you guys can see it too with me here on F-Slide. There we go. There we go. Right. Boom, bam. Okay, boom. Look at this, bro. Look at this. Let me get this, my market depth and stuff out of the way here. Hold on a sec. Let's get all this out of the way. Look at the 4 hour. There's no charting here, bro. There was just nothing here to hold this play down. You go to the 1 year,
Right.
1 day, there's just nothing there. There was nothing on F-Sly to hold that down. There's just a lot. You got to go really far back into time to find something. And I love that for continuation. Now, I didn't get it out of the bell, which I wish I would have in that breakout. So then I just wait for the demand zone to get built in. When it did, so of course, I told every trader where to go long at. And then we got a good long out of it. So go to F-Sly here. I have to go really far back in time. And that's the thing, too. And you think about that, Sterling, how many traders are going to go back this far? You're going to go back that far because I teach you this. But how many do you go back that far? And then where do they find levels? Because that's the other thing on F-Sly. When you go back real far, I would say 16 is good. Over 16, watch for a pop to 1720. Over 1720 area, watch for a move up to right around 18 to 1820 for F-Sly. It can run in dollar increments, as you can see here today. Really, the bottom part of this channel is 1470. The top part was around 16 or 1570. So you can see it can move $1. We broke out today from 12s all the way up to 15. So, I would say every dollar would be a good resistance area, in my opinion, for F-Sly as we move forward here, bro. Broseph, get ready for the call-in team, man. Let's if you want to send in your setup before you do call in, email. Again, it's call-in show at tradethepool.com. Call-in show at tradethepool.com. It's the call-in show.
Yeah, and then if you guys, Sterling and Josh, if you're available tomorrow night, we can run another Friday night live stream. And anybody in chat who wants to join in, we just have a drink, talk trading, have a good time. Let us know about that. It'll be over on my channel, Kevin Avery, Green Team. And we'll get started here in a little bit. Any tickers you guys have you want us to look at? SPY's curling back down towards the lows again here off of that little pop.
80 at 250 and all the other numbers from earlier are still in play. Still in play. I see 1670 there. See if we're short. What do you guys think? There you go. You got it. We're pretty much all over that together there, Sterling. All over that there, Sterling. And the Andrew Tech man, he's loving that halt and catch fire. Sterling, you got it. Just got. What's up, Joe? Joe, you ready for the call-in show? And again, guys who want to call in, and we want to talk to you. What's your trading setup? What's it like? Are you trading at the office, Bothy, or some other traders that I know that maybe have to trade at work, or possibly maybe your office is at home like mine, but it's a working office. So what's that like? Or even if you are at work, truly, 3 days out of the week, 5 days out of the week, what's your trading style like? What's your office setup like? Or if you are at home and you get to build it, it's gorgeous. Show it off. What does it look like? How many monitors? Do you like them horizontal? Do you like them vertical? Or if you trade on the phone, let us know how that's going. I've tried it in the past, wasn't really successful on it, needed more charting, needed to see more. But if you're successful in that, whether you're trading momentum, are you trading setups? What are you trading? And send the picture and call in show. And Joe, if you want to put that out there for traders, the topic for the day for us here at Trade the Pool, call in show topic. What is your trading setup? At the office, at home, on the go, on the phone? And what's it look like? Send in a picture to trade or call in show at tradethepool.com.
Fred, Austin traded desk photos sent. All right. Go and take a look right now. Yeah, I mean, you don't even have to call in if you just want us to. We can just review your setups. I got it, Austin. I love it. Love it.
Sterling, have a lock feature. Like I think some other prop firms have a lock feature. But yeah, that's something we can bring up like in the next meeting on TTP. Like a lock feature, so it locks you out. I mean, that's again, of course, what the daily drawdown definitely is for. But then I get what you're saying, where if you want to have a lock button where you lock it, because there are certain brokers or prop firms that I know that have a lock button. So when you lock it, you can't unlock it. You're locked out for the day. You're done. You shouldn't have locked it. Too bad. You locked the door. Now you're done. I like that. It's try to do it yourself though. I think if you can do it yourself, again, I know that's great and all, but I did it myself. I had the lock button. I said, no, like right now I'm done. F slide done. I took my bounce play, happy as a grasshopper, whatever the saying is. I'm good to go. I don't have to worry about trading anymore. So try to build that in. And Sterling, I think you're one too, if I'm not mistaken. You're at work. We'd love to see what your trading setup looks like at work while you're at work. What's that look like? Call in too as well. Tell us what that's about. We want to know what it's like trading at work. What's your setup like? How many charts do you get to look at? How many screens do you have?
All right, I'm creating a folder of everybody's trading setups.
Love it though.
Yeah,
this will be fun today. This will be fun. Joe, I want to see smoked tuna. I want to see it. Crow, we want to